So here's the deal. This story is about a guy who, amongst a mountain of cheap junk, found a very valuable and unique item. This item is small and inconspicuous. However, its value is decent, 4,280 coins. The young man asked how much he could buy the item he had immediately spotted among a pile of useless trash. The elderly salesman was too engrossed in a strong hot drink. That's why he couldn't give a clear answer right away. The old man finally broke away from the bottle. Then, in a hoarse voice, he replied that the thing mentioned was worth 5,000. His speech was unintelligible. The nimble young man said he was willing to give 500 coins. He probably knew how to bargain. The stone salesman claimed he wasn't quite drunk yet, and he was sure his goods were worth much more. He wanted 1,000 coins. The young man immediately agreed to buy the item for the price offered. He was probably satisfied with the purchase. The market traders were sure that the young man was very naive and foolish. After all, he had paid 1,000 coins for a thing that had previously been bought for only 50 coins. They had no idea that they could have earned much more. The happy and excited young man rushed through the market like a young stallion. He did not even feel tired. The lucky man decided to stop. From the joy and the flurry of emotions, he couldn't breathe fully. Luck was on his side. He thanked the goddess Fortuna for helping him once again. It was too easy for a guy to get what he wanted, and that made him a little upset. He decided to savor his tidbit once more. He put his hand in his pocket, but it was empty. A shiver ran through his body. We have to look everywhere carefully. After all, the guy remembered that he definitely took the purchased goods to the seller. There was a short circuit in my head. The brain refused to work properly. Did treacherous luck slip out of the guy's hands? When and where was the item lost? A valuable purchase was found in his left pocket. We need to calm down and get the system up and running immediately. The guy was on full alert. System startup was underway. Reality was disappearing. A rapid immersion into the virtual world began. The system was successfully connected. Now it was necessary to select one of the proposed targets. Next, you need to check what riches are available. A good inventory greatly accelerates the achievement of the desired dream. There were many items here. In particular, an unusual pumpkin, an unfinished dragon statue, silver earrings, and even a damaged pot. But first of all, we needed money. So the guy decided to sell all these things. The young man did not doubt his decision. His hand did not waver when he confirmed the sale of the things he held dear. There have been new achievements. In particular, budget housing was provided. The happy lad was drowning in money and his own tears of joy. In an instant, he had earned more than his uncle. A great success emboldens us. The main character has an unbridled desire to move on and develop. Being successful and self-sufficient is a strong desire that is hard to curb. Perhaps it is not necessary to suppress this desire. You just need to move forward and diligently engage in self-improvement. You're dizzy with happiness. You'll be in the seventh heaven in no time. The guy was sure that he had received an influx of powerful inner energy. Now he was able to perform miracles. This gesture probably means that the muscles of the arms have become stronger and more robust. Although the guy's stoned out of his mind. It's hard to predict his thoughts and understand the hidden meaning of this gesture. And another award. Fortune's favorite has received a new honorary title. The boy's mood changed in an instant. He became darker than a shadow. It seemed to be his reaction to his new title. Garbage was the guy's title at this point. He had to perform some important feat to get rid of this unsound title. But changing a title isn't easy. It requires great wealth. The amount of money to acquire a new title was exorbitant. However, no one wants to be trash. Therefore, we need to think of something to create a more attractive image. You need to carefully weigh every step you take. After all, rash actions can leave you broke. Movement is life, and life is movement. It is impossible to go backwards in any case. It is necessary to move forward and successfully fulfill a new mission, which will help to get out of the garbage. The brave young man realized that after successful completion of the mission, he could get points for self-improvement. To become better, stronger, cooler. That was his main task. All the points earned, the young dreamer wanted to use them to improve his body. Then he would be stronger and more attractive. The goal of the next mission is to collect a whole barrel of gold. But first, you need to find at least a bucket of the yellow precious metal. Some deserted, gloomy street. I wonder if there's a yellow devil hidden here, guarded by ghosts. There were only banal modern items and mediocre jewelry around. You can't make much money from them. The cunning fellow knew that antiques were the shortest way to untold riches. For example, ancient jade is very highly valued. It is possible to find unique items in this small old market. It is not uncommon to find some very precious surprises among the junk. Money's tight, so you can't buy a lot of stuff. The yellow devil began to tempt more strongly. The desire to earn the first bucket of gold increased rapidly. Suddenly, an additional quest popped up. Its main goal is to find and purchase high-quality goods near you. There were hardly any shoppers here, so the merchants could enjoy sleep and silence. There were many items with wood made by carpenters from the nearest village. It was artistic hand carving. All the merchandise is substandard, the usual cheap trinkets. But suddenly the buyer saw something very unique and expensive. He was consumed by a great desire to get his hands on the goods he saw. Everything necessary and valuable may be around, but not everyone is able to notice the real value of a thing. This ring immediately attracted the young man's attention. He could not take his eyes off it. This unique ring was made of dense wax, especially for the Ming dynasty. It could have belonged to the emperor himself. The ring was made about 200 years ago. Its value is more than 380,000 yen. I guess the lucky guy made another big score. Fate always helps the brave and determined. Now we've got to get our hands on the goods. And the guy seems to have come up with a cunning plan to get what he wants. The passionate desire for the ring was driving the poor man unconscious. He was losing control of himself. The good-natured merchant became worried. He thought the customer had a bad stomach upset, and there wasn't even a toilet nearby. The boy was caught in the grip of his desire. The desire was so great that it made it hard to breathe. The bewildered boy decided to forget about the ring for a moment and get away from it. But it literally stuck to his hands. The customer tried his best to remain indifferent, but a volcano of unbridled emotion was erupting inside him. The young burnout tried to shift his attention to other goods, but his speech was restless and his smile strained. The kind-hearted old man was willing to sell anything for nothing. He must have gotten tired of this boring trade. The buyer tried to remain calm. He continued to scrutinize various items. The merchant was ready to give away several things at once for a penny. Perhaps he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sell anything at all in a day. But the dodgy rogue was in no hurry to say anything. Probably a new cunning plan was brewing in his mind. The young swindler deliberately continued to stall for time. And during this time he managed to think up a way to get the precious ring easily and cheaply. Suddenly the rascal asked for the price of each item. He was ready to buy all the goods. This was the first time a merchant wanted to buy all things wholesale. Therefore, he was too dumbfounded. The soft-hearted merchant was frightened and discouraged the boy from buying all the goods. The soft-hearted merchant was afraid and discouraged the boy from buying all the goods. I had to say something to the old man, so as not to arouse his suspicions. The ring must be obtained at any cost. Crook continued to play the role of a naive guy. He said he wanted to buy all the things just for himself. The benevolent uncle said he would give all his goods for 2,000 yuan. And this price suited the young rascal perfectly. The guy took pity on the simple-minded merchant, gave him more money than he should have. However, the old man was too decent. He refused to take more money than he should. Sometimes you really want to take something, but my conscience won't let me. The crafty man said that the wood carvings were quite unique and valuable, so he purchased the entire item. But what he really wanted was the precious ring. The clever fox promised that he would continue to buy various village things. After all, he is very interested in handicrafts. The naive uncle believed the words of the cunning trickster. He was in an Empyrean state of joy. Lukavek pretended not to say goodbye to his uncle, but inside he was impatient to get out of the market as quickly as possible with a valuable and successful purchase. Finally, the merchant is gone. Now we can relax. The mask is off. Now there is no need to hide true emotions and unbridled joy. Lucky was pleased with himself. He had gotten what he wanted. Lucky has completed the additional quest successfully. From now on, he gains the ability to quickly scan things and recognize their true quality. But for now, this scanning is only possible within a radius of 5 meters. In no time at all, my body went through some strange metamorphosis, and it takes some getting used to. The young man's eyes changed. Or perhaps it was the esoteric third eye that opened. The boy had poor eyesight. He could see clearly now. From now on, the young man saw everything differently. The world was filled with new colors and possibilities. The guy immediately realized that the girl's bracelet was made of solid gold, and its price was 3,900 yen. And this is a brass ring. Its price is 25 yen. The surprised boy was pleased that he could now easily evaluate things. In particular, he was able to determine what an object was made of, what its real quality was, and what the real price was. With such extraordinary abilities, you can feel like a very cool and successful person. You can also make a lot of money. Someone disturbed a guy's happy solitude. They won't let him enjoy his new gift in peace. Out of nowhere, girls in strange outfits appeared. They were angry that the smug guy wasn't paying any attention to them. The beauties were very seductive, one more beautiful than the other. The agitated boy tried to pull himself together. After all, from now on he was a tough guy and had to keep his cool in any situation. A cocky guy decided to play the macho role. Carelessly called one of the girls a baby. The interviewee was indignant. She stated that she did not consider herself a little girl, as she was in secondary school. The angry girl seemed even cuter to the boy, so he kept teasing her. Oddly enough, some women want to look older, and they resent being called small. A tiny beauty complained to her older sister that she was being bullied, and asked her to punish the bully. The affectionate girl tried to appease the anger of her angry younger sister, Tang Tang. She said that everything would be fine, no need to worry about nothing. The girl's eyes could not tear herself away from the conceited stranger. I guess this guy had something to interest her. Out of the blue, the girl demanded that the guy give her something. It was like racketeering in broad daylight. The bewildered boy wondered. Was he being asked to give up his chastity? But as it turns out, Lady X wasn't interested in the young man's virginity. She specified that she wanted the ring. Finally, the guy began to realize what the pretty girl wanted. He asked why he had to give the ring to someone. The extortionist blushed heavily. She said, embarrassed, that she just wanted to look at the ring. The smug wit replied that he didn't have any ring. Instead, he offered the beauty his hand and heart. The smarmy Tang Tang enjoyed the unfamiliar uncle's hilarious performance. She thought the mocker was quite hilarious. The older sister, however, was annoyed by the witty jokes of the wit. But she was afraid of being too rude to the ruffian. After all, she was eager to get the mysterious ring. Mary realized that not everyone understood his jokes, and he was even slightly frightened by the beauty's frowning face. A child should be given a toy, and then he won't furrow his eyebrows and get angry. The long-awaited toy is in hand. Now it must be thoroughly explored. The self-confident guy calmly watched the girl scrutinize the ring. He was pleased to be the owner of such a valuable thing. Suddenly the homogon asked that the girl not dare to run anywhere with the ring. Otherwise he would take her little sister away. The gullible Tang Tang became furious. She called the joker a big bad wolf. The varmint didn't seem to take offense at being called the big bad wolf. He liked to tease the guileless girl. Immediately the big bad wolf said he would take Tang Tang to his burrow. There she would do his laundry, clean his house, and make him delicious food and tea. Almost all of us once believed in fairy tales. Tantan also believed that a dire wolf wanted to kidnap her. Over the years, we have lost the ability to dream, to believe in magic and fairy tales. And we can only fondly remember our childhood, the world to which we will never return. He liked the little girl's sincerity and straightforwardness. It was exactly what adults often lacked. It turns out that the stranger had been watching the guy for a long time, and she noticed that he was extremely carelessly looking at different objects. But when he saw the ring, he could not tear himself away from it. The pushy girl wanted to keep the guy any way she could. After all, a ring can be quite valuable. So she suddenly declared that she wanted to buy this thing. The aplomb guy stated that he could sell the ring. However, no discounts are going to be made. The girl was surprised that the guy quickly agreed to sell her the ring. Everything in this world is bought and sold. Everything has its price and value. The stubborn girl was sure she could buy the ring. The reluctant buyer offered exorbitant sums. But Hermes, the god of commerce, was unperturbed and unwavering. Finally, the girl offered 100,000 yuan. But even this amount did not interest the lord of the ring. The fierce haggling continued. But Hermes did not want to sell the goods. The girl was clearly confused. She asked the guy to name his price. The guy said that the girl did not know the true value of the thing she wanted to buy, and he was sure that the buyer had no idea what the true origin of the ring was. The girl was stumped. She really knew nothing about the real value and origin of the mysterious ring. Suddenly, the restless Tang Tang dragged her Uncle Lu along for some reason. The older man could barely keep up with the little girl. The restless tattletale asked her uncle to punish the big bad wolf. After all, the wolf wants to kidnap her and make her his maid. The older sister didn't expect to see her relative here. She was extremely surprised when she saw him. Uncle Lu seemed to be a very shrewd and intelligent man. His hair was lightly decorated with gray. The niece came to Nanhu and didn't even stop by to visit her uncle. That upset the man a little. The girl admitted that at first she wanted to go to the market to find something interesting, and now she wants to buy a ring. The man agreed to help his favorite niece evaluate the goods, although there was no great excitement in his eyes. The uncle told the little girl that he would take care of some important matters, and then they would go out to eat. The boy quietly waited for the relatives to exchange pleasantries. But suddenly Uncle Lou turned his attention to him. He didn't believe that there might be something quite valuable about this guy. A man has been visiting this market for 20 years, and he has never noticed anything surprising or expensive here. However, the man's self-confidence evaporated in an instant. He was extremely surprised. Dao Ying's niece shows off the ring. Will Uncle be able to recognize its true origin and value? The man loved antiques, and I think he was beginning to realize that he had an extraordinary piece in his hands. Many people were also interested in the ring. They were eagerly waiting to see what the experts' conclusions would be. The man said the ring was made over 200 years ago. It's not in the best condition now, though. Do Ying was primarily interested in the cost of the ring. After all, some inner voice told her that she should buy it. Uncle Lou suggested that the ring might be worth more than 150,000 yuan. However, we need to check its durability. The taste of victory is delicious, but to taste it, one must fight to the end. Du Ying didn't give up and offered 180,000 yuan. The smell of big money attracted other people. They watched the bargaining with bated breath. People thought the guy was stupid for refusing such a colossal sum. He should take the money and run away for a longer time. Not everyone is so lucky in life. Uncle Lou said he was an antique appraiser, and he was sure the ring couldn't be sold for more, because that's its real value. The nonchalant guy said he never wanted to sell the ring. It's very dear to him. The antiques appraiser was sure the ring wasn't worth more than that. However, why is the guy stubborn and wants to keep it? The girl was getting excited. The desire to get the ring was getting bigger and bigger. She offered 200,000 yuan. The sum was exorbitant and mind-boggling. Everyone would like to be in the place of the Lord of the Ring. The guy pretended he wasn't interested in money at all. The most important thing for him was the ring. Such indifference to money further fueled the girl's excitement. The wise uncle was himself at an impasse. There was nothing he could advise his dear niece. The antique appraiser was annoyed that the ring lord was being too impertinent. Uncle was burning with anger, but teasing was the young rascal's favorite hobby. He clearly enjoyed being the center of attention of the dumbfounded audience. Uncle Lou said that his patience was not unlimited. He said that the foolish trickster would regret the loss of a very substantial sum of money. The niece tried to calm her uncle down. She also said that she was ready to buy the ring at the price offered by the guy. The stubborn man agreed to give his assessment of the goods. After all, he had information that was not available to ordinary people. The ring was actually made of a mixture of dense wax extracted from the depths of the Chinese Sea. The unique and long-forgotten technique of making this item was only known to a few imperial craftsmen. And maybe the ring belonged to Emperor Renzong. Deep knowledge of the guy very surprised the experienced appraiser of antiques. He did not even think that some young man could possess such little-known information. The smug guy said that the ring was a huge treasure of the Ming dynasty, and he didn't want to sell an item that could become a great asset to the history of the entire nation. The evil one was triumphant. He could easily and quickly put tons of noodles in other people's ears. The trickster had told a fictitious story about the ring. The crafty guy said the antiques appraiser and his niece just want to rob him and embezzle what should be the property of the whole nation. Uncle Lou recognized that the boy's grades and explanations were excellent. He began to feel sad that he was losing his knowledge, skills, and abilities over the years. Sometimes children are more perceptive than adults. Tiny Tang Tang immediately realized that the big bad wolf was lying and overcharging. Suddenly, Do Ying decided to go all in. She offered 1,000,000 yuan. Can the guy resist such a temptation? Envy is a negative and destructive feeling that leads to negative emotions and low self-esteem. It was this feeling that ate away at the people around him like a huge worm. They were all passionate about getting 1,000,000 yuan. Our protagonist was also dumbfounded by the amount offered. He did not even expect that someone would give him such money for the ring. The boy could barely breathe with excitement, but he tried to stay calm, and he asked if the girl really wanted to buy the ring for that price. Do Ying was too confident and serious. She repeated once again that she wanted to buy 1,000,000 yuan ring. Sometimes you can overstep your unshakable principles when it comes to big money. Lukovets was happy to sell the heritage of a great nation's history. Little Tang Tang wondered why the scary wolf had suddenly become sweet and generous. She liked him better that way. However, it's not that simple. Do Ying not only wanted to buy the ring, but also wanted to make a certain deal with the guy. The red-haired rascal would do anything for 1,000,000 yuan. He could even marry a girl. Tang Tang protested. She didn't want a big bad wolf to be their son-in-law, and she wouldn't give her older sister to anyone. This particular card has 1,000,000 yuan on it. Now the money's in the guy's hands. The girl handed over the card, but she never said what kind of deal she wanted to make with the guy. Strange doe. In reminded him that she would be waiting for the guy here at 8 in the morning. She asked him not to be late. The girl's behavior was too bizarre and mysterious. Why didn't she say at once what kind of deal she wanted to make? It's hard to think about someone or something when you're holding a card with 1,000,000 yuan. Fortune is once again spoiling its favorite. The guy couldn't hold back a smile. Manna from heaven suddenly fell on his head. The local gangsters were jealous of the red-haired guy. Now they won't let him out of their sight. After all, the villains also want to get their hands on the 1,000,000 yuan. The wolf smelled that he was being hunted. He decided to get away as quickly as possible. In fact, the young dreamer wasn't really thinking about money. He was more concerned with how many points he could earn in his game and how much he could improve. The guy already had 63 unallocated points. Not a bad result. But I don't think I have enough points. It should be 100. You've earned 1,000,000 yuan. The boy couldn't understand where the other points had gone. He began to read the rules of the game carefully. It's hard to figure out on your own. You should ask for a hint. Scores, ranks, points. What complicated statistics, especially for those who didn't study math very well. The bewildered boy realized only one thing. He had 63 points. Otherwise, he trusted the system. But the system cheated. You had to earn 1,000,000 yuan again to get the title of millionaire. It was really annoying. But why resent it? Luck is always there. And fortune has never cheated a lucky man. All the points earned, the red-haired lanky man decided to invest in his own body. If you slowly invest points in physical self-improvement, you can become a Superman. That was the skinny guy's ultimate dream. Definitely should get stronger, faster, and more resilient. That's so cool. The young dreamer thoughtlessly gave all the points to develop his own physical data. Relax, breathe deeply, and we feel a powerful force flowing into the body. A miracle was about to happen. The muscles would become stronger. An inexhaustible source of vitality would rush through the body. But instead of a powerful influx of colossal strength, the guy felt only a terrible fatigue. He was also too irritated. After all, the system must have cheated him. A child was promised candy and then taken away. The little boy is hysterical. The system advised the guy to get plenty of rest. After all the points had been spent. The happy guy realized that after a full rest, a long-awaited miracle would happen and a huge power would awaken in him. And the day had been hard. He really should rest. The boy quickly caught a cab. Now, first of all, it was necessary to find a place to rest. A young rich man decided to stay in the most luxurious hotel. After all, he had 1,000,000 yuan. For decent money, they'll take you to the end of the world in no time. The young bigwig was quickly at his resting place. Rich guys are loved and respected here. The service is top-notch. The girls greeted the dear guest with fake smiles. At any moment, they were ready to advise and help. The girls' smiles were strained and fake. They were supposed to show unbridled joy at the arrival of a new guest. The guy cared too much about his own physical development. He even forgot to buy decent clothes, as a rich man should. Poverty here evokes anger and contempt in most people. After all, this is the world of the rich. The child was glad that he could have a full vacation in a posh hotel. There was glamour and splendor everywhere. The pretty cleaning lady was surprised by the naivety and simplicity of the young man. She had never noticed such clients here before. Almost everyone here is a zealous servant of mammon. The staff was very greedy and unfriendly to poor people. How can you relax and have a full rest in this serpentarium? Everyone looks at you with contempt. The sour faces are annoying. Only the pretty cleaning lady was glad to see the young guest. She was like a ray of light in this gloomy ball of hypocrisy. The frail cleaning lady kindly invited the guy to the hotel. She was quite nice and kind-hearted. Kindness is the sun that warms the human soul. And such a sun in this hotel was the young cleaning lady. But the doorman turned out to be a real Cerberus. He banned the guy from the hotel. The disgusting, fearsome Cerberus looked at the new guest incredulously. He was trying to find out why the scruffy tramp had come to them. The doorman's duplicitous behavior was too annoying. The guy didn't understand why he couldn't enter the hotel in worn shoes. The red-haired guy reminded me that guests should be treated with more respect. Even if they didn't have expensive cars and fancy clothes, it is difficult to prove anything to selfish people. They believe only in mammon. So I had to pull out the main trump card. Money. The annoyed guy said you shouldn't judge a book by its cover alone, and called the doorman a hypocritical dog. The angry fellow threw the money at the Cerberus like a piece of fat meat. Then he ordered a decent room to be found for him. At the hotel, the guy saw the kind-hearted cleaning lady again. She was modest and slightly shy. The guest wanted to get a better look at the man who had politely welcomed him here. In a place like this, gracious, affectionate people are rare. Suddenly a strange guest gave the cleaning lady a tip. That's just for being polite and cordial. The guest had 10,000 yuan in his hands. This is a colossal amount of money for a poor man. The cleaning lady flatly refused to accept such gratitude. But the customer's wish is the law, and a simple cleaning lady dare not contradict an honored guest. The guy said that the cleaning lady was the only person here who didn't judge him for his cheap and dirty clothes. She also showed him a lot of respect, despite the fact that he came in a cab instead of a luxury car. Judging someone by their clothes or their background is stupid. Only people with a heart of stone and an extremely limited worldview do that. Suddenly the hotel manager, who smelled big money, rushed in. He flew as fast as a vulture on carrion. The hypocritical lackey was afraid that the rich guest would leave them. So with tears in his eyes, he asked for another chance to make amends to the staff. The smug fellow was instantly transformed into an honorable prince. He calmly and confidently asked to be given the presidential suite immediately. There was no doubt that the guest was not poor. But no one could think that the guy would book the most expensive room. After all, the cost of this room is 20,000 yuan per night. The young waster carelessly handed the manager a thick wad of money. It was payment for the presidential suite and tips for the staff. The self-confident rich man heard someone calling him. He turned his head. The bewildered cleaning lady thanked the rich man for the very generous tip. She had never held such a huge amount of money in her hands before. How good it is that there are kind people. They are the ones who warm our world with their warmth. At last, there is an opportunity to be alone with yourself in a luxurious room. There is no need to hurry anywhere, and you can enjoy a carefree life. The media instantly spread the news that a little-known rich man had been given a lifetime VIP membership at the famous Zhanghu Hotel. The corridor attendant was fired, and the young trainee cleaner was promoted to concierge manager. The news of the press was of little interest to the handsome man now. He just wanted to enjoy a luxurious and rich life. For a moment the boy relaxed and forgot about everything he was dreaming about. His head was resting from his thoughts. But there's no such thing as lying under a rock. You should immediately invest points in your own physical improvement. All the points earned were spent. An inexplicable metamorphosis began. At first, the transformation was incredibly pleasant. My body felt weightless. A pleasant warmth spread throughout my body. A powerful life energy filled every cell of the body. Suddenly there was a short circuit. It felt the exact opposite. The process of reincarnation was accompanied by intense hellish pain. It was a pain that permeated my entire body. The process of transformation could not be stopped. The only thing left to do was to scream wildly and uncontrollably. Werewolves are not to be envied. Their bodies regularly succumb to transformation. But our protagonist was not a werewolf, and this was the first time he had ever been transformed. However, from behind the dark gray clouds, the sun is bound to come out someday. And the world is filled with bright rainbow colors. The birds are singing merrily. The pain was gone. The boy lay immovable and felt completely at peace. His soul and mind were serene. The horrible stench prevents the guy from meditating and enjoying the tranquility. Where is this unpleasant odor coming from? The source of the foul odor turned out to be the guy's body. He was covered in a sticky, dark gray slime. It must have been the after-effects of reincarnation. The frightened boy could not understand what had happened to his long-suffering body. And what was the use of such metamorphosis? I need a shower now. Otherwise you could suffocate from the stench. The mucus slowly washed away. The unpleasant odor disappeared. The jubilant guy saw a handsome man in the mirror. His pecs, biceps, and triceps had noticeably increased in volume. His arms and legs became stronger. The body was unrecognizable. With such a naked torso, one would not be ashamed to show up on the beach. The guy noticed that his height had increased as well, and he became more attractive. The smug guy got too caught up in his metamorphosis. He even forgot someone was waiting for him. Like it or not, a promise must be kept. After all, a true superhero must always keep his word. The two sisters were already waiting for the guy. Little Tang Tang resented the big bad wolf for being late. The big bad wolf was pleased that two beauties were eagerly waiting for him. Now he could shock them with his excellent body. Raucous applause and ovation, a megastar on the red carpet. Apollo, the god of male beauty, has suddenly fallen from heaven. The slavish staff bows to him and thanks him for staying at their hotel. Looks like Apollo met Venus. It's a good thing. What happened to the aplomb of the god of love? The sisters were annoyed by the long wait and were a little tired. But they remained sweet and attractive. The dumbfounded sisters hardly recognized the transformed boy. How could he change so quickly? The guy was beautiful from top to toe. His gait was confident and energetic. The expensive fancy clothes were dazzling. He was truly an enviable bachelor and a heartthrob. The big bad wolf started teasing the little girl again. It had been 3 days since they'd first met, and the wolf had missed the little girl. Tang Tang said the wolf had changed a lot, but the jaws remained just as nasty. She called the guy a pervert. Dao Ying wasn't interested in useless chatter. She asked the boy to get into the car quickly. In the car, the girl kept thinking about why the former Lord of the Ring had suddenly changed so dramatically. Is such a metamorphosis possible in real life? The unsettled Tang Tang resented the fact that there was a big bad wolf in their auto. Thinks such a predator could eat them quickly and easily. The wolf made some strange growling noises. Its eyes were closed. Tang Tang thought the salivating predator was asleep. However, Little Red Riding Hood was wrong. The wolf was awake. The guy actually scrutinized the system's user interface during the trip. Many functions were incomprehensible. The system had its own market. What's that? At the market, you could see a scroll of repair and a food whitener, and also all sorts of utensils and many different obscure items. The guy had 30 points from somewhere. But it wasn't enough to buy some of the things he was interested in. The car stopped abruptly. What happened? Dreamer quickly logged out. What's that? Tsunami? The guy's face hurt. He wondered for a moment if the girl had a driver's license. But the girl didn't slow down abruptly for nothing. There was a good reason. They were surrounded on all sides by fearsome thugs. The passage was completely blocked. There's nowhere to run, but I want to live. The older sister asked that the guy run away with little Tang Tang at the first opportunity. She believed that the bandits were after her. Therefore, they wouldn't pay much attention to other people. The gangsters ordered Dao Ying to get out of the car immediately. They surrounded the car like bloodthirsty hyenas. The frightened girl planned to divert the attention of the bandits. She asked the boy to take the chance and sneak away with little Tang Tang. The bewildered boy and younger sister were scared, but they were in no hurry to run away without Dao Ying. The girl was brave. However, she was completely defenseless. After all, it is hard to fight against a huge pack of hyenas. The girl tried to bribe the vile scumbags. She promised to pay any amount of money for them to leave them alone, but the bandits only laughed wildly. They were amused by the girl's words. The gang leader said that they have already received a decent amount of money. Now, they have to fulfill their customer's task diligently. It seems that our characters are in danger. Apparently, the bandits have decided to kill them or mutilate them badly. Both are horrible. Dao Ying was not only worried about herself. Above all, the girl wanted her little sister to be alive and well. And she was worried that Tang Tang and the strange guy couldn't get away in time. Undaunted, Tang Tang told the bald bastard that he was a nasty, ill-mannered person. You can't tease girls, let alone beat them up. The suddenly transformed guy declared that no one would suffer at the hands of the disgusting thugs. But why was he so confident? After all, one man can't fight alone. The leader of the hyena pack smiled wryly. He was mentally enjoying the fact that he could quickly and easily wipe out a stubborn antelope. The bald man wanted to squash the bug that was bothering his eyes as quickly as possible. So he began to knead his hands with pleasure. The brave man resembled Buddha in meditation. He seemed to have withdrawn deep into himself and did not notice anyone. The daredevil's behavior surprised the thugs. They thought the guy had lost his mind out of fear. Little Red Riding Hood asked that the big bad wolf not be afraid of anything or anyone. She thought the boy was too scared, and so he closed his eyes. But the wolf behaved calmly. He continued to think stubbornly about something. Little Red Riding Hood could not understand why the wolf was closing his eyes. It was no time to sleep. They are in danger. The guy was completely immersed in the system. He was trying to find something important that would help save their lives. Suddenly, the boy's eyes stopped on something. Could it be that a life preserver for drowning people had been found? And how can this scroll help during a fight? It's not a sword or a gun, is it? It turns out that the scroll can significantly enhance the hero's abilities. However, the enhancement only lasts for a few minutes. The boy spent 30 points on reinforcement in no time, and he began to feel himself filling with tremendous power. The bald bastard was thinking of the best way to punish the naive brave man. The fool's unshakable calmness was too annoying. The gang leader's nerves are frayed. He's about to crush his opponent's skull. There's a sword of Damocles hanging over the guy, or rather a bat. This blow could be deadly. Would the big bad wolf be killed by the leader of a pack of nasty hyenas? It's a sad and gruesome sight. Fortunately, there was no damage to the head. But the upper arm may be broken because of the sheer force of the impact. The bastards were glad to see the boy's bones shattered. Other people's torment is a real pleasure for them. But why are the bandits surprised and frightened? And where has their self-confidence gone? But the young lad didn't even feel any pain. and his bones were all intact. He seemed to be bulletproof. It was a scintillating blow. The bald perp lost his jaw forever. Could have lost his brain if he had one. And now a crushing kick. And the mobster is sent to another galaxy. The small-minded sheep trembled. They had never seen such superpower before. It seemed that it was not a human being, but some omnipotent alien from another planet. After all, an ordinary person could not have such unique abilities. The villains wanted to run away, but they were just numb with fear, like bandalogs in front of the Python Ka. You got a powerful force, you gotta use it to its fullest. It's kind of fun. It's nice to punish evil. You can still enjoy the unique crushing power for 3 minutes, and it's a chance you can't miss. In an instant, the cowardly bandits scattered in different directions. They were like useless ragdolls. The girls were terribly surprised. They had no idea that the all-powerful wolf would be their savior. We had to act quickly and decisively. After all, we would soon run out of strength. The mutilated bandits were crawling like worms. They tearfully begged the Almighty Lord to spare them. The superhero decided not to spread himself too thin. So he focused his attention on the strongest and most authoritative thug. The criminal asked in a trembling voice for his life. He was ready to do anything the superhero ordered. The boy wanted to know who was the mastermind behind this attack. Who hired the bandits? He had to tell the truth quickly, or his leg would be broken. The perp said they were ordered to intercept the car in the morning. Old man Pin Goofy hired them. The anxious Tang Tang was sure that the thief's words were lies. He could not be trusted. Tong Tong's reaction surprised those present. Why didn't she believe the bandit? Dao Ying was visibly worried. She asked to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. The powers will be gone soon. You really should go somewhere safe. But the desire to mock the villain just a little bit was too great. And it was hard to resist. Here's the superhero's final surprise for the thief. Now he's gonna remember it for a long time. And he'll see it in his worst dreams. The criminal with the broken leg was writhing in terrible pain. He must have regretted more than once that he had agreed to fulfill today's order. The fearsome superhero told the bastard never to bother his eyes again. Otherwise, he'd lose his legs altogether. The sun lit the way, and there were no more thugs anywhere. The guy plunged back into the system. He realized that the item store is a pretty cool thing. But you have to earn points so that you can buy useful things. Points can be earned by selling items to the system. 10,000 yuan was only 10 points. The system bought items at a very low price. Money should first of all be spent on personal needs and the necessities of life. And glasses should be used sparingly, only in emergencies. I think we're here. What a picturesque, well-maintained yard. The girl's dwelling was like a castle. 2 rich people live in mansions like this. The hostess invited the guy into her house. The guest was a little surprised because he had never seen such luxury before. The girl asked the guest to rest. Then she promised that she would return quickly. There was no nanny, no maid, no servants of any kind in the house. The girls cooked their own meals, cleaned, did their own laundry. And the boy was extremely surprised by this. Suddenly the wolf asked the little lol if she could cook rice, for he was very hungry. Tan stated that she can use a rice cooker perfectly. She's also great at cooking, washing, and cleaning. So the wolf should not doubt her abilities. The boy promised to eat the whole dinner prepared by the girl. He is curious to taste the food that the little Lowell cooks. Tang Tan had planned to spend the day idly. But she was forced to work, and she was a little annoyed. Tiny Lol agreed to cook dinner. After all, the savior must be thanked. But the fussy guest demanded 3 pots of rice. Tan protested. She said little girls can't cook too much food. The little Lol boiled with anger like a kettle. Her shrill scream filled the whole house. Suddenly, a strange girl appeared. She looked like Aphrodite coming out of the foam of the sea. The boy was dazzled by the ethereal beauty. The fire of love raged in him. Restless Tang complained that a big bad wolf is kidnapping LOL, and then forces them to cook 3 pots of rice. She thought it was a very mean act. The girl's face was slightly mysterious and damn attractive. The guy was losing his sanity from this divine beauty. The girl introduced herself. She said her name was Dunfin Fire. The boy said his name was Yang Ning. He said that he was not as bad as the little lord said he was. Aphrodite was too flirtatious at this point. Suddenly the girl asked if she was beautiful. Yang Ning replied without hesitation that Dongfang Fire was charming, divinely beautiful. But he forgot to add that she was also extremely modest. After all, the unearthly beauty confused his thoughts and made him dizzy. A love fire cannot be extinguished. Emotions run high, passions flare up. The brain refuses to work. The girl liked the guy. She thought he was funny, cute, and attractive. The girl was called by her sister. The love idol was disturbed. Pretty lady said goodbye. She had to hurry to work. The young Don Juan was happy to have met a charming beauty. He hoped that they would see each other again soon. The graceful gait, the perfect physique, the magnetic gaze added fuel to the fire. It was impossible to extinguish the love fire that was raging inside the guy. He was sure that he had met the most beautiful girl on the planet. Her beauty was divine and mind-blowing. The lustful dreamer was hovering too high in the Empyrean. Therefore, Tang Tang decided to urgently bring the evil wolf down to earth. The guy was not happy that his intercourse with the beauty was interrupted. He said that the little LOL had to go cook rice. Tan Tan called the wolf a pervert. The guy resented the fact that the harmful LOL made him look bad in front of the charming beauty. Why did Do-in suddenly call her sister? It seems like she had something very important to discuss. Do-in confessed that Yang Ning had saved her life. Without this guy, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from the hands of the thugs. Dongfang Fire was visibly anxious. She was trying to figure out who was the mastermind behind the bandits' attack. Was it really Yan Yun Xuan? Sister assumed that Yan Yun Xuan wished her harm. But he never used the services of bandits. It was beneath his dignity. Zhang Yukang could have been the customer, although it's unlikely. He wouldn't let the criminals mutilate the girls. The sisters were stuck in the maze of their musings for a moment. There were too many suspects. Do Ying's personal driver was also quite suspicious. But he had recently had a close relative die and was too caught up in his mourning. He's not in the mood for revenge right now. The puzzled girl said that the driver was very secretive and mysterious. Recently, Huang Hai suddenly left, where he took his sisters for some reason. Dao Ying thought that the relatives could not have organized the attack because they did not know where she was going. But the driver knew about it. The restless Du Ying was too caught up in her thoughts. For a moment, she even forgot about her sister's presence. Suddenly, Dongfang Fire changed the topic of conversation. She said that her sister had found a very attractive guy. But the blushing Do Ying denied that she had a boyfriend. She claimed that Yang Ning was just a casual acquaintance. Dongfang Fire was surprised why her sister hadn't gotten the handsome bachelor yet. After all, she thought Yang Ning was a real superhero. Then why did Do-in invite a guy to her place? Her actions are always extremely deliberate and unpredictable. The girl confessed that Yang Ning is a candidate for one important contest. After all, this guy has unique knowledge and skills. Do Ying admitted that Yang Ning is an excellent appraiser of antiques, and he can be quite helpful in the competition. A bewildered Dunfen Fire was surprised that a simple guy would represent them in the appraisal contest. After all, it should be done by a person with unique abilities and knowledge. The sisters chirped incessantly. The guest was bored out of his mind. The owners of the house finished their conversation. At last they remembered their guest, two painted beauties, and each with their own unique, enchanting beauty. The bewildered guest began to lose his sanity. He was dazzled by the beauty of the girls. Proud Dao Ying said that she didn't like Yang Ning, so she can put him in her sister's safe hands. Dao Ying said that her sister's name is Dongfang Fire. This beauty is an underwear model. Her favorite hobby is to mock people and tease those around her. Now the lustful guy realized why Dunfan Fire's gait and figure were so seductive. After all, she is a professional model, but is this beauty too conniving? Is such a sweet girl really capable of breaking someone's heart and causing mental anguish? She seemed very kind. The temptress suddenly asked who was more beautiful than her or Du Ying. The question was too direct and unexpected. The naive catcher replied without hesitation that Dunfan Fire was the most beautiful girl in the universe. Her beauty could drive any man crazy. The young Don Juan's words greatly annoyed Du Ying. She wasn't sure if the guest was speaking sincerely. Intoxicated with beauty, the young wife-lover didn't really know who was prettier. Both girls seemed attractive. But at the moment, he was unable to think straight and choose the right words. The smug Dongfang Fire was over the moon. Once again, she was told that she was the most beautiful. Suddenly the lady's man declared that he would consider his wife the most beautiful, and she would be his most precious treasure. Dao-in was annoyed by the idle chatter and exchange of pleasantries. She must have been thinking about something important. Dunfan Fire thought that the young seducer was married, and that upset her a little. The restless seducer assured me that he was a bachelor, and at least now he was ready to start dating a beautiful girl and give her his love. The cunning Dongfang Fire whispered that her sister was very much offended. After all, Yang Ning was too reckless and tactless. Every girl explicitly or secretly wants to be the most beautiful and desirable. However, the catcher didn't give up. He kept insisting that Dongfang Fire was the most beautiful and sweetest. The cunning fox received a huge portion of compliments and was very pleased. But suddenly, The sly girl declared that she likes guys who are much older than her, so she can't date a very young Ning. The unwise catcher was knocked out. He was discarded like an unwanted, cheap, broken toy. His heart was shattered. The wolf was a little irritated and hungry. He immediately tried to swallow all the delicious dishes that were on the table. Tang Tang thought for a moment that the guy is actually not a big bad wolf. He's the ultimate rude pig. The dire wolf turned out to be quite insolent and demanding. He ordered the little lowly to wash the dishes to a mirror shine. Dao-Ying tried to get into a serious conversation, but the guest listened carelessly to everything she told him. The insatiable guest continued to fill his stomach. He has a truly wolfish appetite. His mouth was busy, so he was reluctant to talk about the appraisal of antiques. The arch-serious girl was trying to prove that the case was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Therefore, you should not be so dismissive of her words. Shoeless Du-Ying narrated that the Linjia family controls 3 auction houses. It is a huge source of economic income for some countries. But this family also has quite a few serious competitors. Representatives of the Linjia family participate in a competition in which items are judged. This competition is very important. The Authoritative Antiques Association, the Jade Association, and the Collectors Association are at the origin of the competition. All appraisers are very popular and reputable people. It is not uncommon for different companies to try to bribe them. But the Linjia family has always been impartial and incorruptible. The unintelligent girl was angry, for her words seemed to fly past the ears of the voracious guest. Gluttony smugly declared that he would win this contest. But one thing he wanted to know was how he would benefit from this endeavor. The confused girl didn't understand what the guy wanted. After all, just participating in the contest itself is a very prestigious and noble endeavor. However, the trickster was not interested in how popular and authoritative the contest was. First of all, he must have some benefit. Suddenly the shameless man declared that he would definitely win the contest. And then the girl must become his wife. The bird was caught in a snare. The girl blushed and lost all words. Du-Ying thought the guy was an inexperienced snot. After all, he's not even in college yet, so he should marry her younger sister. The unceremonious trickster said that the girl's beauty would eventually begin to fade, and she would soon greatly regret not marrying a smart, handsome, and promising guy. The smug braggart continued to sneer with relish. He declared that the little Lola was very lucky. After all, she would have a wonderful husband. This is the second time in a day that the evil mocker has bullied Dao-Ying. I'm getting impatient. In this area, seismologists have recorded powerful tremors of unknown origin. Scientists are still unable to explain the reason for their occurrence. Only his quick feet could save the poor wolf now. It was indeed a very cordial welcome for a dear guest. The relatives couldn't understand the reason for Du-Ying's anger. Why was she so angry at the discouraged young wolf? Little Lol assumed that the big bad wolf kissed her sister, and now a little wolf cub might be born. It is hard for adults to understand the fairy tale world of a little Loli. Life experience and knowledge often prevent us from plunging into the world of fantasy, and at least for a moment to be a tiny carefree child. You meet people by their clothes and see them off by their wits. Therefore, you should be smart and dress nicely, so that you can meet and greet well. Today was a very important event. Dao-Ying had made all the preparations she could. The new outfit was very much to the lover's liking. He couldn't take his eyes off the seductress. There's no hurry. You should walk quietly behind and scrutinize all the scenic spots. The shrewd girl immediately realized what the wife-beater was so passionate about. She was ready to claw his shameless eyes out like a panther. The girl asked the boy to walk beside her. However, he objected. He wanted to stay in the rearguard. Yang Ning's disobedient. Yang Ning was driving her crazy. She was annoyed that this insolent man was always sassing and insulting her. Why was the girl so indignant? Yang Ning was behaving calmly and decently, quietly admiring the gifts of nature. The voluptuous man decided not to test his fate any further. He walked obediently by my side. Everyone here seemed to know and deeply respect Dao-Ying. She was greeted with a very friendly welcome. However, no one paid any attention to Yang Ning. It was as if he was an invisible ghost. These people are all very serious. They were tirelessly scrutinizing various things. It seems that people here know Dao-Ying very well. Everyone is happy to see her. No doubt the girl is too popular in this kind of society. This young guy ran up to the girl in no time. He said his name was Zhou Shuibin. He had once had the honor of talking to Dao-Ying. The chatty guy said he used to have dinner with a girl at a seafood restaurant. But I don't think Du-Ying could remember who she was talking to now. The impudent upstart was clearly unhappy at not being recognized. so he turned his attention to Yang Ning, who he thought was the girl's friend. The chatterer did not stop talking. Suddenly he said that Yang Ning couldn't be Du Ying's friend. It was clearly her bodyguard. Immediately, Yang Ning was called a bully, then a skinny bodyguard. What other compliments would he hear from a stupid mouthpiece? The annoying redneck was confused. He still couldn't figure out who Yang Ning was. Suddenly, the chatterer thought that the stranger might be quite an important person at this event. It was silly to call him a bully. It seems like Yang Ning's popularity is starting to rise, and some people are getting annoyed. Yang Ning confidently stated that he didn't want to waste his time on empty, silly conversations. He is a very busy man. Also, the cocky Yang Ning added that he was not the one following Du Ying, but she was following him. Therefore, he should be treated with great respect. The silly fool realized he'd made a mistake. Sometimes you have to watch your main enemy, your tongue, carefully. A lot of people would like to have eyes like that. They are more expensive than any antiques and precious metal. After all, such eyes are able to see very important and valuable information. The all-seeing eyes immediately stopped on the blood cloud bat snuff box. The guy instantly determined that the bottle was created back in the Qing dynasty, about 160 years ago. Its actual value reaches nearly 80,000 yuan. Also, the guy could easily and quickly determine what an item was made of. And, in addition, he could understand how the thing was made. With such knowledge and skills, it is easy to win and be a winner. The boy's good-naturedness and childlike enthusiasm interested the wise old man. He looked fondly at the jubilant Yang Ning. The kind-hearted old man offered to let the boy borrow one of his snuff boxes. He thought Yang Ning was just a child who was excited at the sight of a cheap toy. The boy couldn't understand why the old man was so generous. Such simple-minded people are very rare nowadays. Yang Ning said without hesitation that he was taking the red snuff box. He said that this thing was the most colorful and beautiful. The old man was confused for a moment. He was surprised by the stranger's choice. The girl didn't even think that among the pile of cheap junk, the guy would be able to find a precious item here. She realized that Grandpa Ming had fallen into the trap of a young trickster. The old man had thoroughly studied the age, the material of this item over a long period of time. And now he could not believe that some young man had correctly appraised the item in a matter of seconds. Mr. Meng started urging me to get another snuff box. The red one was too dirty. Lukovitz asked why the old man did not want to give the red snuff box. After all, a promise must be kept. The young man's insolence made the old man angry. He was no longer happy to be associated with this stubborn man. The trickster said that there is surely a way out of every dead end. A dirty snuff box can always be washed. The stubborn one did not want to let go of his valuable prey. As you know, a word is not a sparrow. If it flies out, you can't catch it. The old man had promised to give him the snuff box, and now he must keep his word. Grandpa was sad. He obviously did not want to say goodbye to the red snuff box, which was actually quite precious to him. The angry girl said that the guy should treat the good-natured old man with respect. You should also thank the grandfather for making the gift. But the mischievous boy unceremoniously grabbed the thing he liked. He thanked his grandfather for the gift. The spoiled child got a toy. Now he was quite happy. The old man was too careless. He didn't expect the young brat to fool him. The girl realized that the thing was indeed valuable. Otherwise, the grandfather wouldn't have been so sad. Robbery in broad daylight. A child is being robbed of a toy. The local racketeering ring is on the prowl. The pretty racketeer immediately wanted the red snuff box. The boy said he wasn't going to give up his thing. Let the fugitive choose some other snuff box on the table. But the cunning bandit wanted this particular item. She claimed she loved the color red. The toady immediately wanted to show off to the mistress. He said that tomorrow he would buy a whole bunch of beautiful snuff boxes for the girl. No one paid any attention to the empty-headed sycophant. The bandit demanded the red snuff box. She was not interested in other things. It was a shame to say goodbye to the jewel. But the robber was too stubborn. It was impossible to refuse her. The guy carelessly handed over the snuff box, said it was a friendly gift from him. He pretended he wasn't interested at all. The extortionist could not restrain her appetite. Now she demanded that the boy tell her the true history of the red snuff box and what it was made of. The guy quickly threw out a bunch of miscellaneous detailed information about the mysterious item. In particular, he said that the snuff box was made of red coral and covered with rare patterns. In addition, the item was carved with a tamed beast with an ivory pearl in its mouth. The material from which the snuff box is made is very rare. Yes, and such a technique of manufacturing is now forgotten. The item was created more than 160 years ago. The other masters could not believe that the snuff box could be so valuable. After all, the wise and clever old man Meng Lao would never have kept such a precious item among cheap commonplace objects. The high-minded appraiser was extremely surprised at the young man's abilities. How can you accurately describe an object at a glance? It is incomprehensible. All the craftsmen were dumbfounded with astonishment. Could it be that some young man was more experienced and more intelligent than they were? The careless troublemaker continued his mischief. He said that he didn't even bother to use his brain when he gave the assessment. And with that, he probably humiliated the experienced professionals even more. Young Redditor immediately said that Yang Ning is a great liar. After all, one must study for many years in order to correctly, accurately evaluate antiques. In addition, the wise Meng Lao would not keep a precious item among a pile of pacifiers in a public place. The arrogant flatterer tried to shower the experienced appraiser with compliments. He assured me that he had never doubted Meng Lao's authority and knowledge. The wise master just wanted to have a little fun. So he put the precious snuff box on display among the pile of garbage. He did not suspect that one of his colleagues would be able to see the real price and value of the thing. At last, the sullen old man confessed that the snuff box was very ancient and costly. He also claimed that the young man had told the true history of the object. The craftsman wondered why the super-valuable snuff box was in such an unsightly place. Was the old man out of his mind? It's too late to explain anything now. The honorable old man has been cornered. The girl felt sorry for the clever grandfather. She respected him very much. The young trickster said that such things should be kept in a safe place. After all, they are great prey for thieves. Meng Lao replied that he never thought that inexperienced, yellow-haired youths would be able to spot a precious item. His words sounded like praise and not in the least bit like an insult. The cunning fox seized the favorable opportunity. She asked Meng Lao to make Yang Ning enter the appraiser competition. There were several appraisal departments, including the art and calligraphy department, the porcelain department, the traditional paintings department, the ancient books and rare texts department, and the old coins and jewelry department. These departments were quite interesting. Tomorrow, Yang Ning has to go through the tests formed by the aforementioned departments. After successfully completing the task, he will be able to become a contestant. The dejected boy was terribly reluctant to take the tests. It reminded him of school, which he didn't like very much. But the guy still wanted to be a contestant, so he figured he'd let them mess with him once and take the stupid tests. Yang Ning resented that he never has the right to choose. No one listens to his opinion. The young envious man decided that he would not allow Yang Ning to participate in the competition. To do this, he will even use all his family connections. For example, he will ask for help from his dad, who works in the jewelry department of Zhou Bokong. Yang Ning made a firm promise to become a contestant. Now he must keep his word. There are no ways to retreat, only to move forward. Friends, acquaintances sometimes suddenly burst into our lives and ruin all our plans, distract us from important work. Something like that happened this time. Suddenly the path was blocked by an arrogant guy. He seemed to have known Daoin for a long time. The girl spoke rather surly to her old acquaintance. She felt that talking to him was worse than a bitter radish. The arrogant brat said that his name was Zheng Yu Kang. He also arrogantly emphasized that he was known and respected by everyone here. The swaggering dandy asked to be called King Zhao in a very simple and modest manner. This smug narcissist couldn't seem to put a price on himself. Insolence is the second happiness, but not everyone is able to tolerate insolent people and treat them ceremoniously for a long time. Yang Ning asked who the bastard was standing in their way. The girl pretended that she didn't know this person at all. This cold-blooded behavior infuriated the arrogant, self-proclaimed king. Yang Ning asked the arrogant king to clear the way and leave them in peace. After all, they still had a lot of important matters to settle. Suddenly, the haughty king turned into a pathetic, shabby dog. He ran after the girl, wagging his tail, and insisted that she go with him to an expensive restaurant where he was to have a meeting with two important beauties. The girl knew that he was a very stubborn man. He must be talked to. Otherwise, he would continue to pursue them relentlessly. The nonchalant girl agreed to go to the restaurant, but on one condition. Yang Ning must also be with them. The pompous king was upset that they would be accompanied by an ignorant ragamuffin. It was not a royal thing to be in the company of such despicable people. The girl reminded him that the swaggering dandy had invited two of his friends, so she had the right to come with her friend. The dandy gave in and agreed to let Yang Ning go to the restaurant with them. He thought of this guy as a harmless, naive child who could be bullied when he had the chance. The restaurant was expensive, and only rich people could get in. It was these two rarefied beauties that Jung Yukang invited to the restaurant. They had just recently arrived in China. An unwary glutton tried to eat all the dishes at once. The free food seemed especially delicious. Free food is good with vinegar. The pompous beauties were outraged by the young savage's behavior. How dare he behave so vulgarly in their presence? The dressed-up coquettes seemed to be naively polite. Du Ying immediately felt uncomfortable with them. The girls immediately started throwing around cheap compliments. They thought Du Ying was a very fashionable and stylish girl. Her short bangs are very popular now. The self-proclaimed token girl said that dark color is quite popular this season. She also said that she is always ready to help Da In choose some exclusive model. The girl politely declined the bear's favor. Fashion did not interest her at all. The flirtatious lady scrutinized her interlocutor. And then, like a dog, she started sniffing. Silly girl was thrilled that Do-in was using Chanel perfume. She assured that this company would release a new model in the fall. It would be a continuation of the delightful romantic line. Do-in was annoyed by the useless chatter of the two coquettes. She was on pins and needles. She wanted to leave the restaurant quickly. But Vaska listened and ate. The glutton relentlessly devoured, like a boa constrictor, everything that was brought to him. Free food whetted his appetite. The girl even envied the guy. At least he was doing something useful, filling his stomach, replenishing his energy, and she had to listen to empty, uninteresting chatter. The guy's excessive appetite attracted the attention of many visitors. The girl wanted Yang Ning to behave himself at the table. Do Ying's pinching was very painful. It felt like a huge crab was clawing at her thigh. The glutton was offended that his meal had been interrupted. The wolf's appetite had just been whetted. Suddenly the guy decided to go powder his nose. He unapologetically, unceremoniously got up from the table. Finally, there's a place to get rid of the extra fun, and give your stomach time to rest. A nice secluded place where men can sometimes discuss important issues, and also to clarify their relationships. It seems that the young man was clearly following Yang Ning. Even in a place like this he was following him. Liar said that he had long planned to visit this restaurant. Therefore, his presence here is not accidental, but it's not good to lie. You can be punished for it. A satisfied Yang Ning decided to tarnish the reputation of the young brat, and it seems to have hit the target. The hypocritical redneck was burning with anger. Now his main goal in life was to take revenge on Yang Ning. The atmosphere in the restaurant was too boring. Empty conversations were tiring. Yang Ning decided to have some fun. He told the girl that he met King Zhao in the toilet with wet pants. He must have been too surprised by Yang Ning's manhood, and so his bladder failed its master at the wrong moment. The girl laughed uncontrollably. She was glad for a moment to get away from the boring conversations of silly fashionistas. But the young barbarian's behavior seemed to irritate the empty-headed coquettes. They grimaced in displeasure. The arrogant King Zhou realized that he was being humiliated in front of the public, and he hated Yang Ning completely. The girls sitting across the table were very angry at this action of the protagonist. One of them asked if he really said it, because it was disgusting and very vulgar. Yang Ning asked what they even knew about the vulgarity of dislike. One of the girls told him to look at himself, because Yang Ning probably didn't get a good education, and his behavior shows it. At the same time, another girl said that he wore clothes from a thrift store, and asked if it was his sense of taste. He said only little girls wear makeup, and he doesn't want to talk to people who act superior all the time. The girls got angry at such a response from the protagonist, and asked what he wanted to say. One of the girls turned to Zheng Xiao and complained that this guy was humiliating them, and he should stand up for them. Zheng Xiao asked if he had really insulted his girlfriends and told him to apologize as soon as possible before he went too far. Smoking a cigarette, he asked if the girls really thought the new Dior line would be based on the word nostalgia. The man also said that in his opinion it would not happen. The girls looked at each other and wondered how he knew about it, and was he really eavesdropping on them. Yang Ning took a cigarette out of his mouth and said, "The girls also mentioned that next season can have short bangs." As he said that some of the stars they mentioned have foreheads like eggplant and no short bangs will beautify them. At the same time, Ling Xuan only laughed, unable to gush with emotion. The girls were extremely frightened and asked the question, who is he that knows all about this, and is he really speaking from his own deduction? He said the girls had also mentioned that Chanel would be releasing a new line of perfume. However, he said that it is unlikely to be a continuation of the romantic line. He said that the romantic line is a line created for the centenary of the company, and everyone knows about it. Suddenly the girls stood up from the table and turned to Zheng Xiao, saying that they had just remembered that they had urgent business to attend to, and thanked him for inviting them. While Zheng Xiao himself stood there full of rage, He only said that all their speculations had been exposed by a vulgar boy and a middle schooler, which made Ling Xuan laugh. Ling Xuan said that it was an interesting show and said that they could go out since the show was already over. He stretched and agreed with that. Quite soon, the company walked away from the scene. Zhengxiao watched their backs. Zhengxiao turned to the man still looking at the main character's back. The guy said to find out more about him if I could get rid of him. They were riding in a pink car and talking. Ling Xuan asked the protagonist where he learned everything. The girl explained that he knows a lot about fashion, clothes, and everything else, and she was just curious. He said it wasn't him who said it. It was her. Immediately afterward, Yan Ning said with a mocking expression that he would not answer. The girl only remained silent at such an answer, and wondered if he was really a genius or just well-rounded. The girl said he was really lucky, and they looked out the window again. Tang Tang lay quietly on the sofa and sniffed contentedly. Lin Zhiqing sat on the sofa in a slump, watching TV. Suddenly, Lin Zhiqing heard the sound of the doors opening. It turned out to be Yang Ning and Ling Xuan returning home. Seeing the girl, the protagonist only blushed while Lin Zhiqing herself said that it was nice that they had come back together. However, he thought that there was absolutely no point if she wouldn't even let him touch her. Yang Ning also thought that he should tease someone else. At the same time, Ling Xuan held out that very coral snuff box to the protagonist. He didn't expect such generosity from the girl, and asked if she was really giving him the snuff box. Lin Xuan said that it originally belonged to the main character, and he was the one who should take it. He didn't expect this, and was very happy. He thought that Yang Ning would never see her again, and that he could not believe that the snuff box was with him again. But at the same time, Lin Zhiqing got up from the sofa and asked what was the matter. Lin Xuan said that it was a snuff box with an estimated value of about 200,000 yuan, and Grandpa was very upset. Lin Zhiqing was extremely surprised at such a huge price and almost shouted. She touched Lin Xuan's elbow and asked if she really thought she didn't like him, since she was literally giving him a gift of 200,000 yuan, and they were very nice. Ling Xuan said that it wasn't like that at all. The girl asked to be allowed to tell what he had done this morning. It wasn't long before the girl finished her story. Lin Zhiqing opened her mouth wide in surprise and asked if this was really possible, since she was probably joking. Lin Zhiqing didn't expect the fact that he could know so much. Immediately afterward, the girl grabbed the protagonist and forcefully took him to her room. Yan Ning was extremely surprised by the abrupt movement from Lin Zhiqing and wondered why she was so anxious to bring the protagonist there. It wasn't long before he and the girl were at the entrance to the room. The girl instantly sat down on her couch and asked what he was staring at, and told him to come over. At the same time, Yang Ning thought that this was bullshit, and he should say goodbye to his virginity. After Lin Zhiqing brought the protagonist to his room, the guy flushed and said that he had never had this before. Scratching the back of his head, the unexpected girl took off her pendant and said she needed the protagonist's help identifying the item. Immediately afterward, the girl extended the value to the protagonist. The main character seemed petrified, and the sound of the main character's heart breaking could be heard. The man began to envy the sacred Buddha and talked about switching places with the protagonist. The system gave out a description of a white jade Buddha. He sighed as he looked at the jewel and said, "This jade Buddha is good." The girl said it wasn't the only thing she had and held out the box to the protagonist. She asked to see her collection. There were many precious items such as Nanyang's pearl necklace, a red tourmaline ring, and a pendant made of southern agate. Lin Zhiqing turned to the protagonist and asked if they could be sold dearly. The man, still confused as to why the girl needed it, said, yes, it was possible. Yang Ning decided to address Lin Zhiqing directly and said, "Where did the girl get so many different pieces of jewelry since they were all gorgeous?" The girl closed her eyes and said they were received, not scammed, if that was what he was asking. While he was looking at the jewelry, Lin Zhiqing asked how much the protagonist thought it was worth. He said that she could probably sell everything expensively for somewhere around 700,000 yuan. He asked what her question meant, because the sooner she starts, the sooner she will sell, because the jewelry market is quite fickle. Lin Zhiqing excitedly asked the protagonist if she had succeeded. He bluntly asked the girl if she needed money because she seemed desperate. The girl said that she needed 8 million yuan, and even though Lin Xuan lent her the money, she still needed 3 million yuan and wondered what to do. Yang Ning thought about it, and wondered what if he sold it all in the system, because he would be able to get about 3,600,000 yuan. And he also has 900,000 on his bank card, and just as much as he needs. In addition, he will also get points. He turned to the girl and asked her what she thought about him selling the jewelry, since he had people willing to buy it. The girl seriously considered the main character's proposal. After that, she placed her hand on the protagonist's arm and thanked him. After a while, he would dry his hair with a blow dryer. In the middle of this process, he received a new message on his phone. It told him to check his email. As he picked up his phone, he realized that his bank card balance had increased to 1,800,000 yuan. The man also realized that he needed to transfer the money to Ms. Fire, and then looked at the glasses. Immediately afterward, the protagonist received a message about the achievement. He lay on the bed and thought about the number of points he had gotten. The man wondered how he could use them. Right after that, he clicked on the beauty item store and thought that he should thank the girls for helping him complete the task. It wasn't long before he came across an item called beauty pills and realized that it was exactly what he needed. At the same time, the girls were sitting on couches in the living room. Yanning walked down the stairs and realized that all the beauties were just there. Lin Jiqing thanked the protagonist and asked how he managed to sell everything so quickly, and if he wanted to introduce the girls to the buyers. Ling Xuan said that the girl made a lot of money. The protagonist smiled nervously and said that he would probably introduce them next time, and thanked her for trusting the girl. Lin Jiqing said that he was very cool. At the same time, Ling Xuan said that these items could have been sold more expensively, while Tang Tang told the protagonist to compensate and treat them to dinner. He said that Lin Jiqing urgently needed money and had a small gift to compensate. Immediately afterward, he held out the beauty pills to the girls. The main character said that these are beauty pills, and they are derived from various Chinese herbal remedies. The man also told them not to look at the fact that there is no official brand name, but there are no side effects and he can guarantee the quality. Jiqing thanked her for the gift, but said that she already had something similar. Right after that, the girl looked at her friends and was greatly surprised. The girls looked at the preparations with burning eyes. The girl wondered why they were looking at them like that. Lin wondered if it was because of yesterday and if they were jealous. Lin Jiqing turned to the girl and asked if they were really effective. Tang Tang said she didn't know because she had never tried them. Right after that, Lin Jiqing asked why Tang Tang was looking at them like a cat looking at catnip since it wasn't too indecent. Tang Tang shuddered at this comparison and said that it was Lin Jiqing who was the cat here. Ling Xuan said that they had seen him fight and his physical abilities. The girl also said that when they first met he was not, and after 3 days he had turned into a completely new person. Jiqing said it's all too implausible, and is he really an alien? Yang Ning covered in sweat and said that these pills were normal, and he didn't know what she was talking about. All 3 girls looked at the protagonist suspiciously and asked if he really meant it. Still covered in sweat, he turned away from the girls and thought it was a close call. He realized that he was very lucky that as soon as it came to cosmetics, the girls' IQs dropped to 0. He handed the pills to the girls and told them to take 2 pills 3 times a day, and the bad stuff would be gone from their bodies. He told me to worry because they don't have any side effects. The man also said not to chew them, just swallow them. Lin Xuan had been holding the pills the whole time, and the other 2 girls felt as if they were hanging on to her. Lin Jiqing said that the girl was still very young and didn't need them when Lin Jiqing herself needed them badly. He just exhaled and realized that when it came to cosmetics, women could really go crazy. At the same time, someone slapped the girl's cheek with great force. The man was moving away from the girl who was lying on the floor. He said he was warning her for the last time, and next time she shouldn't blame him for what would happen. The girl pressed down instead of hitting and asked if it was because of her, and why everyone prefers Ms. Lin they her. At the same time, the man was moving farther away from the girl, who was lying on the floor crying, shivering with her whole body. The girl said that she would not forgive this, and would take revenge on Ling Xuan, even if it was the last thing she did. After a while, morning came. He lay quietly on his bed with nothing on his mind. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a piercing scream and instantly woke up. He immediately ran out into the living room and asked what was wrong. As it turned out, the girls admired each other's appearance. Ling Xuan told Lin Jiqing that her skin had become smoother and brighter. At the same time, Lin Jiqing said that her skin had become smoother and brighter too. The girls clearly didn't expect the pills to really work. At the same time, he only exhaled disappointedly. The man said that the girls scared him very much, and he thought that robbers or thieves had come to the house. At the same time, the girls only paid attention to the main character, who was walking around completely naked. Immediately afterward, the girls threw a pillow at him and called him a pervert. Yanning was greatly embarrassed and said that he had just woken up and heard the screams, which was completely normal for a man like him. Lin Jiqing couldn't stop looking at the protagonist and said that the girl was very impressed. At the same time, Lin Xuan only covered her face with her hands to avoid seeing the protagonist and told him to put on some pants right now. He turned back around and started complaining as if the girls had never seen a man's manhood, and Yang Ning would go back to his room to put on his pants. Quite soon, the company sat down to breakfast. He and Lin Jiqing were talking. The girl asked if she had gotten prettier, but what he said was that she was very pretty and the most beautiful. At the same time, Ling Xuan only wondered where Tang Tang was and if she was still sleeping. The girl thought that she should wake her up. Suddenly, someone called the girl's cell phone. Ling Xuan picked up the phone and was very surprised at what she heard. Suddenly, the girl cried. She was shaking all over and could not utter a word. Lin Jiqing anxiously turned to the girl and asked why she was crying. Ling Xuan moved closer to her sister and said that Fubu was dead, crying even more. Immediately after that, the girl hung on to Lin Jiqing, unable to stay on her feet. Lin Jiqing told her not to hold back and cry all her tears. The girl gently placed her hands on Ling Xuan's shoulders and asked, "How did he die?" Ling Xuan turned her head and said that he jumped off the balcony from the 7th floor. Unable to stop the tears, Cutie said that Uncle Lu's people found out that his son owed millions of dollars, and Fubu couldn't pay them back. Recently, he was given a huge sum of money, and the girl thinks it's connected to her recent kidnapping attempt. Lin Jiqing finally understood the circumstances of the event, and told the girl not to blame himself because he wanted to help his family, and it was a desperate move. The girl squeezed her friend's hands tightly. Ling Xuan asked why he didn't turn to her if he had money problems, and why he wanted to grab her. The girl didn't understand anything. The protagonist thought hard. The man realized that he had no idea who this Fubu was. He was angry for making the girl so sad. Yang Ning thought that if he really didn't want to hurt Ling Xuan, then why did he act on a plan involving hurting her? He realized that something was wrong here. Lin Jiqing said that she couldn't let Tang Tang know about it. Immediately after that, Ling Xuan told her friend not to worry, because she knew what to do. Immediately afterward, the girl got up from the table and trying to throw off her breasts, said that they had to get ready for today's assessment. At the same time, there was a meeting going on in the assessment room. Some did not believe that a child who had just reached adulthood would have assessment abilities. Another man said to underestimate today's youth because they will be able to surprise them. At the same time, another man said that this child has no education at all, and shouldn't young people follow the old generation and learn from them. At the same time, another man said with a pleasant smile whether they were not too old to stay here because none of them had good people to realize. The man was convinced that they needed new perspectives. Nevertheless, not everyone agreed with this thought, and only looked at the man in silence. Some even wondered why anyone was even talking about it. He wasn't that much older than them. Another man approached Old Man Meng because he had heard that a boy had found a rare antique on his desk. The man asked if he had really put it there to check, or if he had become senile from old age. At the same time, the old man was only angered by such a sarcastic comment from his colleague. With an abrupt movement, the man placed the cup of tea on the table. At the same time, Ling Xuan and him were heading down the corridor to the meeting place. Ling Xuan said that the industry elders were here and asked the protagonist to behave in front of them. He only nodded at all the girls' remarks. Suddenly, the company heard a sharp shout from the direction of the hall. Most likely it was Old Man Meng who was angrily addressing his colleague and shouting at him to explain what he wanted to say. As the verbal altercation continued, the girl's face became more and more nervous as Yang Ning burst into laughter. The old man clearly couldn't contain his emotions, and slammed his hands on the table and started calling his colleague names. Suddenly a third person intervened, and stopped the argument between the men. The man sat down at the table and told everyone to sit down and discuss things like educated people. At the same time, he and Ling Xuan found themselves at the entrance. The girl tapped the protagonist on the shoulder and told him to introduce himself. The boy smiled and said hello. He gave his name and said he turned 18 this year. He said he went to a 3rd district high school and now he wanted to go to college. He said his goal was to pass the test so the Lin family could enter the evaluation contest. Yang Ning said that he was self-taught, so his methods were not exactly like the others. At the same time, Old Man Meng only nodded in response to the main character's words. One of the elders expressed his excitement because they might have problems with mutual understanding and asked his colleagues for their opinion. One of the elders said that he was willing to give the young man a chance because he looked promising. Another said that they need only the best of the best, because only then can they stand up to adversity. Said that they should let the young man try himself because only then and not find out his true abilities. At the same time, one of the elders turned out to be Zhou Xueben's father. He remembered his son begging him not to let the guy participate. The man realized that he didn't care who participated, but he couldn't let this guy test him. In the end, Elder Meng said he was in favor and they should try it out. Immediately afterward, a man, apparently in charge, pulled out a small box. He turned to the protagonist, pulling a scroll out of a box and asked to see it. He was very surprised to see such an incredibly valuable item on the table. The system said it was calligraphy by Luo Wei-ying. The system rated it as modern calligraphy by the chairman of Chinese calligraphy. The main character's eyes seemed to light up. He said that the chairman's style was incredibly good, and he had a good idea of plum. At the same time, the elder was extremely surprised because he didn't even give a hint of origin, and he recognized the calligraphy at a glance. The man asked the protagonist if they knew the chairman, and he would like to know a little more about the connection. He only scratched his cheek and said sin not knowing his work. However, the other elders were not so gullible and thought that he had merely guessed. Yan Ning squinted his eyes and asked to let this child tell more about the chairman. He said that the chairman always insisted on studying the art of painting. The protagonist said that by using Chinese traditional art as a model, the chairman created a style that incorporates the purpose of ancient Chinese life struggle. All the elders listened attentively to the protagonist. He said that according to the chairman, the true essence of art lies in its ability to innovate, and innovation is not a popular method in most art forms. Lin Xuan looked at the protagonist and only smiled. He continued that it is especially relevant today, when post-art modernism must strive for the right image, but also conform to the changes of modern society. Guy said the man has created his own style of painting with his own laws and thoughts that provoke the imagination. And this is how a generation is created in artists who will challenge themselves. After such an incredible story, the whole hall only listened attentively to the main character. After finishing the story, the elder said that he had done very well for himself. One of the elders said that it was indeed true that young people continue to follow the example of the Chinese people since the old dynasties. All the elders agreed with his colleague's statement. One elder started clapping for the protagonist and said that they could no longer doubt him and that he deserved to participate in the competition. The protagonist smiled and looked at Ling Xuan. Still smiling, the girl nodded to the protagonist. Suddenly, one of the elders turned to the protagonist and said that he was rooting for him even before all of this. And when rumors about the guy came out, it interested him even more. However, the main character's eyes instantly lit up as soon as Yang Ning saw this book. The system rated this item as the 12th Lingshu volume. The system also said that this collection was written by the famous scholar Zhang Shu, and this is the last of 4 copies. Seeing such a valuable thing in front of him, he turned to the elder and asked if he wanted to negotiate with the protagonist. Immediately after that, he said to sell Tom to him. The elder was instantly surprised by such insolence on the part of the protagonist. At the same time, Ling Xuan even did not expect such behavior from the protagonist, and opened her mouth wide. Elder Zhao, he wasn't the only one who said as quickly as possible that Tom wasn't for sale. Ling Xuan thought to herself that this was the expression on the protagonist's face when he found the ring, and the girl hadn't seen him so excited since then. Elder Meng hesitated, for young Ning could immediately recognize the value of the snuff box from the many that the man had placed on the table. The man was convinced that he was a good actor, and now he felt that it was in a 12-volume book. However, Elder Zhao said with a smile that he was not going to sell this book. The other elders began to say that he was overconfident, and if such a person were to represent the company in the competition, he would definitely bring shame upon the company. One of the elders said that the person who gave him the books said that they were passed down from a famous sect, and contained engravings and the value of all these books from 500,000 yuan. At the same time, the girl only looked warily at the protagonist. She squinted her eyes and asked what he had discovered. The protagonist's face covered with photos, and he began to excuse himself more. The man said that this book was one of Ling Shu's 12 volumes. However, the girl did not believe the protagonist, and asked if the books were worth less than they should, because they could lose their reputation and trust if they were wrong. At the same time, Elder Zhao said that even if it is a simple book that is in good condition, it is also valuable. The girl turned to the man and said to underestimate the protagonist, because he doesn't know him at all. The girl said that even a $1 million ring can be easily identified with his help. However, the entire hall fell silent upon hearing such a statement from Ling Xuan. The girl said he would surely prove it. At the same time, the protagonist only scratched his nose and asked what the girl was saying, because he didn't understand anything. Realizing that she was being bullied, the girl shouted at the protagonist. Ling Xuan asked what he wanted. He raised his hand and said that for 500,000 yuan, he would tell everything. The entire audience was shocked by the words of the protagonist. Ling Xuan wondered why the protagonist had put up such a high price, and whether there was something in these books that they were hiding. The girl crossed her arms and agreed to that price. He only smiled and said payment comes first. At the same time, Elder Zhao turned to the protagonist and said that it was too bold a statement, and he didn't think his evaluation was worth that much. Yang Ning turned to the man and asked how expensive he thought this book was. The man scratched his chin and said that most likely each book was worth 100,000 yuan. The protagonist said that he would buy all the books for 800,000 yuan and asked me to tell him the account so he could transfer the amount right now. The entire cast of elders or with silently looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. The protagonist asked in surprise if something was wrong and said to call the clerk or secretary because he was going to buy books. However, Ling Xuan squinted her eyes and said that she would buy all the books for 1,000,000 yuan. The guy asked if the girl really wasn't kidding. However, he was instantly upset because he didn't expect the girl to do that. Ling Xuan thought that the 12 volumes of ancient books were worth about 1,000,000 yuan, and even if he charged 500,000 for the appraisal, they wouldn't lose money. Ling Xuan said that she would pay, and now he had to tell everything. The protagonist exhaled and dejectedly agreed. Immediately afterward, he coughed to clear and began to narrate. Yang Ning said that the 12th volume was created by the Chenghua family author, and in fact the 12th volume is actually the hidden 13th volume. Elder Zhao said that it was really true because it was often printed in the printing house, and these books were in the collection of many people. He said that right now he was talking about the edited version by the famous medic Xiongzong. He said that he was an expert on ancient books and had the elder never heard his name once. However, the man didn't understand what this had to do with the book, and asked if it had anything to do with the Zhongmen clan, as it was rumored that each member of the family was involved in a different area. Yang Ning said he also knows that some families glue the page together and hide their books, and a non-professional wouldn't be able to see it. Repeating us interrogated the protagonist, does the protagonist really think that people hide it in plain sight? The protagonist picked up a book and said that the Zhongmen clan used to have many printing presses, so they hid their knowledge in books. The elder huffed because if these books are really from the Zhongmen clan, the tone is committing a great sin. The other elders were sweating and questioned if everything he said was true, and there was a treasure hidden in the books. He asked if they didn't believe him and asked for water. However, Elder Zhao instantly asked if he really wanted to destroy the book by exposing its story. However, he only covered his ears at the old man's shouting and said that he didn't care, and should just pay. Right after he finished his story, Lin Xuan asked, "What is the current price now?" With excitement on her face, Elder said that after the reassessment, they will start with a starting price of 4 million. Immediately afterward, the whole room was dumbfounded by such news. Ling Xuan was also completely shocked. In the beginning there was a ring, then a snuff box, and now Yang Ning joined Lin's house. The girl asked the protagonist if he wanted to work in Lin's house because the girl promised to pay him a good salary. He put his hands behind his head and said that there was absolutely no problem, because he also wanted them to get married and become grandparents who would have many granddaughters. Realizing that she was being laughed at, the girl asked the protagonist to be a little more serious. Meanwhile, Elder Meng said that this suggestion is not such a bad thing after all. This man has a head on his shoulders and will take care of his girlfriend. However, Ling Xuan'e turned around and said that she was only asking him to work in the house. However, the man with a serious expression asked how much she was willing to pay the protagonist. 1,000,000? 1,000,000,000? The girl instantly realized what she was asking for, and their potential loss. The man said that the first time he met her, he found a ring worth 1,000,000 yuan, and then he identified a snuff box worth 200,000 yuan. The man asked what was in store for him since his appraisal had increased the value of the 12 volumes tenfold and whether she could support such a person. Raising a cup of tea, the man said that if he wanted to screw them over, he would buy the book for 1,000,000, and then sell it for several times that amount. Ling Xuan instantly realized the full force of the responsibility of her words. The girl realized that she was only the granddaughter of House Lin and would not be able to support him. Immediately after that, Yan Ning smiled radiantly and asked if the girl didn't want him. However, the girl ignored the protagonist and asked her grandfather what secret these 12 volumes were hiding. The elder smiled and said that it was probably Xiong Zongli's manuscript. The man also said that the people of Zhongmen were focused on spiritual aspects, and he could contact old friends from Huangyi. Immediately afterward, the man started putting the book away and said he was voting for the guy. Taking the book for himself, the elder waved his hand and was about to leave. Immediately afterward, Elder Meng turned to his colleagues and asked who were the next ones. Suddenly, one of the elders, being angry, said that it was his turn. Elder. He said that although he hated to admit it, the kid had talent. He thanked the man and asked how he would test the protagonist. Immediately afterward, the man pulled out a bag. The elder smiled and said that he had recently received a painting for appraisal, but was unable to establish the true value and asked the protagonist to help with that. The main character was surprised because he immediately thought about what kind of cloth the picture was painted on and with what colors. It wasn't long before the man unpacked the painting and showed it to the protagonist. The system judged it to be modern art. It showed 6 girls in a poorly lit room. Yang Ning blushed slightly, but without stopping smiling said that the painting gives him an impression that makes him see naked girls in the dark. He said that this painting is dark like a gray world, and the more you look into it, you notice the distortion of the image. He said that most likely the guy who painted this painting is what you are avoiding. Immediately afterward, he speculated if this guy was Lee Sen. The elder said that it was indeed Lee Seng-yi who called the protagonist a man of culture. Right after that, he put his hand on the main character's shoulder and said he was casting his vote for him. Another elder sipping tea said not to even be asked, because Yang Ning is in favor. After that, she asked if anyone else was there. Zhou Xueben's father was covered in profuse sweat. He realized that even though I didn't want him to pass the exam, but his knowledge was too vast. However, the man realized that he could not afford to insult him and had to do something about it. Suddenly the man received a phone call from someone. Zhou Xueben's father picked up the phone and walked out of the hall. The man's eyes lit up from the information he received and realized that he was counting on Zhao Jiayu a lot right now and he didn't need to worry. Turning to the protagonist, the man said that he would have to rely only on himself and told him to get ready. The man also said that his luck would soon leave him, for the man was sure that he did not know everything. At the same time, Old Man Meng did not appreciate his colleague's words and asked if he really wanted to be beaten again, because it was obvious that the boy did not rely on luck alone. However, the man would not even listen to the words of his kneeler and told him to shut up. Immediately after that, he started threatening him. These words made Elder Meng extremely angry, so he almost spilled the tea kettle. Looking each other in the eye, the colleagues continued their verbal altercation. At the same time, another elder tried to stop them and told them they were still only in the middle of the test. At the same time, Zhou Xueben's father said that his task was very easy, and it was just an ordinary jade carving. All present were stunned at such news. He asked me what kind of thread he was talking about. The elder began to explain. The man said that it was a carving used to cut stones that might contain jade or emerald. The elder approached the protagonist and said that half of it depended on luck, and the rest on thinking. The man also said that most of the people here had been trained to do that. Zhou Xueben's father leaned in front of the stones and said that his tasks were very simple, because the protagonist needed to choose 3 stones, and if one of them contained jade, he would earn his vote. The man smiled and said that all these stones were from his personal collection, and if he wanted them cut, he had to pay. Elder Meng was extremely offended by the man's demand, as he understood that it was a job, and he could have just taken those stones out of the way. However, he smiled and asked if he could choose more than 3 pieces. The elder was extremely surprised by his question, for he thought the boy would refuse. He leaned over and said he wanted to try cutting more rocks, and could he buy some more? Elder Meng warned the protagonist not to buy any of his things because it was probably all set up by his friends. At the same time, Zhou Xueben's father told me to listen to him because the stones were real. He smiled and realized that his eyes of truth could determine which stone was valuable. He had nothing to worry about. Yan Ning realized with his vision that there are 3 green-colored stones and 2 white-colored stones. On top of that, the latter stones emit some energy, and he thinks it's best to choose them. He pointed to the stones and asked how much they were worth. The elder said they were worth 1,000,000 yuan, and he said that for that kind of money, he could buy a good car, and whether Yang Ning really charges a fair price. The man became agitated and said he would give a discount, 700,000 yuan. She, like him, was adamant and demanded 500,000. The elder began to sense some sort of catch, but agreed anyway. It wasn't long before he wrote a document confirming the purchase. Holding out a pen and documents to the protagonist, the man told him to sign. At the same time, Elder Meng was still trying to persuade the protagonist not to do this. The man said he was playing with rocks, and those rocks were empty. He said he had nothing to worry about because it was only 500,000 yuan, and he would probably make money from it. At the same time, Ling Xuan only gloomily looked at the protagonist. He asked if she would agree with his statement. The girl said she would borrow the stones, to which the elder agreed. It wasn't long before he signed the document. The man rolled the document up in a tube and said he would have voted anyway if it hadn't passed him by. The man stated that she was leaving the company. Ling Xuan perplexedly asked what the man meant. Suddenly, he heard a voice that was unfamiliar to him. The girl was saying that since the elder had made such a decision, they had no right to detain the protagonist any longer. Lin Zong expressed her hopes that the main character's performance would be good. Yan Ning, upon seeing such a beauty, instantly blushed. The elder turned to the lady and said that he rarely sees her. Lin Zong was surprised by such a statement and asked if she couldn't just walk over. Right after that, she turned to the main character and asked if Yang Ning was the guy Elder Zhao had mentioned. He said with excitement that it was indeed true. While he was still standing there with his mouth open, Lin Zong asked how things were going with the evaluation of the 6 items. Elder Ming said that only Mr. Qing refused to vote and everyone else had already agreed. Zhou Xueben's father said that since Lin Zong is here, they have a competent assistant to oversee the evaluation process, and he will go since he has to send a letter to the general office. However, Lin Zong said that she was busy and told her to give the letter to the secretary before leaving. Repeater got angry, and in his thoughts called the mistress cunning. Yan Ning raised his hands and said that since he had bought the stones from the elder, he could start cutting them to find out what was inside. The elder said there was no need for him to do that. The protagonist said it was incredibly unfortunate because he was sure there was something valuable inside. He held out the stone to Ling Xuan and said that yes, it could be around 1,000,000 yuan. Ling Xuan asked if he was really sure that there was 1,000,000 yuan in there. He said there's no guarantee, and it's a gamble. The man also said he just had a hunch that the stone was valuable. The girl took the stone in her hands, nodded to the protagonist, and said she believed him. Ling Xuan said that she invited in 2 masters to cut the stone. He said he felt sorry that Mr. Zhao didn't value the stones. However, Zhou Xueben's father, Zhou Xueben, said that he did not believe that he might be lucky to have a protagonist. It was not long before the company found themselves in the cutting room of Lin's house. Yan Ning thought that old man Zhao was worried since he realized that the man was in big trouble. One staff member said they should start cutting from there. Another staff member said that the density is low and they could try his method, but they should pay attention to the length. While the staff was sorting out how they should start cutting the stone, he turned to Lin Xuan and asked who Lin Zong was. Lin Xuan said her name is Lin Zong, and she is her cousin, who is the general manager in the auction house. The girl said that unlike her, she has a real position in the company and rarely appears in public. At the same time, the house staff finally began cutting the stone. The sharp blade made contact with the sheath of stone in an attempt to cut through it. However, it wasn't long before the staff was very surprised by the bright green color. The man turned to the protagonist's company and said they had found something. Lin Zong was very surprised by such a finding as she hadn't expected anything sensible. The company started discussing and realized that it was most likely green jade. After that, someone wondered what kind of jade it was. Ling Xuan didn't expect anything either and asked, "What is the real value of the green jade, and can anyone appraise this material?" One of the staff members at Lin's house asked his coworker to look in a certain direction. The man said to look closely and said there are no scratches, and the color is pure. The man also wondered if it was ice lotus jade. The entire company was incredibly surprised by such a find, and Elder Meng told the protagonist that he was incredibly lucky. The employee said it could be used to make 2 sets of necklaces, and the remainder could be used for small accessories. Lin Zong said that her company is entering the jewelry market with a new brand, and they have financed the project in several cities, so they will open stores soon, and she wants to introduce this jade in their collection. Lin Xuan supported her cousin's idea. Mentally, she looked at the protagonist, who hadn't expected such a piercing stare. While Yang Ning was scratching his nose, Lin Zong ordered to hand over 1,000,000 yuan to the protagonist. Suddenly, he realized that he had finally completed his quest to become a millionaire, for which he had received the title. Yan Ning even clenched his fist in joy. However, the system did not leave him without a task, instantly issuing a new one. The system ordered him to become a multimillionaire. Meanwhile, he asked to check the next stone. However, Elder Zhao couldn't believe that he had lost something so precious and begged the protagonist to stop. Grabbing the protagonist's shoulder, the man said he had changed his mind about selling them, and ordered all the stones to be returned to him. However, he waived the contract and said that it said that if the man wanted the stones back, he had to pay 1,000,000,000 yuan, and did he really agree to that? Lin Zong turned to the elder and told him to stop rampaging, for otherwise she would call the guards to stop it. The man at the same moment began to make excuses and tried to wipe the sweat from his face. Immediately afterward, Elder asked the staff to look at the stones in his box. The man asked Mistress what he should do. Yang Ning said that he still saw free as a fish in the water. However, the elder was relentless and ordered the staff to cut more. The staff still continued to cut stone in the same way. However, it wasn't long before the elder's face emptied with despair. As it turned out, his stones were completely empty. The elder could not accept such a reality and cried out that it was impossible. The staff tried to say something. However, they could interfere with such an important person. At the same time, Lin Zong and Ling Xuan watched the old man's despair. Time after time as the stones were cut, they found themselves empty. The elder was crying at the end and still ordered to continue cutting because he was sure that at least one of them would have jade in it. The man turned to the elder and said he was cutting them up, but they were all empty. Suddenly, the man snatched the rock out of the employee's hands and told him he was doing it wrong and ordered him to get out of here. Yang Ning turned to the elder and asked what he was doing. However, the elder didn't even want to listen to the protagonist and ordered him to stay out of the way. The man turned to Elder Meng and said that he believed he could get at least one jade, and he would absolutely get it. It wasn't long, however, before the stone was sawed away in its entirety. Yoo Seungwoo's father stood in a stupor because he couldn't believe that such a thing had happened. Suddenly, the man started touching his face in frustration and screaming that he had been tricked, and it was all a setup. At the same time, he went up to the elder and said it was his turn. He turned to the employee and said that here was another stone he had picked out, and he wanted to test his luck. Elder Meng approached the protagonist and rushed the employee, saying that he wanted to see the guy win. Everyone started discussing the guy's sharp mind and said that the god of random was helping him, as it could be seen that the jade was green and it was most likely another green ice jade. Elder Joe began to cry because he couldn't believe his misfortune. The employee approached the protagonist and said that he believed that any stone he would give was valuable. The man also asked where he learned this. However, he changed the subject and said to check another rock. Lin Zong turned to the protagonist and asked if he wanted to sell each stone for 5 million. The elder was stunned at these words, but he couldn't say anything. He gave serious thought to Mistress's suggestion. Yang Ning has calculated that the first stone is worth 3 million, the second 1.5 million, and as far as he knows, this system shows the true price, but the shareholders overestimate it. However, he ignored the offer with a smile and thought he would decline. Guy walked up to the man and told him to check out this rock first. The man realized that this stone can't be cut because of its small hardness, but he thinks he can handle it. After cutting the stone, a bright green color was visible from there. The man, even though he expected the value, got very excited and told the rest of the company that it was another green jade. The man said it was an ice jade, and an emerald-colored one at that, and that it was an incredible piece of luck. Elder Joe jumped in surprise and realized that he had obtained another jade. At the same time, Old Man Meng enjoyed his colleague's despair. Quite soon, Yoo Seungwoo's father began to slowly fall down with a foaming at the mouth. The man asked God why this was happening to him. Shuddering convulsively, the man said those stones were still his. A company gathered around the man, wondering is the elder dead, while Old Man Meng said to call the medics and leave him alone. Lin Zong approached the protagonist and asked what about the 8 million, and even then, he agreed. But suddenly, Lin Zong asked why he wasn't checking the next stone. Yang Ning said he wasn't sure about this stone, and maybe he would keep it as a memory of that day. Fearfully, they began to say that he was good at what he did, and perhaps it was because he was young that this stone turned out to be bad. Even though the men praised the protagonist, there was an invisible reproach about the imperfection of the protagonist. He was covered in sweat because he realized he was being criticized for that choice. He did agree to cut it, but asked to go to another branch to cut it. He took the stone in his hands and thought that if they cut it right now, they would be terrified of the truth. Ling Xuan disapprovingly looked at the protagonist as if she could see right through him. Ling Xuan asked if he really didn't want to check this stone. He got worried and said should he really check this stone because if he cut it, he would spoil the beauty. Ling Xuan said her intuition that there was something valuable in this stone. He asked if the girl knew anything about these stones. The unexpected girl came close to the protagonist's face and asked if he was up to something again, and if his stone was more amazing than the past ones. Suddenly, someone asked, "Do people I wonder what's inside the stone?" As it turned out, Lin Zong had said to cut it in another section without too many eyes so no one would find out. Yan Ning blushed, however, said that it was a great idea. In his thoughts, he began to laugh, for he will enjoy his youth to the fullest as the two beauties want to cut stone with him. Immediately afterward, all the elders left the hall. Later that day, companies got together again. Lin Zong told the master to start cutting the stone, and the entire company began to wait. Immediately afterward, however, the door to the workshop opened. The elder asked if the young people thought they could deceive the old men. Elder Meng said they concluded that with a probability of 80% he would want to cut this stone later. The elder turned to the protagonist, hoping that he wouldn't mind their presence. Yang Ning only scratched the back of his head and asked if he was joking. However, the elder said that he asked seriously and did not appear to be laughing. At the same time, his colleague told the man to stop joking and for the master to start cutting the stone. Immediately afterward, the man inserted the stone into special equipment. It wasn't long before the cutter began to cut away the stone. Absolutely all the elders became excited and opened their mouths. However, the master said that it is green jade, and its quality is below average. The men also said that the color is a little dark, and the man doesn't think it is worth much. However, the protagonist asked him to cut it from the other side. After all, the protagonist has a good feeling about this stone. Lin Xuan and Lin Zong looked at each other, He silently pondered over the main character's action. The elder approached the protagonist and told him not to be upset because he had other jades. The man said that the whole surface is green, and he doesn't think there is jade in jade here. He squinted his eyes and realized something was wrong. Thinking about it, he called up the menu medical evaluation, substance analysis, substance processing analysis. Pretty soon he said to trim the oily part, because there is most likely another jade inside. The elders were extremely surprised at such an inference from the protagonist. Yanning said with a confident smile that something was hidden in the stone. The master continued to cut the stone, and the whole company tensed. One of the elders spoke and the man stopped, noticing something strange. One of the elders asked what kind of jade it was, while the others didn't realize what it really was. They were comforted by the fact that the jade was incredibly small. Suddenly the master said it was mirror green jade. The man said that he had heard of such jade before, because he was in another jade and did not expect to see it with his own eyes. Immediately afterwards, the man literally cried with happiness. The elder said that this was the first time he had seen such a thing. He wondered what kind of green jade it was. Lin Zong couldn't believe that it was really a new type of jade. Lin Xuan asked if her cousin knew anything about it. Lin Zong said that it looked more like glass than jade. The girl also said that it could possibly be a noble, imperial thread. Immediately afterward, the company shrieked with disbelief, for it was too good to be true. The staff member said that this was what his master was talking about. The man said that Yang Ning was only a jade carver and wouldn't dare to carve it further. He also said to find someone more capable. The elder thanked the master for his work, while another man asked what the price of this jade was, because it was so rare that no one valued it. Unexpectedly, Lin Zong turned around to the main character, trying to ask something. The girl smiled and asked if he would sell it. He instantly blushed at the seductive sight of the girl. Afterward, they stood looking at each other in awkward silence for a few seconds. The elders didn't take it upon themselves to stop them, and still watched the conversation as excitedly as ever. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin and thought hard. Yang Ning asked in his mind to give him time to check the board of completed quests. The protagonist realized that he had only 2 million to complete the quest, and the guy wondered if it was really. But it is worth it to put it aside because he is in no hurry to go anywhere. Right after that, he looked at the number of his points. The guy said that his goal was to earn as many points as possible, and the system offered to sell her jade at 2 million, and the girl at 8. The girl turned to the protagonist and said that she realized her question might be rude, but House Lin needed that jade. The guy suggested that this jade was not only valuable for Lin's house. The guy said that he heard that they were going to create a new jewelry brand, and this jade would most likely be used as a marketing move. Lin Zong said that he was right, and they wanted to use this jade as a blow to the Burman monopoly, because Myanmar had recently restricted the export of jade, so it was a serious blow to them. The girl said that this particular stone would not help Lin's house. However, Yang Ning said he was not ready to negotiate the price of jade at the moment. All the elders instantly opened their mouths, for they had not expected such an act from the protagonist. Lin Zong asked if he could listen to her proposal first, or at least give her a reason. He stopped the girl and said that he just didn't want to do it. He said to stop worrying about it because chasing profits isn't worth burning your youth. Lin Zong was silenced by such a remark from the protagonist without uttering a word. At the same time, Ling Xuan asked what he was really up to, and ordered him to tell her the real reason why Yang Ning didn't want to sell. He pondered the girl's words and re-questioned if she really wanted to know the reason. He said the reason was simple. He wanted to give it to his mother or future wife because he needed something to give his wife for her wedding. Ling Xuan only thought of Yang Ning hiding his true intentions, but she understood them. The girl remembered that she had originally thought he was just a regular bully, but his grandfather had rated him well. The guy is good in body, not stupid in mind. His sewer skills are top-notch, and he went through a lot to become like that. But he asked if this matter was so difficult to resolve because if Ling Xuan wanted Imperial Jade, then Yang Ning would take care of it. Ling Xuan instantly forgot about his entire assessment after all. This guy's a bully after all. Suddenly, the elder asked to consider a compromise. The elder said that he didn't know if Madame really needed this jade, but he could ask. He then asked if she definitely wanted to create a brand around one jade. Lin Zong replied in the affirmative. After that, the elder turned to the protagonist and said that since the guy wanted to give something to his mom, wouldn't it be better to make a bracelet? He said that one pair was enough for him. The elder said that old Lu would help them carve bracelets out of this stone, and they would give the finished products to House Lin, and he would make a nice profit from it. He thought about it and realized it was a good enough compromise. After that, the fire shook Lin Zong's hand and said that the deal was done. That same day in the evening, he was resting in his villa. and lying on his bed he checked the message and said that there was still a month left before the evaluation contest, and he should see what his score was. Looking at his performance, he wondered where he should allocate his 54 points. Yanning thought that this was enough and wondered if he should take something else. The Royal Ace Manual came to his attention. The system said that in a short period of time, a trainee would gain the abilities of a summer soldier and would need to have 70 agility and 65 speed. He bought the book and thought after that kidnapping incident he'd better get some insurance. The main character said that the mind will live in wealth means, and his wife can be attacked, and he goes to the moment when you can perfectly save his wife. After that, he decided to lay out to distribute points among the characteristics. Quite soon, his characteristics increased again. He raised his hands and began to rejoice because he was approaching the level of Superman A and maybe Batman, and the ambulance his characteristics would be at B level. At the same time, the system began to analyze the training manual for elite soldiers. Suddenly he felt something strange. Immediately afterward, the main character's body fainted. It was like he was at the bottom of the sea. Once at the bottom, he began to absorb information. The man learned the basics of hand-to-hand combat. Immediately thereafter, he was shown the basics of the modern way of introducing warfare. Afterward, survival tactics for any terrain in the world surfaced in his memories. Absorbing all this information, Yanning fainted. After a while, he woke up covered in sweat. He began to pant heavily and tried to realize what was happening around him. After that, he turned on the desk lamp. The protagonist picked up his watch and glanced at it, trying to gather his thoughts. He looked that it was only 4 o'clock in the morning of the same day, yet he felt as if he had lived 10 years in a dream and then returned to the living. Right after that, it was reported that Yanning had only mastered one of the 3 parts, which he was not happy about. He realized that he had mastered hand-to-hand combat. He thought that this time was enough, and in the future, Yanning would become an elite soldier. It was quite soon morning in Lin Xuan's villa. The girl woke up and started to pull herself up, yawning. Right after that, the girl went downstairs and saw the main character. The girl asked him what he was doing here since he was up so early. Yanning was performing pull-ups at the time and said that he was just practicing. The man also asked where Lin Ziqing and Tantan were. Said Tang Tang went to school, and Lin Ziqing is sending with her company. He said it's very interesting that she has her own company because the girl was only a lingerie model. Lin Xuan said that she is not only a lingerie model, but also the owner of the company. So what it, he fixed his gaze on the girl and blushed. It turned out that the girl was in a robe and the protagonist was visible all forms. Noticing the girl's irritation, he turned away from her. He smiled to himself and said, thanks to her pumping elite soldier, she no longer understood him. The girl was pouring a glass of water and asked the protagonist if he was preparing for exams and told him to come back early and study. The girl also asked him which university he was planning to join, to which he said he wanted to join Huanfu University. The girl handed a glass of water to the protagonist and said that this university is one of the prestigious universities in China, and whether the man can really get in there. He scratched the back of his head and said that he was usually in the penultimate place in the class every year. The girl exhaled and said that despite what his real level of knowledge was, but when he entered university, then the girl would cook a real dinner. The protagonist only made a joke about the girl. Very soon, he was on his way to school. Looking out the window, he thought that Lin Xuan didn't care anything about him. After all, he was really a bad student before, but the system would be better. Suddenly, he looked at the girl who had walked in, and Yanning was surprised that even her back was beautiful. He tried not to smile, and thought only that it was better not to judge, because it was only from the back, and it could be a transvestite. Nevertheless, the man only hoped that she was really beautiful. At the same moment, the girl turned her head and said where the 7th block was. The guy was squealing with happiness because it's another beautiful lowly. He looked at the girl with loving eyes. Suddenly the girl, as if sensing the hero's gaze, looked in his direction. He instantly became agitated and started pretending to look out the window. At the same time in the transport are, and 2 obscure men who looked at the girl with vulgarity. The man's companion said that this girl looked very good. The other said that as soon as she got off the train, they would follow her and do what they usually do. While the men were distributing the heads, the protagonist only listened silently to what was going on. He squinted his eyes and wondered why such animals existed, since he had 500 ways to deal with them. It wasn't long before he was out to his stations. He started looking around and noticed something unusual. A girl like these 2 men also got off at the same station. While the girl was on her way to run errands, 2 men chased her. Suddenly the men called out to the girl and asked where she was going. The man approached her and asked her if she wanted to play with them, because they would make her feel good. The man also told her to give them her number because they wanted to be her friends. The girl apologized and said she didn't have her phone. The man asked if the girl was afraid of them and immediately called you to the Jingnong restaurant. However, the girl turned away from the man and said she was in too much of a hurry. The men then blocked the girl's path and started harassing her. All they said they just wanted to eat and then send her home. The girl started shaking and asked them what they wanted. She also told them to stay away, or she would call the police. The man said he didn't even know where she came from, and if Yang Ning sold her to the city, no one would notice. His companions supported him because these mountain men love girls and use them to give birth to slaves. The girl covered her ears in what she realized was intimidation and shouted loudly asking for help. He stood with the pillar at the same time and thought that she had finally called for help. Or else Yang Ning had thought that she could handle it by herself. He walked up to the company and coughed to be noticed, and the men turned to the protagonist, not expecting to see him here. The men started talking among themselves that it was the same guy who was on the train. Which man suggested to me that it was the guy who had been following them. Nay, he said he was just passing by, but saw them doing something here. Suddenly, the man swung around and told the protagonist to fuck off and not to piss them off. However, he caught the man's fist with ease. The bully clearly did not expect such an approach from the protagonist portrayed from surprise. However, he showed with his whole appearance that he was bored out of his mind by this fight. The protagonist toppled the man to the floor with a slight movement of his hand. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that if they said so, he could say so too. While his comrade was convulsing on the pavement, the man began to shake as well. She turned to the main character and asked if this one really wants to die and if the main one doesn't know who he is. Yang Ning asked with innocent calmness what would become of it for him. He said this neighborhood is big, and he'll put them in the hospital for months, and do they really think they're going to get out of it and find the main character? The protagonist said that even if he's gone to the army, will they be able to pay, since I do not know his true strength. At the same time, the man thought that what the protagonist said made sense, because he usually puts up fights. But if a real one happened, how would he be able to get revenge, because he had no money or real power? The man asked why he was looking at him like that, and if he was up to something. He only smiled unpleasantly and said he only wanted to beat them to a pulp. The man turned pale at this statement and became very agitated. At the same time, another man finally came out of his stupor and pulled out a knife threatening to kill the protagonist. However, Yan Ning easily dodged such an obvious blow. Immediately after that, he with sharp movements of his hand hit the man to make him let go of the knife. Immediately afterward, he delivered another blow to the man's back. It wasn't long before the man was lying unconscious on the pavement. He's a pathetic alack and said that he didn't think that he would lose so easily. And also said that he lacked strength. The main thing is that the hero smiled and said that it's bad to be strong and it's hard to find the right opponent. Because when he wants to beat someone up, he gets itchy hands. Suddenly he looked around and noticed that he had missed the girl. He said he only saved the beautiful woman, and she didn't even thank him and started complaining about it. He walked home dejectedly and thought he should forget about it. However, suddenly another man was watching him. He said that he was watching him. The man noticed that the man had close combat and sanda skills. The man became curious and wondered if he was from the army. Pretty soon he found himself in a cab. The driver said this neighborhood is only for the rich, and is he really sure he wants to go there? He told the driver they were worried, and to drive safely. Quite soon they found themselves at a checkpoint. He turned to the guard and said that he was working hard. At the same time, the guard was pleased with the protagonist and told his colleagues to let him pass. Pretty soon the cab drove on. He got out of the car and tipped the driver, for which he thanked him. It wasn't long before he opened the door with a sharp wave of his hand and said he was back. The protagonist's father shared the change in height and asked, does he take hormone pills? He went up to his father and said he hadn't taken any pills, just his body recovering from a good night's sleep. His father asked if he was growing up and said he'd better see a doctor. The protagonist's father stood up and walked over to him. The man was surprised because he was much taller than him, which was strange. He said he'd rather get hit by a car again to grow up. At the same time, in his thoughts, he was saying that he didn't care that he got taller because his system was incredibly cool. However, his father did not appreciate such jokes of the protagonist and told him not to talk like that. The man said that the protagonist had college entrance exams coming up and his teacher had called several times to hope that he would improve his grades. He agreed and said that he would go to his room to prepare. He went to his room and opened the door. At the same time, his father looked at his back. The man looked at the protagonist even as the door closed, but the man still didn't utter a word. At the same time, the Huanghai Elite Club had its own atmosphere. Zheng Xiao sat in a chair and drank a glass of wine. The man then put him on the table and asked the broker if he had returned yet. Then he held out another glass to the man and told him to go through and taste this silver bean wine. The man began to clumsily drink from his wine glass. After placing the empty glass on the table, the man said that the wine was quite good, and he had never tasted anything like it before. The man then asked if he could buy it at the grocery store. Zheng Xiao resented the question. After all, this wine is one of a kind, and a beggar like him is not allowed to drink it. After that, Zheng asked what was going on with the main character, and if he was still alive. The man said he was watching him now and asked for more time. Zheng Xiao asked, "What's the matter? Did this guy have a strange background?" The man poured more wine into his glass and said he had assigned the case to a friend of his who works for the Department of Homeland Security. The man said that they haven't found anything yet, but there is something they haven't confirmed for authenticity yet. The man also wants to warn Zheng Xiao. Xiao asked what he wanted to warn him about. The man said he better not mess with this guy. Zheng resented this warning and asked who this guy was after all. The man said there was a trending video on the internet recently of a hotel employee being fired and an intern being promoted. He said he went to the hotel and got the guy's address. His address was a big villa in Manhwa. Zheng wondered what he was doing in this small prefectural city, and then asked if he was rich. The man said that he was incredibly rich and that his family could be much richer. The man also expressed fears that he might be living with Ning Jigo. Zheng Xiao asked who he was. The man said that he probably didn't know who he was, but he had definitely heard of Ning Guoshan because he was influential in Jiangning province. Yang Ning then said that he was called Kaiser, or God of Wealth, that he was very influential in the province. The man also said that before he died, the old man blessed this man, and if someone would restrain his impulse, he could be proclaimed in Asia. The man also said that the person who lives with him in the mansion is his brother. Xiao abruptly realized the situation and interrogated. Could it be that Yang Ning is the same God of Wealth? The man said that he wasn't done yet because he had discovered something that Zheng Xiao needed to hear. The man said that in public everyone thought that the Ning family only had 2 sons, but in fact they had a daughter who married 12 years ago to Yang. Zheng wondered if the Ning family had brothers or sisters, and if the main character had a double last name. Zheng Xiao then asked if the man had figured out what kind of Yang was. The broker said that he had not yet. The man said it doesn't mean there's nothing about him, just that he and his friends don't have rights to see the information, and he's probably not that simple. The man suggested that he was from Beijing's Yang family. Zheng Xiao asked sharply, "What else is the Peking family?" The broker said it was unclear how many Yangs there were in Beijing and advised me to drop it. Zheng Xiao couldn't believe what the informant had told him. At the same time, there was a great atmosphere in the villa. He was talking on the phone with his sister while looking through the system messages. His sister asked him if he was studying hard. He said yes. His sister said his mom wants to come and see him as well as his sister herself, so he should come and get itch. He, looking at the messages, said he would come, but just why would his sister follow his mom going? Suddenly my sister shouted an offended expression into the receiver. He, after putting the phone as far away as possible while yelling, brought it close to him again and told her not to yell, and asked her if she had no exams. The girl said her grades were fine, and she was just worried about him. He immediately hung up the phone and said that he would go to school. However, the girl was not satisfied with this end of the conversation and tried to stop him. However, the girl didn't have time and complained to her mom that her older brother had hung up on her. Her mother told the girl not to worry, for when they visited her brother she would teach him manners. The girl went up to her mother and told her that she loved her and that her mom was the best. The woman told her daughter to go to her room and do her homework. Overjoyed, the girl ran to her room. Immediately after her daughter ran to her room, her mother hesitated and stared silently at her back. He was browsing through the system's messages and thought he should check around the store to see if there was anything useful. When he came across one main item, the hero was surprised that the item was in stock. The system described it as Zhao Wei's brain expansion potion. After using it, the left hemisphere would improve, and there were no side effects. He noticed that the item cost as much as 1,800 points, and it was very expensive. And so the protagonist immediately hit the buy button, putting up with the price. Pretty soon, the strange flask was in the protagonist's possession. Yan Ning looked at the bottle with excitement and disbelief. Opening it, he sickened with disgust as he poured the entire contents into his mouth. He closed his eyes and analyzed his condition. It wasn't long before he opened his eyes, trying to make sense of the change. Trying to test his new knowledge, he walked over to the bookshelves. The guy grabbed some book from the shelf and started reading it. 3 minutes later, he finished reading the book. The boy satisfactorily recalled the entire contents of the book and realized that he knew it perfectly well. The main character's eyes lit up and he said that the potion was worth his money because he was able to memorize everything at once. He realized that his reading speed had improved 20-fold. He was praising the potion again in his thoughts. He hoped it would always work, because the changes were drastic. The guy literally danced happiness, because he realized that now studying will be easy for him, and he will nagnite exam. He decided to check how many points he had left. As it turned out, he had only 470 points left, which for a guy was catastrophically low. Yang Ning realized that if there was no future auction trading, it would pay off, and the system would be the best option because he needed the points badly. He came to the bed and said that's fine. As he laid down on the bed, he thought he needed sleep to complete his mastery of the technique, and he wondered what would happen next. Pretty soon he fell asleep, and was actually studying all kinds of military equipment. He walked calmly to the entrance of the school. He felt like he hadn't been at school in forever, but it had only been 20 days, and he had changed so much. He realized that he was now an extraordinary guy, and his memory made any task incredibly easy for him. The protagonist shuddered, and realized that only geniuses felt such a sensation. The man looked at his watch and realized that you still had 2 hours left for your exams. Suddenly, someone shouted at the protagonist from behind. The full guy walked up to the protagonist, happy that he had come. The guy said he heard he was in an accident and he was here to check it out. Suddenly, the protagonist was happy to see him that everything was okay. He wryly said that he had everything in place, or the guy wanted him dead. The guy said it wasn't funny at all, and he lost weight from excitement. He started squeezing the guy's cheeks and said he was still his little chubby friend. The man scratched the back of his head and said he had lost a little weight after all. Suddenly, someone called out to the company of the protagonist. A guy in formal clothes asked the protagonist if he had been in an accident. The guy said that everything seemed to be in place, which was bad for him because he expected to be left disabled. The protagonist's friend said that since Wang Jihuang had nothing to say, he should keep quiet. Wang Jihuang asked if he was really talking to him and ordered him to close up. Zhao Xiaofei said to make sure that no one touches the protagonist. Wang Jihuan told the protagonist's friend to mind his own business. Zhao Xiaofei said that he does whatever he wants and doesn't care about his opinion. Wang Jihuan offered to fight, to which Zhao Xiaofei agreed. The man pointed back with his hand and said that since it was gym class today, they would compete there. Wang Jihuan said he heard that they were having a 1-kilometer race. At the same time, suddenly was clearly clueless about what was going on. Suddenly instantly looked at the protagonist expecting help. However, immediately afterward, he said that the challenge was accepted, and they were waiting for him at the stadium. Wang Jihuan called them brave and stupid. The man said that whoever has the smallest time wins. Wang Jihuang turned his back to the company and wished them good luck, because they would need it. Zhao Xiaofei tried to stop him, but he couldn't. Zhao Xiaofei immediately began to shake his whole body, because Wang Jihuang had recently broken the record, and they would definitely lose. Yang Ning said that since it's a competition, they should make a bet. The guy turned to the main character and asked if he was laughing at him. He asked if he was afraid of the bet. Wang Jihuang laughed and said that since that was the case, he agreed, and whoever loses would run 10 laps without pants. The hero said that since it was his terms, let him not regret it. Zhao Xiaofei tried to stop the protagonist, but he couldn't. After the conversation, Wang Jihuang headed out to go about his business. Zhao Xiaofei started crying to the protagonist that he would run 10 laps without pants because of him, because he would definitely not win. The guy says to look at him and ask her already, and he looks upset, reassuring the guy. Zhao Xiaofei could not say anything and only laughed. Yang Ning smiled and asked if he wasn't the one who got into stories every time, and that Zhao Xiaofei had told him not to socialize with him like this, and not to call him bad. The first one started listing stories he'd been involved in. The first was a story about 2 dogs that someone kicked out of the yard because it was hot. The guy continued that 2 months ago, he had a fight with Wang Jihuang and started to scare him into screaming like a girl. He said that last time he ran into Teacher Zhao while he was sleeping, and after that you bit him and said that there were fleas flying around the school. Yang Ning recalled the incident of how someone's snake ended up in the pipe from Lao Jai's motorcycle. However, Zhao Xiaofei tried to stop him. He said, "Many people think that Zhao Xiaofei is stupid, and anyone who thinks so is always in his sight." Zhao Xiaofei asked, "How does he know all this since he is so good at covering his tracks?" and asked him not to make nonsense. He pulled his friend by the cheek and said that he had been friends with him for a long time and knew him well. The boy also said not to be afraid because no one would cause him any trouble. Zhao Xiaofei asked what the main character's plan was after all. However, he did ask before he did how hard this one wanted to hit him. The whole guy definitely wants him to get hurt. The guy said he knew how to get him to run 1 kilometer. However, Zhao Xiaofei was extremely agitated and did not believe the protagonist. He put his arm around his friend's shoulders and told him not to worry because his drug is better. There are no side effects, it will just improve his fitness. He also said that he can only use it once. Zhao Xiaofei thought about this matter very seriously. Right after that, Zhao Xiaofei decided to believe the protagonist and said that they would. He started to say that he would prepare the potion later and Zhao Xiaofei himself needed to drink it discreetly in class. After that, Zhao Xiaofei asked if he had heard about the new beauty in the class. However, he said he had seen too many beauties lately. Immediately after that, he thought of Lin Xuan, Tang Tang, Lin Zhiqing, and Lin Zong. Quite soon, he and Zhao Xiaofei were on their way to their classroom. The protagonist walked into the classroom with a smile, and Zhao Xiaofei looked behind the protagonist and opened his mouth. As it turned out, that new student was the girl from the train. He was also very surprised because he didn't expect to find her here. He walked up to the girl and said hello. Raising his hand in greeting, he said they saw each other again. The girl didn't expect to meet the main character here either, and asked if he was okay. The girl thanked the protagonist for what he did. Bai Yang Ning said not to worry because it was easy for him. At the same time, Wang Zhihuang was angry. After all, he had just gotten into an accident, and how did he meet the beauties in this month? But Yan Ning said that if the girl wanted to thank him, they should eat together. The pouty guy grinned lishly, and thought that this kid thought he was a bullshitter, and would be rejected 100% of the time. The girl smiled at the same time and agreed to the proposal. She scheduled a meeting at an establishment nearby at noon and asked if everything would suit the protagonist. Wang Zhihuang was extremely surprised that the girl actually agreed. At the same time, Zhao Xiaofei joined the conversation and asked if he could go with them. The girl couldn't say anything, and the protagonist grabbed his friend and told him not to pay attention to him because he was still on a diet and shouldn't socialize with him. At the same time, Zhao Xiaofei thought that it was not cool at all because he had just become the enemy of every stallion because he had just betrayed him. Wang Zhihuang. Wang Zhihuang was already seething with anger and couldn't utter a single word. The man shouted to the protagonist's company not to forget about their parry because he would definitely take them down. Comrades Wang Zhihuang began to say that these two idiots would not be a problem because they would just throw them out. At the same time, the guy himself ordered not to say it to the protagonist because recently he was in an accident and Kajas for life will be crazy. The girl asked what parry and what's going on here. Wang Zhihuan said that he and his company had settled with him parry on the fact that if they won him in the race, he would run without pants. Wang Zhihuang mockingly said could Fatty really beat him, and everyone started laughing. Suddenly, the teacher came into the classroom and told everyone to sit down because the lesson was about to start. Whose time Zhao Xiaofei stretched and thought that since math was boring, he'd better get some sleep before the competition. He watched his friend sleeping peacefully on his briefcase. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze drifted into the distance. He closed the book and thought he'd have to catch up on every subject he'd scored on. Yan Ning was effortlessly writing something down in his notebook while looking at the book. The band guy was only angry that he was pretending to read, because in the guy's opinion, it was already clear to everyone that he was worse. Suddenly, the teacher walked past the protagonist, looking at his notebook. The man was extremely surprised at what he saw with his own eyes. The man told the protagonist that his calculations are different from their calculations. However, he ignored the teacher and continued to write himself something in his notebook. The teacher was surprised time after time by what he wrote. The teacher realized that this was a more logical version of the calculations they were going through, and wondered what had happened to the protagonist. The man understood that such calculations are not the level of the school, and not all students of math academies are capable of it. He smiled and said he was done. An unexpected math teacher praised him, and said his calculations were very good. The teacher corrected himself on his glasses, and asked him to tell him how he came to this. Did he really have a professor and his tutors? He stammered and said that he came up with it himself to cut down on calculation time. The guy said he thought it was better than the school way. However, the teacher did not believe it, and to himself only thought, how dare he pretend. I had a man ask me a long time ago who he was trying to cheat because this method is used at the university. He got excited and said he really hadn't read the textbook. The teacher thought about it and decided to analyze the main character for pretense, and suggested, could he really be a genius? Suddenly some woman approached the company and asked what the main character's name was. The math teacher was surprised by Teacher Liu's arrival, while Zhao Xiaofei said that the main character's name was him. As the woman approached the protagonist, the guy himself blushed. Wang Zhihuang thought that he had offended the teachers, and so he was now in bad luck. The woman asked why Yang Ning was getting such bad grades, since he had a predisposition for math. The protagonist averted his eyes and said that he had just recently started practicing math. The woman twirled her head and fingers, reasoning over what was said. Zhao Xiaofei leaned towards the protagonist and asked, did he really know her? He squinted his eyes and asked, what a stupid question since they had been friends for a long time. Zhao Xiaofei said that he has changed incredibly, and he is not like himself because he is full of surprises. He asked, does Zhao Xiaofei think that the real he is dead, and Yang Ning is just a fake? Zhao Xiaofei said that he hasn't seen him for a month, and today he finds out that he has a connection with a handsome teacher. The guy also asked the protagonist to give him some advice as a friend. He said it's easy because if he gets hit by a car and doesn't die, he'll meet God and have everything but fat tomorrow. Hear what mocking reply Zhao Xiaofei sent the protagonist. He wondered what his friend was so unhappy about, since he seemed to be telling the truth. Pretty soon the lesson was over and companies started gathering around discussing things. A crowd of girls gathered around the main character and praised the boy. Many were surprised that Liu's teacher praised him. One of the girls asked to see the protagonist's work and praised it while the protagonist enjoyed the company of his classmates. At the same time, the pouty guy was extremely pissed off because the main character was just a nerd, and what was so interesting about him? Xu Guanyuan approached the protagonist and asked if Yang Ning could help her with her work. And on Heroes, he said there was no problem with that, and told her to hook up with him. At the same time, the pouting guy was watching the conversation between the girl and the protagonist. The guy tisked and thought that it still wasn't over. The man was determined to prove to Xu Guanyuan that he was an insect that he would crush. It wasn't long before English class started, and the teacher invited everyone to sit down and announced the start of class. Zhao Xiaofei motioned to the protagonist and said to look at the teacher, calling her attractive. She, as he was completely oblivious to the teacher, or staring into a book. Xiaofei was very surprised at this turn of events and thought that he was no longer a man, frightened by this thought. At the same time, he was diligently learning English while watching messages from the system. He realized that learning a foreign language is very important, especially English, because it is very common. Yan Ning said that he hadn't taken the time to do this before, but now because of Lin Ziking, he was obligated to master the language. Unexpectedly, Yang Ning found a language degradation book among the system store, because thanks to this book, they will be able to master the language in the native language. He calculated the number of points. He had 470 of them right now, but he needed 10 points. If he bought this book, he wouldn't be able to afford anything for a couple of days. However, putting his doubts aside, he realized that this item was very useful, and bought it. Immediately thereafter, the system displayed a message that the language erudition book had been received. The system warned you that it was starting the memory injection. Suddenly, he felt a rush of knowledge. While he was synthesizing knowledge, he got bogged down in his thoughts. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaofei called out to the protagonist and tapped him on the shoulder. The guy was concerned about the protagonist's condition. Unexpected, he didn't realize where he was, and now began to swivel his head. It turns out that all the classmates were laughing loudly and pointing their fingers at the main character. He finally lifted his head up. Refused there was an English teacher standing there. The woman asked the protagonist if the exam was a trivial matter for him. The teacher also asked what the college entrance exam meant to him. He said that in his opinion the exams are the doorway to university. On them he will be tested, broken, bent, and more. The teacher said his idea was right, and asked if he was joking. The woman said that the Chinese profession has taken care and created a system whereby they can get a job with a good diploma. However, he asked what kind of joke is this, since they are obligated to spend 13 years to then work for someone else. He sent that kind of thinking. The woman slammed the protagonist sharply on the table and asked exactly what he said. The teacher said she would then ask if he had listened to her lesson. Did he study well? The woman said that when the students don't work, the teachers are sad. The woman asked the protagonist if he didn't think he had to work hard to make his parents proud. Yang Ning got up from his desk and told the woman to keep her nose out of other people's business, especially the main characters. The boy also said not to touch his parents, because this is a school after all. But the woman said if he kept talking like that, she would call his parents. He said that since the teacher asked him about the exams, he just said whatever was on his mind. The guy also said that if she didn't like his answers, she shouldn't have asked, and said not to bring government business into it. The teacher said she didn't involve the state here and she would just let him translate some things. Suddenly the whole company was surprised and stopped the conversation. He realized that he had completely missed it when they switched to English instead of Chinese. The whole class stood in great shock, watching the altercation between the protagonist and the teacher. Suddenly, the teacher came to the classroom door. A classmate asked the teacher to explain what they just explained with the main character because they were talking very fast. And it's a very difficult topic. At the same time, Zhao Xiaofei started crying and said that they know that he is now. It is not his friend after all, he is already dead, and there is an alien standing in front of him. He sarcastically said that he remembered the main character. Yan Ning squinted his eyes and looked at his friend, telling him not to talk nonsense. Other classmates marveled at the protagonist's knowledge and asked what he was talking to the teacher about. He said coyly, scratching the back of his head. At the same time, in his mind, he had no idea how he should explain it. Suddenly, one of Wang Jihuang's comrades turned to him and asked, did he suddenly become wise after the accident? The man turned to him and asked with anger in his voice if he wanted to get smarter too, because Yang Ning didn't mind hitting him with his car. At the same time, the teacher takes the combined hero called the principal. The English teacher was very surprised because he speaks native English and has a voice like a British newscaster. The woman realized that if she had not studied him for 2 years, she would have thought he was a foreigner. Suddenly, someone knocked on the office door. The teacher apologized to Miss Chen for the intrusion and went to the classroom. The man said there's an exam next week, and said he hopes the students will consolidate everything at home. After that, the teacher looked at the main character. He was perplexed by the look on his face, but decided to ignore it. It wasn't long before all the lessons were over. He and the English teacher were in the room, and the woman was checking the main character's grades. She said that she was sure he would pass the exam, but asked why he had scored below 50 on the 5 tests. The girl turned to the main character and asked if he had a reason for this. He stammered, and wondered if she would believe him if he said he was just into foreign languages lately. Listening to the main character's answer, the woman realized that he was incredibly handsome, pumped up. The teacher blushed and realized that she too was holding back. After that, the woman turned her head and dismissed such thoughts. He is only a student after all. The teacher turned to the protagonist and said his colloquial was too pure, and asked has he ever been abroad. He said he was not there, to which the teacher was surprised because the accent of the hero's head was even better than her own, and asked where he got it. Yang Ning said he reads books, listens to music, watches dramas, and he does it all in English. He said he just copies and repeats. The woman squinted and didn't believe the protagonist that with just parroting it was possible, and thought he was hiding something. However, the woman didn't give it too much thought and said he could go. At the same time, the company found itself in the school's stadium. Zhao Xiaofi asks one character if the potion really has no side effects, and what he did with the English teacher. He assures the guy that there are no side effects, and dealing with the teacher is not his problem. He then held out a vial of the potion to his friend, and said that this potion would help him run fast. However, if he wasted all his strength, he wouldn't even be able to lie down on the bed. Zhao Xiaofei took the potion from the protagonist, and said that if he could teach that bully a lesson, he would at least stay for 10 days. Immediately afterward, the guy drank the entire potion in a volley. At the same time, he clapped his hands and said that now he was just about to learn about the side effects. He asked, "How did it feel?" To which Zhao Xiaofei said that it was delicious. Suddenly the guy's eyes bulged in different directions. He was frightened by the change in his friend and asked what was wrong because he was worried. Very soon, Zhao Xiaofi exhaled and said that he had a cool feeling. He then turned to the main character and asked where he got it because the guy is full of energy and feels he can do anything. However, he was still worried and asked if he was sure he was okay. Zhao Xiaofei said that there was nothing remarkable. However, they fat people are born with bad metabolisms. But because of the potion, it feels like his metabolism has increased, and it's like everything is on fire. He clapped his comrade on the shoulder and said that they had a hard life. At the same time, Zhao Xiaofei said that the main character's hand was heavy and told him to stop making jokes on him. At the same time, the gym teacher raised his hand and told everyone to get ready. He adjusted his clothes and was about to take off his jacket. After he took off his jacket, his muscular body was visible. All the girls instantly blushed and called the main character handsome. The gym teacher asked why Yang Ning hadn't shown his muscles before, because his jacket hid everything, or if he didn't want to be seen. He only laughed awkwardly at such a remark. Suddenly Wang Jihuang approached the protagonist and, calling the protagonist a dwarf, asked if he would compete. However, what the guy did not expect was the fact that the protagonist was decently taller than his classmate. The guy was extremely surprised at the growth of the main character, because just a month ago he was only 170 centimeters tall. And did he really use hormonal? He asked which dwarf the guy was referring to. Suddenly, Wang Jihuang paid attention to the main character's shoes and said that it was all nonsense. After looking into the main character's eyes, the guy said that his shoes were the reason he was so tall. After that, the guy went to the teacher and asked him to do something about it because he was cheating. When asked by the teacher what happened after all, Wang Jihuang said that he wasn't that tall and asked him to check his shoes. However, the teacher only looked approvingly at the protagonist and said that usually at his age no longer grew while his muscles grew along with his body. He joked that because of the accident not to the guests, most likely increased. However, Wang Jihuang turned to the protagonist and asked if he was really listening to him. The man looked at the whole thing and said it was a normal shoe size, so everything was fine. Yang Ning joked about whether the guy had any cases against tall people. At the same time, the guy was frightened by his words. Zhao Xiaofei pointed his finger at the rascal and laughed. He asked him if he thought that shoes would help him grow taller and if he had a good head. The teacher was surprised to see Zhao Xiaofei and supported his aspiration that he would run for the 1-kilometer race. At the same time, the guy approached the teacher and said he had an argument with some of the guys and asked him to be the judge. The teacher said he'd heard of it, but they're usually always the first to give up that distance. Zhao Xiaofei said that today was different, and he decided to teach some people a lesson so that they wouldn't bully him. The teacher praised Zhao Xiaofei's attitude and asked who else wants to participate. He and Wang Zhihuang volunteered for the competition at the same time. The teacher wrote something down in his notes and said that they would be the 4 of them first to go to the race. The teacher said that they were following the rules of the competition and to win you had to have the lowest time. The teacher raised the signal gun up and the students assumed the running position. All 4 of them stared intently into the distance. After a while, the teacher let out a gun signal that signaled the start of the competition. The teacher let out the signal fire and the competition began. Zhao Xiaofei, with an incredible effort, he rushed forward and actually overtook Wang Zhihuang, while the latter was extremely surprised. The guy got excited about his victory, because she didn't expect Fatty to be able to run that fast. The rest of the class had not expected it either, and they opened their mouths in surprise. The teacher was surprised to notice something. Turns out he and one other contestant didn't even start. He asked why the kid wasn't running. The classmate said that as soon as he ran, he would run too. He offered to wait until they were done. And then they'd run. The guy agreed to that. Suddenly, one of the classmates noticed that Fatty was actually going first. Overcoming the difficulties, Zhao Xiaofei was indeed a meter away from Wang Zhihuang and overtook him. Comrade Wang Zhihuang wondered why his friend was lagging behind this Fatty. Some classmates wholeheartedly supported the sassy guy when others only laughed at him. The man rushed into the distance with all his might and shouted. Zhao Xiaofei was surprised at such a scream and turned back while Wang Zhihuang himself was telling him not to run away. However, immediately after that, apparently frightened, Zhao Xiaofei accelerated forward even more. Wang Zhihuang was shocked by this and was perplexed as to how this was happening. The teacher was also extremely surprised by the fatty's outburst and watched in silence. It wasn't long before the guys finished the race and it was the main character's turn. He smiled and realized that his battle had begun. Zhao Xiaofei supported his comrade and said that if he didn't run, he would be the first. While Zhao Xiaofei barely made it to the finish line, comrade Wang Zhihuan had just started his race. At the same time, Wang Zhihuan himself was very tired, and from crepiture with tremendous shortness of breath, he barely made it to the finish line. Suddenly he turned to him and said that he was very slow and he lightly caught up with him. As it turned out, he stood still while Wang Zhihuang approached him. The man started yelling at the protagonist why he wasn't catching up, because otherwise he would lose. The teacher asked in bewilderment why he wasn't running. He scrunched his nose and said he gave him a head start. Wang Zhihuang called the protagonist a fool. However, right after that, the protagonist began to run away rapidly, instantly overtaking Wang Zhihuang. He ran at an incredible speed without losing his breath. The teacher was extremely surprised that the main character was incredibly fast. He easily overtook all his competitors and ran on. Comrade Wang Zhihuang watched the protagonist with breathlessness. The guy realized they were estranged from each other, he in heaven and he on earth. The main character's run was watched by his classmates and teacher. But what no one expected was that the main character would set new records. When he crossed the finish line, he broke the record. An excited teacher called the principal and told him that one of their students had broken the national record in the 100-meter dash. The principal, along with another senior person, instantly ran down to the stadium. The teacher wondered what the director of the Ministry of Education was doing together with the school director. The principal said it was the right guy and told the teacher to clock in again. He started running again on the high school track. The teacher recorded a run of 1 minute and 33 seconds, which turned out to be a new record. The principal asked if the teacher knew what record had been recorded before. The teacher said that in the year 1997, Wilson Kipter had set a record of 1 minute and 44 seconds. The director said to watch for another 200 meters. Maybe he can do it here. The protagonist's comrades began to support the protagonist. Pretty soon he was over the finish line. The director asked what time it was, and as it turned out, he had run 2 minutes and 2 seconds. The principal asked if he had broken the world record again. The physical education teacher said that the world record was set in 1996 and was 2 minutes and 11 seconds. The director started waving his arms violently with excitement. He shouted that he had broken 3 world records in one day, and if anyone said the Chinese were bad, he would roast them. However, after that, the The principal calmed down and asked him to come over and tell everyone to be polite, because he might be a celebrity in the future. Immediately after the race, the protagonist was approached by several female classmates who began to praise his awesomeness. At the same time, they said that he had broken the world record. Suddenly, he asked what it was about. After that, the main character was approached by Zhao Xiaofei and told that he had broken 3 records. He's scared because 3 world records is a pretty dangerous undertaking, and he needs to figure out how to avoid it all. Suddenly, someone in the classmates said it was the same guy from the hotel incident. Suddenly, everyone in the school found out that the main character is the same glorified man from the video. The girls even started to compete that he would be their boyfriend. At the same time, another girl said she only cared about money while the other girl said she just liked his face. I've already been suspicious of the protagonist from the back. A beautiful girl asked if they could be friends. Classmates instantly started whispering because these are the top 3 ladies from their school who don't like to socialize with boys. He said hello to the girl who came in and shook her hand. He began to analyze her look. He was surprised that she had a good look without greed or bad motives. The protagonist wondered what her purpose was. At the same time, the girl reflected on the fact that he looked like a bully, but is actually a daredevil. He asked for a chance to ask her something. He asked if she really wanted to be friends with him. The girl asked if she was not suitable to be his friend. Well, he smiled and said he wouldn't mind making a beautiful friend like her. The girl praised the main character's ability to use the language and said that there are a lot of problems from him. The girl said they should stop pretending, and she had some things to discuss with the main character. The girl told the story and said that she just needed money for leukemia treatment because Teacher Lo had run out of money. The girl said that she is the president of the student council this year and invites people to help the teacher. But he was surprised at the very nature of the problem and asked again if she really just needed money. Zhao Xiaofei said that he could donate 10 yuan and then change that number to 20 yuan. He asked Riley if everything but 10 yuan was in his stomach. Zhao Xiaofei started waving his hands and said that he would just later with them the money and donate it. He asked how much he planned to donate. The guy opened his wallet and thought about finances. In the end, he said he could probably donate 500 yen. After hearing that answer, he clapped his buddy on the shoulder and said that even that amount is good. At the same time, Zhao Xiaofei cursed the protagonist because everyone is so rich. And he still wants to go to McDonald's and buy 5 Big Macs and then drink them with milk. After that, Zhao Xiaofei asked the protagonist how much he would donate. The guy said that since his friend was donating 500, he should donate more. After that, he said he would donate about 50,000. Everyone was instantly shocked by such a huge sum. Zhao Xiaofei was instantly at a loss for words, unable to ask the protagonist anything. The girl interrogated whether he really wanted to donate 50,000, but he asked why everyone was looking at him like that, and if 50,000 was not enough. After that, he agreed to donate 100,000. Already after this statement, everyone was not only shocked by the situation, but petrified by it. He took his smartphone and asked the girl for the account number, and he'd transfer the money. The girl tried to stop the protagonist, however she couldn't clearly say anything. He interpreted it as a question about cash, and said he didn't have that kind of money in cash right now. However, the girl merely wanted to say that it was very bold, and she would not dare to take such an amount. The girl said that it was better to give such money directly to the teacher. He scratched his head as more problems came up. At the same time, he thought he needed to study everything he'd skipped before. After that, he grabbed Zhao Xiaofei by the scruff of the neck and said that they would go together and asked him to take them to the teacher. Zhao Xiaofei lightly slapped the girl's shoulder and told her to rely on him. The girl got nervous and said that the teacher's daughter was in Nianhu Hospital. She offered to meet the teacher at that hospital tomorrow. However, Zhao Xiaofei was upset by the girl's words and the whole, as it turns out they won't be alone. Pretty soon, gym class was over. All the teacher told everyone to go back to class. It wasn't long before he ran up to his teacher, who was incredibly proud of him. He grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder and took him aside to talk. Wang Jihuang said that he was disgusted by it because he thought he was a superstar. He started listing all the nicknames of the protagonist and refused to accept reality. Suddenly, the guy remembered the bet. While Wang Jihuang's face was turning even more purple just in time, Zhao Xiaofei came over and said with a smile on his face that loser was undressing and running around the court. He then asked with a slight smile if he wanted to pay with money. Wang Jihuang was very surprised that Zhao Xiaofei was asking for money from him, while comrade Wang Jihuang was refusing to participate. Wang Jihuang was incredibly broke. She said that they would compete again next week at the base test. Zhao Xiaofei was angry because he had already lost, so he should pay for it, or he is not a man who does not admit his loss. Suddenly, a crowd gathered around the guy and began to condemn Wang Jihuang. turned around from Zhao Xiaofei and said that he would let them win, but only this time. Zhao Xiaofei with a smile. He looked at his back and chased him away while showing his middle finger. It wasn't long before he found himself in the principal's office. A man invited him to come closer and told him that he had distinguished himself at school today. The man then asked him what the protagonist's name was. He said his name with a smile on his face. The man said it was a good name. Then he congratulated the protagonist for breaking 3 world records, but the protagonist thanked him for it with a bewildered look on his face. At the same time, he wondered what kind of guy he was, since everyone treated him with the utmost respect. Suddenly, the people behind the man sitting in the chair said that if he wanted to, he could become a student of Jiangning University, and that they had already contacted, and once he said so, they would immediately apply. He scratched the top of his head and asked what the special request was, and what they were talking about. The man told the protagonist not to worry because it was a kind of reward for success. Then the man told him to take his time and think it over. Immediately afterward, the man standing behind him suggested that the protagonist have dinner and talk about the future. However, he began to refuse, saying that he had his own business to attend to. It wasn't long before he left the principal's office and went about his business. He exhaled with relief and thought that Xu Yuan had invited him for lunch, and he didn't have time for the old ones. Suddenly, a message about a hidden quest popped up to the protagonist. As it turns out, he had completed a hidden quest called Someone Likes You, and the reward was a system upgrade and new tabs. So he scratched his chin and wondered if some wife or hottie liked him, because the system was always inaccurate. It wasn't long before he was outside the hospital. He checked his account on his phone, and suddenly everyone around him looked at the screen. Zhao Xiaofei shrieked at how much money the main character had, but he said that he got it all wrong, while Zhao Xiaofei with a purple face was listing the number of zeros. Zhao Xiaofei said it was somewhere around 9 million as he told him to check his eyesight. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaofei yelled out where the protagonist got the 9 million from and if he had stolen it. Then Zhao Xiaofei said that he owed them fried chicken, only he didn't keep the gobble closed. He handed a slip of paper with a receipt to the girl and said he had transferred the money and asked her to take it to the teacher. Xu Yuan quickly nodded and said that she would definitely give them to the teacher. At the same time, Zhao Xiaofei leaned into the protagonist's ear and said that he had to give himself to carry why he sent her. Xu Yuan leaned over and said that they could also go later, and they should go out for lunch. She then asked if Zhou Qian would go along with them. The girl agreed to go while Zhao Xiaofei asked her to wait for him. While the company was heading towards the restaurant, but the protagonist was being stared at by strangers. It seemed to be Wang Zhihuan and his comrade. The comrade asked what kind of guy he was and said that he would only live for a week, while Wang Zhihuan said to be careful with him, for he was evil with tricks. The comrade laughed in his mind because he knew that he had broken 3 world records, and Jiangning University had given him special access, and he had defeated Zhao Xiaofei with money. And when he heard about it, he thought that it was just a story. The guy turned to his comrade and told him to warn him that there would be no party because today he would be studying for an exam to restore his honor. Quite soon, the company of the main character approached the restaurant. The waiter approached them and asked if they had a table for 3. However, Zhao Xiaofei was extremely angry that he wouldn't even be considered and shouted out that the table was for 4. He put his hand on his buddy's shoulder and told him not to be angry because he would buy him fried chicken. Xu Yuan turned to the protagonist and asked them to stop here since they needed to go to the bathroom. Zhao Xiaofei asked the protagonist why he was paying for lunch since he was invited here by Xu Yuan. He asked, "Is Zhao Xiaofei an idiot? How can a woman pay for a man?" After Zhao Xiaofei looked at the menu, he was drooling. He asked where his fried chicken was. He said it was a Chinese food restaurant. After the food arrived, Zhao Xiaofei said that the fried chicken looked incredibly appetizing. Taking the chopsticks in his hands, the guy asked where Zhou Qian and Xu Yuan had gone and what they were taking so long to do in the restroom. He got worried and said to sit there since he would check, and he thought they were in trouble now. Zhao Xiaofei was surprised, but said that he would help the protagonist. At the same time, after the restroom, the girls were accosted by some men. Xu Yuan asked what they wanted from them, while Zhou Qian hid behind her back. 4 grown men, most likely gangsters, said they should have lunch together and have a drink at the same time. One of the men also said that they would make it very good for them. The girls' interest backfired and sent them away. However, the man said that the girl liked his boss and told them not to kick, or they would sell them to a brothel or start a club where they would be torn apart. Xu Yuan instantly shouted to the entire restaurant and asked for help. The man got close to the girls' faces and said that no one in China cared about anyone and no one would help her, for it was his street. Suddenly through some door came another wrinkle, and asked to be quicker, as the director could not stand it any longer. And the man said that the beauties were resisting, and asked what to do about it. Then he pointed his finger at the girls, and told them to stop resisting because they were making Principal Jun very angry. The comer said just calm them down and waved his hand. The man laughed and surrounded the girls while the company tried to resist. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaofei flew into the back of one of the bandits, throwing him off balance. The man, lying on the floor, asked who did it. Zhao Xiaofei stood up and said with a smile that they were all kaput. While Zhao Xiaofei was shaking off the dust, he said that now it was clear why the girls were taking so long, since they had been captured by some scum of the underworld. Xu Yuanyuan said with tears on her face that the bandits had taken their phones and now wanted to kidnap them. He walked up to the girls and told them they could have lunch later, and now he would deal with the men. Watching this idol of one time, bandits told his guys to piss on them without regret. It wasn't long before several men with bats and clearly bad intentions were heading towards the protagonist. He punched one of them in the stomach. Coming back from the attack, he elbowed the other bandit off balance. Pretty soon the man was lying in front of the protagonist, unable to move. The man who gave the order to attack the protagonist, all covered in sweat, and asked, "Is he really a soldier?" He smiled and said he was just an ordinary student. Hearing the protagonist's answer, the bandit said to hold him and not let him escape, because the man didn't care if he was a soldier or an apprentice if he insulted him. Then consider that corpse. Zhao Xiaofei approached the protagonist with a worried face and asked if he was crazy, while he smiled and said that sometimes people do stupid things. After that, the guy asked Zhao Xiaofei to protect the girls while he dealt with the bandits. He squinted his eyes and realized that now was a good time to test the ace's aids, because these people only understood the language of pain. The protagonist smiled even wider and thought that he was using the bandits as a training dummy, and maybe they could handle it. As he approached the gang, one of the crew told them to be careful because the guy is attacking. Suddenly he did a leg swing and sent the man into unconsciousness. The same man fell to the floor unconscious after the blow. The rest of you are so not freaked out that he was so strong. One of them said he was very strong, but told him to stand still until their boss came. He instantly sped up and grinningly said that he was extremely scared and swung his next punch. Suddenly, he threw several punches to his opponent's chest. With a final blow, he toppled his opponent onto his back. The man started convulsing and realized that he had hit him on his pain points. However, this was an extremely rare technique, and the man ended up unable to move. At the same time, Zhao Xiaofei, Xu Yuanyuan, and Zhou Qian were watching the protagonist with their mouths open. The same man asked why he wasn't still working on it since time was running out. However, the man didn't have time to say his thought like that, and opened his eyes and mouth wide with surprise. Immediately afterward, the man ran back in from where he had come, waving his arms in fear. Suddenly another group of people came to the company of bandits, apparently the rest of the gang, which began to threaten the company of the protagonist. He smiled broadly and rejoiced at his new victims. Immediately afterward, he kicked the nearest man. Pretty soon, and their part of the gang that managed to get up was lying on the floor beaten and begging for help. Suddenly, two men approached the main character's company. One full-figured man told Mr. Liu to call the director and report the problem. He smiled and asked if men alone had backups. He pulled out his cell phone and started dialing. Zhao Xiaofei did the same thing. He called his father and asked if he was having lunch with the mayor right now. After that, he started to explain that someone had trashed a restaurant in the upper city also tried to kidnap a girl, and asked him to tell him about it. The entire gang heard the conversation between Zhao Xiaofei and his father, and stared at him perplexedly. Him in the eye, and called Uncle Liu, saying he was facing a problem in the form of asshole director Jun, and asked if he knew him. The man told the protagonist to call Secretary Zhao of the Provincial Politician Legal Committee and call Director Ho. Hearing the main character's call, the gang was even more surprised that he knows some big shot from the legal committee and Mayor Ho. He put it on speakerphone and Uncle Lee's voice was heard from there, telling the protagonist not to worry while he was vacationing in Nanhu. The man said that no one would touch him and both would pay in full. The gang was extremely frightened by the protagonist's connections. Suddenly, a man approached the company and told them not to bother Mr. Liu, for he would deal with them himself. The bandits looked back and saw many people in formal clothes. When the classmate saw the newcomers, she recognized her father among them and was happy to see him. The protagonist and Zhao Xiaofei were surprised that the girl knew the man and called him her dad. The man told his secretary to call the old man Ho, something he agreed to. Right after that, the secretary called and said that Mr. Shu wanted to invite him to a luncheon in the upper city, and he was very angry. He realized that the man was Shu's uncle Zhubai. A man approached the protagonist and thanked him for helping his daughter. The man said he didn't even know how to thank him, and now he would protect her more. He told him not to worry because they were friends. The man appreciated the main character's martial arts and said that he is strong and tall, and he doesn't even see his daughter because of him. At the same time, Bandits was even more frightened because he had no idea that he knew so many important people. It wasn't long before the police arrived and forced all the bandits into a car. Father Shu Wanyuan said such schools deserve praise. He got all covered with sweat, and with a strained smile said that the man's thank you was enough, while thinking about what everyone was afraid of, so his thank you was a blessing. The man asked why he was refusing, and he couldn't say anything. He scratched the back of his head, and first that smile said he had exams coming up. Shu Yuanyuan's father said that he accepts the main character's thought, but will remember what he owes to the main character. The man also said he heard he donated $100,000 to help with a child's leukemia treatment. He scratched the back of his head and said that it was indeed true. The man was extremely surprised, because the entire Nanhu 3rd High School had only raised $30,000. The secretary said that when he returned he would keep a closer eye on Secretary Shu, while the other secretary said that on Monday he would gather the school's leadership to make a fundraiser among them. Father Shu Yuanyuan nodded his head in agreement with the suggestion. Suddenly someone called out to Secretary Shu. A full man came rushing to the secretary in a hurry and asked if everything was all right. As it turned out, it was Zhao Xiaofei's father. Well, he asked what his father was doing here, and Zhao Xiaofei said that he told my mother to my father that Secretary Shu was here, so he came running. The man apologized to the secretary and said that children don't always think right, and he probably had a hard time dealing with them. At the same time, he approached Shu Yuanyuan said that he did not expect that she was the daughter of the secretary of the city committee. The girl said he misunderstood and she was living with her mother. He was surprised that their parents were separated. The girl blushed and said that it was no big deal because her mother was just a housewife. The girl folded her arms and looked awkwardly at the protagonist. At the same time, Zhou Qian looked at the unfolding situation with an incomprehensible expression. The girl was surprised at the fact that both Zhao Xiaofei's father and Uncle Lu had come and wondered what kind of people they were. However, the very next day the atmosphere cleared. He yawned widely and realized that it was the weekend and he should take a walk. He decided to visit Uncle Lu while he was on the road, since he had asked for his help, and explain everything to him. Because he noticed that since the video was no longer on the hype, it would be recognized so much. Suddenly, an unknown number called the main character's phone. He picked up the receiver. Uncle Joe answered and asked him if he remembered him because he had made an order. He finally recognized the voice and asked how the man was doing. The man said that if he wanted to look at the order, they should meet at the stall sometime. He asked if he had anything he did besides carving. The man said he was asked to sell something and said he could show it to the main character. He agreed to the proposal and said that he was just nearby so he would come over soon. He thought that even though people wouldn't recognize him anymore, he should be careful not to hurt Uncle Zhao. It wasn't long before the protagonist was in the right place. Uncle Zhao waved at him and beckoned him over while he himself was near the bicycle. He wondered what the man had that kind of thing. At the same time, he mentally tried to activate the system. However, the unexpected protagonist's face was covered in sweat. A message appeared about a system update that would complete in 48 hours. He was clearly unhappy with the situation and clutched his head in distress. He cursed the system for updating at such a time. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhao asked if the protagonist was all right. Suddenly, he looked at what the man had brought and was greatly surprised. In spite of everything, he noticed the unusual box. He mentally exhaled and realized that the system updates were not interfering with the Eye of Truth. The man opened the box and asked if there was anything the protagonist liked. He wondered if the glow was coming from the box, and it looked old and shabby. The guy wondered if it might be an antique. He asked how the man got the box. Uncle Zhao said that he had it a long time ago, so he didn't really remember it. He raised his hand to his chin and thought. He didn't want to cheat the old man. But if he offered a high price for the crate, he wouldn't agree. The boy asked if Uncle Zhao had a problem recently. The man only exhaled from the protagonist's question. The master said there was a problem, and even that was not really a problem, because he needed to find a teacher for the village children. He asked if they didn't have teachers there. Uncle Zhao said that they had bad roads lately, and until he started traveling, they were isolated from the world for 6 months, and the teachers didn't want to deal with them because they were hard to reach. He asked how bad the roads were, and said that they just needed to tell the landmarks of the area. The man said that there was a clear river running near the village, and that the village itself was located next to a mountain. The man also said that if there was a road there, they could sell the fruit they grow there. The main character went to Uncle Zhao and asked if he could help with the problem. The man said that they needed about $100,000 to make the road, and they didn't have that kind of money. He said that money is not a problem for him because he can spend 2 million on this project. The man asked, what was the benefit of such an action from the guy? He said he just wanted to do a good deed and maybe they could develop planting. After the protagonist's response, the man cried and said that he was Liu Jigao's benefactor and he was trying to show his respect. The man stopped him and said that he didn't need to bow because he and the protagonist were friends. He handed the card to the man and said that the password was 6 sixes and that he would contact the DSSU in a couple of days. The old man thanked the protagonist profusely and said that if he needed to grow anything, he could always apply. He said they should talk about it when they get new roads. The boy waved goodbye to the man while the old man himself rode back to his village. He was still staring at the older man's back and was glad that everything had gone according to plan. Soon enough, he found himself at Ling Xuan's house. Lin Xuan's father poured the protagonist a cup of tea and asked him if he really wanted to seriously build roads because the price for 10 kilometers of 10 million. However, the man said there was a lot of money to be made from them. He said to stop kidding him because it was just a small village and he just wanted to help. He said Uncle Zhao gave him some box and he's going to look at it later. The man said that the protagonist is impressed by everyone in the family. The man also said that Lao Feng and Lao Shu consider him their comrade, and Lao Meng wants to marry off his daughter to the protagonist. The man also said he heard he was God over the bandits. He said it came out completely by accident. Lin Xuan's father asked if he really think he would believe it. The whole he was able to see even the imperial jade. After that, the man said that there would be a meeting tomorrow and the protagonist should appear there. He was surprised at such news. The man said that he can pretend, but he already knows that the protagonist has talent, so he should come to the competition because there will be experts there. He asked if Uncle Lu Bo was really sure about it, and maybe someone else should go. Afterward, he asked if this case was related to Liu Hu. Lu Bo's uncle said that Liu Hu is just a pawn in the game, and he has his sights set on the commander. He asked to be allowed to deal with Liu Hu, which Uncle Lu Bo obviously didn't expect. Lu Bo wanted to ask what he was going to do about Liu Hu since he was hiding well. After taking a sip of tea, he said that did Uncle Lu Bo think the driver was at fault. Uncle Lu Bo asked if he really felt that way. He said that Ms. Lin was incredibly beautiful, and the man most likely wanted to appreciate her rather than kill her. However, the action had only one intent, to destroy her as soon as possible. He smiled and said he thought the motive was one of envy. Uncle Lu Bo thought about it and said that the main character's thoughts made sense. The man thought he was right because she was an idol for many men and only a woman could do it. He warned that it was only his guess because he didn't know Ms. Lin's entourage. Uncle Lu Bo said he was a good man for reducing the number of suspects and thanked him for that. The man smiled and said that he would soon find the true culprit. The next day, he and Uncle Lu Bo were at the meeting place. The company got out of the car and headed for the entrance. Lu Bo's uncle said that today it was up to the protagonist, and even though everyone would think that he was embarrassing himself, but he should defeat them. He laughed and agreed to the proposal. The unexpected company was approached by an unknown man who recognized the old man Lu Bo. The man laughed and asked if he had come here to lose money. Lu Bo's uncle was clearly unhappy with this statement and said that no matter what, he had the money. But whether they could take it away was another matter entirely. The man asked did Lu Bo really think he was a mobster and told him to get lost. Lu Bo only became even more angry at this statement. He stopped Uncle Lu Bo and told him not to talk to that mobster, because he's probably had bad luck with roulette lately. And this time he'll lose more than ever. The man became extremely angry at the words of the protagonist, and asked if he really thought he was a failed mobster, because he thought the guy was picking a fight. As it was, he ignored the man and turned to Lu Bo, suggesting that he go inside. However, the man didn't stop him from censuring the protagonist. He smiled and said that he was asked by some mistress. He should hire someone in a 5-star hotel. They don't let people like him in here. Lu Bo said that Yang Yinggu should calm down and asked him to leave him alone. He smiled and said that he had learned from the best, and would easily crush him. The man said he wouldn't forget it and turned to walk away. Looking at the back of the insolent Lu Bo warned the protagonist to be careful with him, because people like him will remember it in the future. At the same time, Lu Bo said that he also has people, but he covers his tracks better than him. He said that Lu Bo is also full of surprises, and in some things they are similar to him because they are probably friends. Hearing the protagonist's reply, Lu Bo put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and told me to test my fate. Suddenly he heard an unkind remark in his direction and turned back. As it turned out, Zhou Xueben and his father were standing there. He asked if it was Zhou Xueben, and she told him not to be afraid because he was working as a goldsmith again. Yoo Seungwoo asked didn't he expect the latter to meet him here. He said it was nothing, but he really didn't expect to see him here. Lubo noticed Yoo Seungwoo's father and squinted his eyes. It was as if a spark of hatred ran between the men as they looked into each other's eyes. Those observing the altercation were surprised because they didn't even hide it. Suddenly, another unknown man approached the main character's company. He and Lubo looked to the side together and were greatly surprised. A certain man adjusted his tie and said that he and Lubo hadn't seen each other in a long time. Unexpectedly, Lubo realized who it was without much surprise. The man asked if it was really Yoo Seungwoo. After that, he squinted his eyes and asked if the one was cooperating with the bastard. Yoo Seungwoo said that he invited Uncle Lu and Joe to represent his companies. Jubo Kong said that President Lee is very polite if he thinks that this company is small, then most of Nanhu's companies are garbage. Du warned Yoo Seungwoo to stay away from the protagonist, and started to tell the story of the protagonist. However, he was stopped. Yoo Seungwoo said that the business is changing and before who pays him the most is the one who plays. Yoo Seungwoo waved his hand and said that they would chat later since he was busy right now. Lubo was extremely angry at this behavior and told the protagonist that he was either too naive or was playing him knowing what Old Man Joe really was. He looked at the man's back and thought. His intuition told him he'd be difficult to deal with. He imagined him as a pawn cheating everyone else on the chessboard. Yoo Seungwoo at the same time turned to Jobo Kang and asked if there was something that made him angry. Joo Seungwoo said that he had recently deceived his father. The man with a slight smile, he said that he had heard that Jobo Kang himself had sold him these stones. Jubo Kong said that the president was right and told his son to stop telling it and behave culturally. The boy tried to tell his father that you can't keep it all to yourself, but he was stopped. Yoo Seungwoo said that they were protected by the company, and the man hoped they would defend his honor since he had no experience in such a case. Yoo Seungwoo handed a glass of wine to Jobo Kang and said don't make the same mistake twice. The holy knows that that kid has a good ability. Chuba Kong said he understood everything. At the same time, in another part of the hall, someone was cursing Lu Gaosun. It turned out to be the same man who had an argument with the main character's company. With a grim face, he said that he would remember what they had done today. At the same time, the man behind him told him to calm down, because as far as he knew, Lubo was gambling without rules, and asked if he understood him. The man asked his buddy if he really thought it was okay to pretend to wait until he was killed. The guy said that they wanted to humiliate him publicly, so it was better not to count the money. Taking his buddy's hint, the man asked if he really thought Lubo didn't know anything about jewelry and was easy to catch. The man covered himself with a fan and said that the main game is stone cutting, so if they don't cut the stone, they will ruin the reputation. It wasn't long before the fair started, and everyone went inside the hall. Lubo turned to the protagonist and said that he didn't know how to determine if there was a stone in neuritis and asked the protagonist how he understood it. He said that jade can be detected in stones by several factors. He began to explain that he had to look at the stone. For example, he took a stone that had a certain pattern also resembling the rising sun, unlike the others. He said that in this stone there was a high probability of jade. He went on to say that in order to accurately determine if a stone has jade or not, one must look at the outgoing yin energy that displaces the yang energy from his hand. But it also depends on the location of the sky. Everyone who listened to the main character's story wanted to send him to a psychiatric hospital, because they thought it was delusional. However, Lubo only opened his mouth wide and asked the protagonist if there was any jade inside the stone, to which he said that there was and could most likely sell what was inside. However, they would need to check when the stone was cut. Suddenly, someone stopped the protagonist and surrounded him. The crowd began to shout. Could he really be mocking and using wuxia to check if there was jade in the stone? For many people thought it was a fraud. Lubo told the crowd that they misunderstood him because it was his nephew and not the wuxia scammer. However, the crowd did not believe the man and told him to stop talking nonsense because he should listen to his elders, and they have serious business here. He asked people if they thought the rock was empty. He thought the whole situation smelled like a setup, and if so, they should teach the idiots who hit on the protagonist and his uncle a lesson. Suddenly, someone said that this stone was not a jewel. He returned to the source of the voice. At the same time, the whole crowd, along with Lubo, looked at the same place. The protagonist was approached by an unknown man with a cheeky smile and a confident rose. He smiled and asked if the man wanted to make a bet. Unknown asked what the conditions were. He said he would pay him 1 million if at least one of the 2 stones had a jewel. If each stone had a jewel in it, then the man would lose. The smug stranger said that since this would happen, if there were 2 jewels, he would give him 1 million. At the same time, the man realized that all the stones with the jewels were collected elsewhere and could not be at the public exhibition. He said a man has a much better chance of winning. It's not fair to the protagonist. The man offered 5 million and asked if he would accept the deal. He agreed and said not to blame him if he lost. The guy said he had a chance and all the dice were rolled and fate took its course. The man asked, is he worried about him because he thought he was too proud? Lubo said he looks too nervous and the stakes are only a couple million, so if he loses he'll pay for it. At the same time, Joo Seungwoo approached the company and together with his father. Joo Seungwoo smiled smugly and said that it would be unrealistic for 2 jewel stones to be found here. However, Jo Bo-kang grimly said that this stone with jewels. Joo Seungwoo abruptly turned to his father and said that he was just lucky that time and didn't believe in such coincidences. However, the father got angry and started yelling at his son, why is the main character lucky? Who is a scumbag his son, because if it were otherwise he could sit at home and drink tea. At the same time, the crowd was only saying that on 1 million yuan, a family could live for several years, and that he only loses from it by being impatient. At the same time, the man who argued with the protagonist told the hall employee to cut the stone. Afterward, the rival said that by meeting the protagonist, he got a good car for 1 million yuan. He turned to his rival and asked if he was really going to spend just 1 million yuan to buy a car at this time. Such an expression offended the man, and he turned to the protagonist. He asked again if he really planned to buy a car for only 1 million yuan, because every man who respects himself would buy a car for several thousand million yuan, and that's what real bosses do. The man was extremely offended by such a suggestion, but could not say anything in response. He squinted his eyes and said that if he understood correctly, the man was currently using a car worth less than $1 million and condoled with him. His rival took even more offense. The man told the protagonist not to spend money wherever he could, because he was saving money, because money is hard to earn. But he pointed to Said behind him and asked if he was really frugal or joking about it because, playing with that kind of money, he has no right to use that word. And here he is frugal because the old money is only on verified bets. He said he came in a car with Lu Bo. The guy asked if the man knew Gust cars. The man stood in a stupor because he couldn't answer the protagonist. He clarified that the name of the car was a Rolls-Royce Gust, and that's what normal cars are called. Noticing the reaction of the man in charge, the hero said that he looked like he didn't know about the million yuan car by sympathizing with him. He opened his eyes and asked if the man thought he was better than Lu Bo. If so, it was too presumptuous. The man was surprised by such harsh words from the protagonist and started calling him names. He went on to say that some people are content to drive a car priced at less than 1 million yuan. And some people don't even know a car for 100 million yuan, which he considered backward. The man said he talked too much for a young guy, and he wouldn't let a red-haired guy explain to him about thrift and all that nonsense. However, Lu Bo said that he no longer had to be afraid because his nightmare had already come true. It seemed that the people had already cut the stone and there was indeed a jewel there. The slicer said it's just green grains, and it's not what he expected. At the same time, the entire crowd was incredibly surprised that the main character was actually lucky. Gawkers began to discuss the main character, and absolutely no one believed that he was really lucky because there is no way to check the stone for jewelry. The protagonist's opponent was covered in sweat and surrendered to the question of whether not all the stones had been taken away, and how the 2 boulders had turned into jeweled stones. The hall staff member then said he would begin cutting the second stone. The protagonist gave his good while the opponent said that this rock is absolutely definitely plain paper. However, disregarding his opponent's shouts, the master began to cut the stone. The master said he has cut already into 6 pieces in jewels and he can't see. The protagonist's opponent started laughing because he was sure of his early victory. As he made an uncomprehending face and asked if the man wanted to raise the stakes. The opponent was surprised at this attitude of the protagonist. He asked if he was not a real player, since he had a better chance than the protagonist, and asked if he wanted his 1 million yuan car to be turned into a good car. The man said he didn't mind, and since the protagonist had no chance, he would just give him the money. And Lu Bo walked up to the disputants and said that the protagonist had confidence in this, and said to increase the stakes. Lu Bo said to increase the bid by 10 million. The entire crowd was extremely surprised at this increase in stakes. The man starts to realize that his intuition says there's some kind of catch. However, the man still believes that if he wins, he will get a huge amount of money. The man turned to the company that was discussing something behind his back. The 2 men smiled and looked at each other. It wasn't long before a man and from that very company approached the company of the protagonist. He asked if he could join and asked Lu Bo and Mr. Bao's opinion. Lu Bo wondered if the man was also interested in this. Then Lu Bo approached the protagonist and said that if he wins, he will give him a sports car, otherwise he will list the stamps giving the choice to the protagonist. He thanked for the trust from Lu Bo, The protagonist's opponent got even more excited. The same man asked if he could bet 50 million. Lubo thought about the proposal and pondered for a while. Lubo looked around and asked if he could afford to argue for 50 million since he usually couldn't even afford 20, and if he had appeared to have some patronage. Immediately after that, Lubo's eyes turned towards the investor. The investor himself said that Lubo had incredible powers of observation. Lubo squinted his eyes and guessed that he was the investor. The man asked if they sent Bao to harm his nephew, and although this move is very interesting, but it is useless. Ka said that yes, it seems really pointless, but they, the old foxes, need to update their knowledge to keep up with the young foxes. The investor then turned to the protagonist and asked him his name, most likely to be better than his goofy grandson. However, unexpectedly, Lubo blocked the main character's path and said that no one could surpass his nephew. The investor laughed and said the man reacted as if he was going to kidnap him. The man told him not to worry because he had a family with grandchildren. He squinted his eyes and thought to his intuition that these guys were snakes. The protagonist's rival held out a check for 10 million, and Mr. Bao held out a check for 50 million. Both of them had tense expressions on their faces. However, they agreed to the deal. The craftsman continued his work and cut the stone. Lubo approached the main character and asked if he was really sure about it, and he said he would bet 100 million on himself if he had the cash. The crowd told the master not to doubt since the last cut was left. The probability that this stone really contains the jewel is equal to 10%, and he is a complete fool for there can be no jade in it. However, the master would say quieter and fetch him some water. The crowd was surprised and asked what was wrong. The man said he reminded him of the old men with archaeology, and they too used wuxia to find the right tomb, and the man didn't think he would meet people with such skills. The master said he was surprised that he knew the technique, and said that perhaps his skills would help identify hidden bloodstones. The protagonist's opponent and Mr. Bao tensed up a lot, and asked what the master meant. The master said that, to put it bluntly, his method could become popular. Man asked from where it will become popular, and what exactly will affect it. The opponent said that they should already cut the stones to find the jewel, and Lubo was greatly surprised. The crowd started shouting that they would buy this stone for 2 million. At the same time, someone offered 5 and 6 million. Someone desperate even said to keep the stone in exchange for any jewelry in his store. Pretty soon, the crowd circled the protagonist and told him to agree to 10 million. At the same time, he himself was perplexed as to what the bloodstone nonsense was all about. He mumbled that people are offering 10 million, and can't they wait for the system update with only 2 hours left? At the same time, the master said that it wasn't a bloodstone, but just a brightly colored red ice stone. The crowd instantly realized what the man was talking about because the kind of bloodstone is ice seed, and it is an incredibly rare jade. The crowd as quickly as possible began to talk at the company level and tried to make their bets. At the same time, Lubo looked at the protagonist's opponent, said that he wanted to take the check now. Yoo Seungwoo was surprised that he had actually obtained the ice seed. Right after that, the guy asked his dad what it all meant. However, Jo Bo-kong was already sobbing with anger and trembling despair to have him recall all his losses. Yoo Seungwoo realized as quickly as possible that he had managed to cheat his father out of imperial stones and they were sold for pennies. However, at the same time, the crowd began to speculate whether Master Jianshi had made a mistake or deliberately deceived them. However, another said that the judgmental was blind, because he had said that he used wuxia to determine the values of the master would not have pulled off such a thing. The protagonist's opponent shouted and accused the protagonist of being the reason he lost 50 million. Mr. Bao approached his investor, said that gambling, it is not his, while the investor himself was angry that he asked the man to do business to make a steady profit. Suddenly someone came to the company of the protagonist and said that Jellyween had lost his nerve, because if he lost, it was his problem. The man with a cigarette at his mouth told him to stop acting like an idiot, or he would be embarrassed because he knows the rules of gambling. Mr. Bao and Jellyween became nervous and looked at the man who had come. Mr. Bao asked that the man knew about it because that guy was trying to fool them. Jellyween said to calm down and move on to the next plan. He held out a check for 5 million. At the same time, the protagonist himself, Lubo, held out a check for 10 million for him. He thanked the man for his generosity. Lubo asked, isn't he going to talk about avarice because thanks to the protagonist, he won 50 million? He said he basically did nothing and picked 2 random rocks and said a couple words and the rest of the people just weren't restrained. He turned around and said that he didn't think there were so many rich pigs who wanted to give away their money because you can become yourself. That is a beggar because kings are ruled by the beggar's greed, and he liked it here. He was going through the system messages and read a message about transferring 15 million to his bank account. He said his balance sheet was 24 million. but the mission indicator multimillionaire was only at 8 million. He scratched the back of his head and thought it was probably due to a system update. Suddenly, someone called out to the protagonist. It turns out that Lubo approached the protagonist and said that his friends wanted to have lunch with him. He was surprised at such an offer, and asked if they really wanted to have lunch with him, and if they wanted to buy his jade. He clearly said that he couldn't sell it right now, but Lubo said that they are not interested in his stone, and they want his advice, because wuxia technique will be the most discussed topic, and soon. Lubo said doesn't he want to keep the jade for Miss Z. He said he didn't want to sell it because he had enough money for now. Lubo said saving money is a good habit for high school students, putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He said that if someone wants to talk to him, they should talk to him because they are rich, and only unconnectedness will not prevent him. Lubo exhaled and said to his age he was completely distracted. The main character smiled and said, "Lubo, don't worry about this video, we'll handle everything." It wasn't long before the protagonist was surrounded by a crowd asking to hear about how Uzia's technique worked. Ira began to explain the principles of the imaginary technique. Pretty soon the crowd dispersed and thanked the protagonist because they had learned a lot. The protagonist, despite waving them hello to silence, actually exhaled and said that it's unbelievable how many people believe such a thing. Suddenly the main character got a message. He looked at the two panels. One of them said online reputation accounting, and the other online title accounting. The system said that getting a title added new things such as an exclusive item, or a discount from increasing the title. The effect of the bonus would increase, and more bonuses would be unlocked. He realized that it was like the VIP system in online toys. He called up the system window again and decided to check what his level was now. He saw that his level was shown as civilian, and his religion work and skills were blocked. He looked at the message dejectedly and realized that the stats were blocked because of his level. And maybe when he leveled up, he would be able to unblock them. The main character said that you have to trade prestige points to get experience to improve the title, and prestige points can only be gained by completing missions. He decided to check what the prestige store had. He was very surprised because there were only 3 items in the store. Suddenly he opened his eyes and was greatly surprised. He looked at a beautiful egg whose contents were unknown. The system said that there was a chance of discovering excellent quality, in which case the thing might be worth a lot of money. He was already starting to think about what would happen when he broke it. He then turned to the system and said he wanted to buy a scroll and asked how he could do so. However, he suddenly noticed the store's refresh timer with just under 10 hours left. He wondered if this store had a time limit and realized that once that time expired, items would disappear. He grabbed his head and realized that there were less than 10 hours left. He needed to complete 19 prestige missions in order to buy the egg for 19 points. He squinted his eyes and decided to see what prestige missions there were. He marveled at the fact that he'd managed to complete 3 missions without him realizing it. The system showed one of the completed missions, the essence of which was to use his skills, new experience and skills to create reaction and attention towards himself. Suddenly he turned around and saw the crowd looking at him with burning eyes of adoration. He raised a hand to her chin. She said, "It was probably due to the technique because it drew attention and reaction and a new experience." Another mission that he managed to do was the mission of using his charm to win the sympathy of the other 50 people. The third mission was about gaining the respect and love of the others. He smiled and said that he remembered where he got it because it was a mission he completed yesterday on campus and received 100 coins and 1 prestige point. Okay, the hero opened his mouth and said that if everything is calculated, he has 9 prestige points right now. He only needs 10 points. He decided to see what other missions prestige could do right now. After reading the mission description, he realized that the daily missions are easy. But here's, friendship is our everything. That's a whole other conversation. He calculated that he now had the sympathy of 63 people and 37 left. The guy also said that the stone exhibition was the perfect platform to impress people. Realizing this, he thanked Lubo. He clenched his fist and realized he had to do it. Suddenly, someone greeted the protagonist, and the guy turned toward the source of the sound. A company of a man and a woman stood there. The man said that they were from the Wen family, and said that they had heard that the protagonist had a special way of testing stones, and asked if they could ask any questions. He shook hands with Mr. Wen and said hello. He looked at the business card handed to him. The business card had only the gentleman's name on it, no companies or numbers. He scratched his head and changed since he can give his card right now. Mr. Wen said that there was nothing wrong with it. He said he was here to meet the main character, and asked if he could call him brother. He said he was okay with becoming friends. The guy pinned the girl down and said that this was his daughter-in-law, Jo Ye, while the girl herself tapped her soulmate and told him to stop being rude. He said he had a good daughter-in-law. The girl said that he was rumored to have found a red jade and asked if he could look at it. He agreed and handed them the stone. The system rated this item as bright red jade, which the public likes. He marveled at the scoring system and realized he needed to check the box later. The girl asked if he could show the stone. He agreed and handed them the stone. Pretty soon he was standing over another rock and pondering. He said that when this stone is exposed to the air, it dries and fades. The guy also said that it was full of life on the inside, but dead on the outside. He said this stone was hidden to you, Gleb, so it didn't flourish under the sky. Because of that, it's not particularly valuable. He turned away and thought that, in a nutshell, it was all a load of crap. Mr. Wen said that rogues weave nonsense without speaking, calling themselves sages, and all the masters would follow the protagonist. The girl was also excited to learn the technique. The crowd watched the teachings of the protagonist, and many people thought that hiring a master technician was much easier than buying up all the stones. But at the same time, an ordinary person would not be able to learn it, because Wuxia master was a great thing. He smiled, and thought he really liked being a master technician. Pretty soon, Lubo walked up to the main character, and said that there was food on the table and called the main character downstairs. He waved goodbye to his master and sister, saying he would go first to eat. The company waved goodbye to the protagonist and said they would see each other later. And when he and Lubo went downstairs to have lunch, the man watched the protagonist's back. The man was looking so intently at the protagonist that even his sister-in-law noticed it. The girl asked if the gentleman was interested in him. The man said that even though he is young, but he is very interesting. The girl asked if he didn't want to know where he was from, to which the man replied with a counter-question who said he didn't want to. The man turned to the girl and asked if she didn't think it was a rarity to see such a young man here. However, the girl tapped the man on the forehead and told him to remember why they came here. The master said he would do his part and asked if she didn't trust him. At the same time, the protagonists were surrounded by people even during lunch. Everyone would come up to the main character and ask him what he thought of this or that stone. He squinted and realized that the number of people interested had increased to 72. It wasn't long before a post sounded during lunch. At the same time, Jellyvon's company was sitting at another table. Mr. Bao slammed his hands on the table. He clenched his fists and said they were disgraced. Mr. Liao said that their opponent was a boy, and this move would open up new areas of the city for them. Likewise said, go all the way for the bosses. At the same time, Jellyween asked what the man was up to. Mr. Liao was startled by such a question, but said that this situation did not only affect their boss's honor, it was also to decide whether they could defend their territories. Mr. Bao said it is a very good decision because everything will be left behind if they fight for business with them. They will get their money. The mysterious man said that everyone has their own honor to protect and offered to open the stones. It wasn't long before he was alone with Lu Bo. Lu Bo said that his assistant Shu went to school because of that. The main characters questioned what Lu Bo was trying to say. Lu Bo said officials think the whole area around South Lake High School should be recreational and shopping and riding. Lu Bo said she went to the school to talk about this and happened to hear that they wanted to build a new school. Lu Bo told the protagonist to take this project seriously because they will rework the whole economy and want to invite Ning Kai-shen as an investor. He thought about that name. Lu Bo asked what he was thinking about, throwing the guy off balance. He waved his hand, but he couldn't say anything. Lu Bo decided to ignore it and said that everything was fine. Lu Bo said that today they open the area for high-level waves of players, and you can start playing with 100,000 or 1,000,000. And Lu Bo said that he learned how to play jade stones, and it is addictive. Lu Bo, with a serious expression, told the protagonist not to get carried away with the games even though he knows the definition, but he might miss and lose everything. He raised his eyebrows and thought that Lu Bo himself had brought him to the gambling stone exhibition, and who really out of the two of them and not into it. An unexpected Lu Bo left the protagonist and said that his enemies would be more serious in the evening, and asked him to be more careful. He squinted his eyes and said the man had just lectured him about games, but was already making him play. Immediately afterward, he and Lu Bo entered the hall together. Zhou Sheben said he heard and got angry. Zhu Bo Kang only turned around and thought that he had moved to the Changyang group. So he needs to confirm then the assassin of the president of the jewelry. The man squinted his eyes and said to his son that they should watch. People crowded around the main character, and he explained that this rock changes every minute it is born and dies. Mr. Wen asked the protagonist what he's trying to say. He said to draw the gentleman's attention to the rough surface. The guy also said that there was a curve and then a bend. After that, he said that simply speaking, there are rare minerals inside the stone, and what kind of minerals they will find out when they cut it. Some man said that since he said there was a jewel inside the stone, and he was willing to bet on it. It wasn't long before the master began discharging the stone. After finishing his work, the man said that there is jade in this stone, but unfortunately it is small and not precious. The man's eyes lit up, and he thanked the protagonist for the experience of the first stone cutting, which, although it didn't pay off, was still important to the man. The man thanked the protagonist once again, and perhaps a hand to him. The crowd cheered the protagonist, saying that despite his age, his skills are already excellent. He smiled and realized that he only had to find 4 people to complete the task. Suddenly, some waiter approached the protagonist and Lu Bo. The man said that the company had been invited to a millionaire's neighborhood, and a certain Mr. Hu said he had a good offer. Lu Bo turned to the main character and said that they should go to the table of high-level players. At the same time, the crowd also heard this conversation and decided to follow the protagonist. Jubo Kang watched this situation while his son asked if they should watch it. Zhou Xueben said that in order to enter the $1 million zone, one must spend 10 million on stones, otherwise the director will blacklist them. Jubo Kong said that Mr. Lee gave them a limit of 20 million, and they can buy anything in the house. Although said he hates that accounting thing, as you have to count everything you bought, and man does he love the freedom. Jubo Kong told his son to be in the shadows, because anyone who bets has a special power behind him. Zhou Xueben told his father not to worry because he understands how to behave. Mr. Bao said Jubo Kong went with his son, and asked if they would go there. Jelly Ween said they had a small budget, and was clearly not happy about it. Suddenly someone called Jelly Von by name. As it turned out, there was a certain Master Kun standing behind them. The master was greatly surprised that Jelly Won still remembered an old man like him. Jelly Ween took a chair, and kindly told the master to take a seat here. Jelly Ween said he would introduce them now. Master Kun. This is the best master stone appraiser, both in their city and in the ancient industry, and the man has many occupations. The master's fans gathered around him and favored him as they considered this meeting a great happiness. At the same time, Master Bao, trembling with his whole body, said that if the master had come earlier, they wouldn't have lost. Master Kun asked who was playing with the man leaving in the fights. Mr. Bao, this is Liu Guoxun from South Lake. Mr. Bao cried and said that Lu Bo had performed his friend to make them play, and it was because of their actions that they lost 50 million. The crowd that was watching the conflict break out realized that half of what he said was made up in the first place. Master Kun said he knew the man, and he seemed to be from a good family, and presented himself as a decent person, and he didn't think anyone would stoop to the level of using a Trojan horse. The master told the man not to worry because he would call the organizer right now to fix it. Jelly Won waved his hands sharply and tried to stop the master. Both men immediately realized that it was better not to touch the master, because if all the lies were revealed, they would not live. The master asked why they were standing and would they be so offended. The old man said that he had no right to humiliate them by using his dirty tricks. Jelly Vian said that after they lost in the stone games, they lost their dignity, and they won it back along with the money. The master got angry and asked if you really wanted to play with that snake. The old man said that if he dared to play unfairly, he would show who is the most important person here. Jelly Ween said that the assistant in question is now walking beside Lu Bo. Jelly Ween said that he has wuxia technique. The guy himself is young, and some masters even think that they can't beat him. Jelly Ween was certain that some kind of jade detecting method he definitely had. He got angry, and asked if people still believed it because his organization had forbidden to talk about it 30 years ago, and said he would bat, speaking on their behalf and prove that there was no technique. And they realized that everything was going according to their plan. The crowd started cheering for the master and invited them into the millionaire's zone. At the same time, in the millionaire's zone, Lu Bo asked if the man was interested in the restoration of Manhwa shopping streets. The man said he could help him if he met with the committee tomorrow. The interlocutor agreed to the proposal and shook Lu Bo's hand. Suddenly, Lu Bo turned his head toward the source of the sound. As it turned out, a master company came to the millionaire zones. Lu Bo said that it was a group that didn't know how to lose. After the company entered the hall, Mr. Bao said that is where he was. At the same time, he was chatting with some man. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly. The protagonist was surprised that the wizard was getting closer and closer to the protagonist. It wasn't long before they were within speaking distance and standing face to face. The master aggressively approached the protagonist and asked if he was the man with the technique. Right after that, the master was insulted by Lu Bo, saying that he was a snake bullying his buddy, and called him a tumor of the industry. Lu Bo asked the protagonist if this old man was seriously mad at them. He said he didn't know about the old man, and surely the 2 idiots next to him had put them up to some nonsense, and that was the only reason the master was so aggressive towards them. Lu Bo said to forget about it to the protagonist. After all, Men don't like people like them the most. Then she turned to the protagonist and said that since they had already started their tactics, they should improvise and adapt. He squinted his eyes and turned to the old man, saying that he had probably listened to other people's opinions and went straight to attacking others without thinking about what was said. The man was extremely offended by such a statement of the protagonist, and asked if his parents had brought him up badly. And if that was the case, it is now clear why he deceived his buddies. He turned to Lu Bo and asked who he was. Lu Bo said that even though it seemed like a familiar face, however, millions of people from all over the world come here to see the exhibition. The master told them not to even ask who he was because he wouldn't say it. The man said that his name was Kun Wezhen from Xiaoyang, and he had already studied geology for 50 years and was friends with the local boss Jellybin. After that, the man turned to the protagonist and said, "Didn't they cheat people out of 60 million? And Lu Bo squinted his eyes and said that just a second ago, the man didn't want to introduce himself. Kun Wezhen said that he could do whatever he wanted because they were in the millionaire's zone. After that, Kun Wezhen asked why he wasn't playing or if he wanted to cheat again. Lu Bo was very offended by this statement and thought that he had already called him a snake and a cheat several times. He said if the old man wanted to play, they could make it happen because they had enough money. Lu Bo looked at the man and said that they should play then. Kun Wezhen said that young people have become frivolous, and then he should not be accused of bullying the younger generation. After that, Kun Wezhen said that he would show what it means to respect elders. He squinted his eyes and took offense at the emphasis on seniority. He looked at Kun Wezhen and told him to stop bullshitting. He said something about what they would play depends on them, and he should stop talking nonsense because they haven't played yet. Kun Wezhen was even more offended by the main character's suggestion. After that, Kun Wezhen coughed and said that he was curious whether he had not been taught to respect his elders. Since he did not do so at all, he got even more offended, and with a burning flame in his eyes said that if he would shut me up, he would beat him here. The old man was instantly frightened by such an ominous aura and couldn't say a word. Lu Bo was also extremely surprised by the main character's killing intent, and didn't understand anything. While all the people watched, he closed his eyes to calm himself. When at last the master regained the power of speech, he said it was as if death hung over him. At the same time, Jellyween leaned over to the master and said what they should do. Kun Wezhen repeated that he knows this game, and they choose one of the 3 stones, then everything will be clear. He said he's okay with this game. Kun Wezhen told the protagonist not to worry because this competition is fair, and since the amount is large, they need a judge. Suddenly, someone volunteered to be the judge, and Kun Wezhen instantly looked back. As it turned out, there stood several men who were interested in becoming judges. Suddenly, the director of the exhibition came up to them and told them that he would also be a judge, and not to worry. Everyone was surprised at the unusual arrival of a man who normally doesn't show his face. Literally at the same moment, Lee Jinhua joined the argument and said that she too would be a judge. The crowd was surprised at the unexpected man who would also volunteer to be a judge. All 4 people had already volunteered as judges, so it would be even more interesting. Many people guessed that he looked like Pei Xuan and Li Yushu. Some even thought that he was one of Hua Hai's 3 sons. The director of the exhibition asked, "Is Shifei also here, you?" Shifei himself said hello to his uncle. After that, Shifei bowed in reverence, saying that he would also be the judge. The assembled crowd realized that the lineup of judges could be described as heavenly. Kun Wezhen was willing to have such an argument, and so was Lu Bo. Mr. Wen started supporting the protagonist while his sister-in-law pushed him and told him to stop playing the fool, and asked who would win after all. The man asked if she was really asking something so obvious, and said of course he would win. It wasn't long before a few stones were brought in, and told they could start picking him out. Suddenly, Shifei walked up to the main character and called him little brother. The man squinted his eyes and said that he believed in the protagonist, so he should try harder. He was surprised at this unexpected support, and thanked the men. The company gathered around the stones and began to examine them. Kun Wezhen was the first to look at the stones. He looked at all the stones with his keen eyes. After looking at all the stones, he pointed his finger at one particular stone and said he was choosing it. He squinted and realized that the old man knew how to pick and choose, and he needed to be careful. He examined all the stones and said that this time he would take this stone. Shifei turned to the master and protagonist, and asked if they wanted to describe their stone before cutting it. Kun Wezhen asked for permission to start first. Kun Wezhen said that the stone had a certain texture, and it was also covered with twisted threads. After that, the man pointed to a clear spot and said to look closely. Kun Wezhen said that the pattern of this stone repeats the astronomy of the sky in it, The 5 elements of yin and yang are concentrated in it. He said that even though the old man pisses him off, but the description is really good, to which Kun Weijin turned his head and hummed. Kun Weijin said that he should stop talking about his successes, and the protagonist should try his best because his rock is something second-rate. Kun Weijin was already confident that he had won the first round. He said that his evaluation of the stone was different. Kun Weijin grinned and asked if he didn't have a reputation, who is he anyway? The man also said that this was the first time he was seeing the protagonist, and asked if he was really worthy of talking to him. But the protagonist was extremely angry at the man's words and insults towards his father. He squinted his eyes and asked why the old man was here and if he really wanted to place a bet in wager. Kun Weijin said he had nothing to do with the bet, and didn't want anything from the protagonist. The protagonist asked if he was a friend of theirs for doing such a thing. Kun Weijin also got angry at the protagonist's obvious provocation, and pointed his finger at him, calling him names and threatening him. He said that even though Kun Weijin is from the Mineral Academy, man is behaving like a man with 47 chromosomes. He said that he was supposed to be an example to everyone, so why is he dishonoring his profession? And isn't he ashamed? Li Zhiguang founded geomechanics, and then Huang Ziqing remained to the personality of the movement of tectonic plates, and these are the 2 forefathers who learned their business by experiment from what the old man himself achieved. The old man was surprised at such a clear remark of the protagonist could not say anything. He was even more angry that the man could not say anything in response. He pointed at the man and said that he was a shameless man, and all he knew how to do in life was bark. He tried to shame the man, and said that even though he had read all the articles on mineralogy in the area, however, there was not a single article written by the master himself. After such a statement in his direction, Kun Weijin directly boiled with anger. Immediately afterward, Kun Weijin expectorated blood and fainted. Shifei only smiled and was surprised. Mr. Wen smiled and said that it seems like Kun Weijin ran into the wrong person. Jellywan said not to say such things about master because he is actually good. He smiled and asked if he wanted to run into him again, because it would be his pleasure. After that, Lu Bo came up to the protagonist and said that he knew something about these guys, and asked if he should tell him about it. One of the judges told them to stop conflicts, resume gambling. The man turned to a member of the hall staff and said, "Right now, cut these stones." The man set to work. It wasn't long before the carver said that there was an ice seed in the master's stone. After that, Kun Weijin barely rose to his feet and said that he needed to look at the stone he had chosen to fight him. The carver said he would start cutting the second stone. Suddenly, however, he raised his hand and told him to stop. Lu Bo was scared for the protagonist and asked what had happened. Mr. Bao squinted his eyes and asked, "Is he really giving up because as long as he can leave, then let him go?" The protagonist smiled and said they almost forgot it was Perry, and asked why they weren't putting it up. The man on the bench said they judge at will, so the stakes are their business. Mr. Bao said he could have just asked. The man had already started to say his demands. However, he stopped him. He said that he could not afford to make such bets, because he has only 20 million in his pocket, and the protagonist told him not to lie. The man raised his hands and said he would supply 30 million. Lu Bo tried to stop the protagonist. However, he didn't listen to him. The guy said that he was betting on himself 50 million if he wanted to see, he should follow him. The entire crowd was extremely surprised at such a huge figure of 50 million. Mr. Bao and Jelly Ween couldn't help but say a word. However, Kun Weijin shouted out to bet on him since his stone could not be more precious than his ice seed. Mr. Bao hesitated and said that he was betting 50 million on master. After everyone had voiced their bets, the main character told everyone to wait. The annoyed Mr. Bao and Jelly Ween looked at the protagonist, and the man asked what the protagonist was missing. The main character smiled and said that their rub had nothing to do with it, so he shouldn't bother people. He looked at the rocks and said to think of this bet as an unspoken wager. Very surprised by this decision of the main character and wondered, is he crazy, because his rate exceeds the entire income. He told him not to worry about the protagonist even though he violated his plan. Lu Bo turned to the protagonist and asked in all seriousness if he was really sure that he would win. He said that like he said he was only betting on 100% win, and asked if Lu Bo believed him. Lu Bo thought that if he counted their bets, it would be 100 million if they lost. Their lives would change. Then he thought about the main character's words that he never bets on losing, and looked at the main character ironically. Lu Bo took another look at the protagonist and wondered why he seemed to have become more important to him than any money. Taken looked into the protagonist's eyes and said that since he was only betting 100%, that meant he would bet too. The man clenched his fist and trusted the protagonist completely. The man decided to bet everything even if they lost. After that, Lu Bo pointed his finger at the company of opponents and said that his bet was M2 million. Suddenly, the whole company got scared because Lu Bo really got angry and bet M 2 million. The crowd began to reason that such a bet was exorbitant, and if he came out a winner, he would be rich. Joe Schweben asked his father, did the disputing parties escape from the madhouse because they want to exceed the record of 200 million? Shifei smiled and said that he was very interesting and he liked him. However, among all the judges, only Shifei was smiling and everyone was watching each other's movements. One of the judges said that Lu Bo's boss is a judicious man and he is really looking forward to the next bid. At the same time, the head of the exhibition was whispering something to his employee. Jellywan turned to the master and waited for his advice. Kun Weishen asked if they didn't believe him since he had also bet 20 million in the bet. Kun Weichen got all covered in pho and told them to open their eyes after all. This ice seed was found by him, and could some guy really take a random stone and bypass his ice seed? Mr. Bao and Jelly Ween looked at each other and became nervous. Jelly Von turned to his support group and began to explain the situation. The cheerleaders began to cheer Jelly Von on and told her to say the main character's command. Hearing the encouragement in his direction, Jelly Von stepped forward. After that, he folded his top and said he would do it and bet 1 billion. Literally everyone was shocked to hear such a huge figure. Having decided on the stakes, the exhibition manager told the foreman to cut. The man said that people in this city know how to have fun. He even became curious himself. Immediately afterward, the carver began to work the stone. The protagonist's opposing team was looking with open eyes at what was happening. The bench of judges merely watched the argument with nonchalance. At the same time, the protagonist was only boldly looking at his stone, while Lu Bo wasn't even looking at the stone itself at the protagonist. Unexpectedly, Kun Weijin noticed something surprising. As it turns out, the stone he had just cut was the ice jade seed. The man turned to the audience and said he was completely green, and had emerald green coloring, which is considered ideal. The audience began to discuss the protagonist, because since this ice seed is of high quality, and is emerald at that, it means that Kun Weijin has lost. Mr. Wen smiled and said that his intuition had not failed, and he had indeed won. At the same time, his sister-in-law was extremely surprised at this outcome of the event, and realized that it was not so simple that he would become great in the future. Lu Bo was extremely happy about the protagonist's victory and said that he had done a good job. At the same time, the opposing team was literally weeping at their failure, especially Mr. Bao and Jelly Ween. Kun Weijin was extremely angry and told him to cut on the other side since there might not be anything there. The man said to keep cutting the stone, to which even the carver himself was surprised. The opposing team insisted on cutting from the backside too. Suddenly, an unknown man approached Lu Bo and asked if he would sell his stone and if he could do it for 40 million. However, Lu Bo said not to ask for his opinion since he is not the one who has the attitude, but him. He changed and said he really needed that jade and couldn't sell it. After that, an unknown man approached the master and asked if he could sell his jade for 20 million. At the same time, Mr. Bao was extremely angry at this rate, and asked why he was buying from the protagonist for 40 million, and from them for 20 million, because they clearly underestimated him. The crowd laughed sharply, sensing the foolishness of the losing team. The man clearly said that the quality of these jades is different, and their jade is just inferior to the main character's jade. However, Mr. Bao got angry and said that he was not selling anything. However, suddenly, Kun Weijin intervened in the conversation and said that he could sell it for 23 million. Mr. Bao was extremely perplexed. Why did Kun Weijin change his mind? However, the man waved his hand at the team and said it was not profitable for them to buy at that price. These words were like an arrow through the men's hearts and gave them the deepest shock. The boss of the exhibition said that it was already clear to everyone who had won, and said that Lu Bo was victorious. The man said he didn't want anyone to interfere with the game, and once it was over they could talk. As it turns out, the very same salesman was the nephew of the head of the exhibition, and apologized to his uncle, saying that he would behave himself. Everyone present was shocked by this information. The losing team realized that this guy is Director Jun's nephew, and even though they would lose by selling the stone for only 20 million, however by doing so they could gain a plus in reputation. Immediately after that, the men cried like little children because they realized that they had not only offended him, but also lost hope for acquaintance. Standing not far from them was Lu Bo, who held a check in his hand and looked mockingly at the losing team. Jelly Ween and Mr. Bao turned to the master and asked what they should do. They urgently needed a plan to get their money back. The master's face was covered with sweat, and he told them not to yell as he was thinking. Suddenly, the man from the master's team raised his hand and asked if he could talk to Lu Bo one-on-one. His former buddies realized as quickly as possible that their comrade was a fraud. Lu Bo looked at the protagonist for help. After pondering the decision, Lu Bo said that they could join Mr. Lan for a faraway conversation. Pretty soon, the company went to another room to discuss business matters. However, the team was extremely angry and couldn't believe that Mr. Lan had betrayed them. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Bao told the whole company not to cooperate with him anymore. This idiot turned out to be a traitor. After the conversation ended, Lubo and Mr. Lan shook hands, reaching an agreement. After the conversation, he walked up to Lubo and asked what they had discussed. The man said that as a guy himself knows connections are very necessary in their world, so here he talked, and cooperation in some things. At the same time, Lubo realized that thanks to this event, he had a chance to go beyond Nanhu City and Jiangning Province. One of the judges asked if Mr. Bao and Jelly Wenin would continue. The mates looked at each other and opened their mouths, standing speechless. Lubo asked if they really wanted to escape. However, the man abruptly cut short all hopes by saying that it was impossible, especially for the two of them. The men got angry with Lubo and asked him if he thought they were afraid of him, and told him not to look down on them. Afterwards, Mr. Bao said that 1 billion was too much. Uncle smiled and said that they themselves bet money they don't even have, so they shouldn't blame him and his assistant for losing. Lubo was offended and said how dare they even say they could pay. Mr. Bao closed his eyes in despair and said he was beating himself to the punch. He asked if they had any money left for another bet. The man said he wouldn't accept a check until he cashed the last one. Suddenly he looked to the side and noticed some strange rock. He was very much interested in the protagonist, as he could not take his eyes off him. He walked to the stone and put his hand to his chin, thinking. At the same time, Zhou Bokang watched the protagonist and wondered what he was doing. Looking at the main character's pose, the man tensed up a lot. While he was reaching for the stone, Zhou Shebin walked over and took it first. Zhou Shebin said that he had gotten the stone that his Zhou Bokang wanted so badly. Zhou Bokang opened his eyes and called his son a good boy in his mind. He squinted his eyes and asked what he was accomplishing by doing this. Zhou Shebin said that he liked this stone, so he is buying it. He got angry and said not to test him because when he's angry, he's very bad. However, Zhou Shebin provocatively asked, "What's the big deal since he just wants to buy a stone like everyone else, and does he really have to ask him in order to buy a stone?" Zhou Bokang supported his son's idea and said that anyone can buy the stone and he has no exclusive rights to buy. So this stone they can buy too. Lubo was extremely angry at the actions of the father and son and said that they had fallen incredibly low in his eyes. The man asked why they were acting like that and said that it was good that they lost. He turned toward the headmaster's direction and said that according to his own words, outsiders could not interfere with the game. Jellybean became indignant and asked if they were strangers. Right after that, he went to Zhou Xueben and asked if he didn't like him and Lubo either. Zhou Xueben said that he and his father had a feud with them. Jellyvian then asked if the man wanted to join them to humiliate them. Jellyween said that all he has to do is gamble on this stone, and if they win, he will get 20 million and all the jade from the stone. Zhu Hueben nodded his head and said. Jellyween approached the director and said that Zhou Xueben was on their team, and they had chosen his stone for the stakes. Principal Zhou nodded his head and said to do as they wished. The crowd began to discuss Zhou Xueben's nefarious act. It was clear to everyone that it was extremely ugly on their part. Lubo went to the director and said that it's not fair because since they are participating in the game, it's not with this stone. After that, the director turned to Lubo and asked if he didn't like their judge's decision. Lubo said that since that's what the essence decided, so be it. He watched silently as the spectacle unfolded. He then opened his hands and asked if anyone else would buy the stones. Hearing nothing in reply, he said that since that was the case, he would choose his own stone. Immediately afterward, he looked in the direction of the father and son. Zhou Xueben asked, "Why is he staring at them since this stone is theirs?" The protagonist hesitated and looked at another rock. He looked at some black rock and got lost in thought. Suddenly, Kun Weijin realized that if it wasn't for the father and son pairing, he would have chosen this stone, and it was most likely of high quality. Suddenly the man realized that he wanted to take it too, and the guy found it himself. Suddenly, Kun Weijin snatches the stone from the protagonist's hands with a sharp movement saying that he picks it. Lubo was extremely angry at such actions, and clenched his fist in anger. He shouted why they were molesting his nephew. He squinted his eyes and said that he used to think the wizard was a geologist. But in fact, he turned out to be a dog that lives on the necks of other talents. Kun Weichin told the protagonists to shut their mouths, which he himself was already dissatisfied with. The crowd realized that this was the upper fringe of shamelessness, and they really hit the main character. At the same time, Jellyween and Mr. Bao looked at their master in bewilderment. Lubo turned to the director and said that this time absolutely everyone has seen it this time, and they will no longer participate in the games since what they choose is forever being stolen out of their hands. And does he really think that's fair? The director understood Lu Bo's intention and turned to the master. Kun Weijin coughed and said that he would have apologized to the guy, however, his relationship does not allow him to do so. Immediately afterward, the master looked at the piece of stone. The director turned to the master and said that he had said in advance that if someone wanted to pick a stone, they should volunteer. After that, the director asked why Kun Weijin was silent. Kun Weijin said that he wanted to buy this stone after him, but he didn't think the guy would pick the one he liked, so he went for it. The crowd began to condemn the master because it was blatant mockery. The master team asked what Kun Weijin was doing. However, Kun Weijin only shouted for them to shut their mouths. Kun Weijin turned to his cheerleader and said that if they wanted to win, they should talk less. Jellyween and Mr. Bao looked at each other and thought about it. Lu Bo approached the principal and said that they no longer wanted to participate in this game. Suddenly, Mr. Bao asked if they really wanted to leave because they had to pay 200 million to do so. The director turned to the man, which again was a problem. Kun Weijin said he hoped everyone would use rough stones for the stakes in the second round. Lu Bo was extremely angry that they started to change bets in the middle of the game and warned the protagonist not to play with these clowns. As Lu Bo turned around towards the exit, Kun Weijin asked if he didn't want to hear the details. Kun Weijin said that if they lost, it would be considered a double loss. The crowd began to discuss the event, because if they double that, they would lose 400 million. Jobo Kang looked at his son and said that it was too much. Kun Weijin turned to the team and said that if they won, he would give them 30 million. The director turned to Lu Bo and asked what his decision was. Lu Bo had already tried to speak up. However, he stopped him. He said that these people had started to interfere with the game. He gave an ultimatum that everyone had to sign a paper, and if anyone broke the agreement, they would be turned over to the judges. The guy also said that all bets had to be raised. Mr. Bao turned to the protagonist and asked if he thought they would escape. He said not to forget the case that they had already bet 1 billion on the losing side, but still wanted to change the rules. Mr. Bao looked at the protagonist with anger, but he couldn't say anything. After a while, he agreed. Lu Bo then approached the director with doubts that they could basically pay 400 million. Mr. Bao approached the director and said they could use the property. The director looked at Lu Bo's face and said that if they lost and didn't pay, he could guarantee that they wouldn't get out of here. After that, he and Lu Bo agreed to have them sign the contract. After signing the contract, the foreman's team asked if he was happy with these terms, and told him to look for a third stone. While he was folding the paper into a tube, Kun Weijin stepped farther away. Kun Weijin chose some stone and said that he chose this stone and it would be next. He squinted his eyes and smiled slyly. It wasn't long before he said he was choosing this particular stone. Zhou Xuebin smiled and warned that if he lost, it would be double the amount. Jobo Kang thought about how to get 30 million and relax with that money. However, he looked at the companies and asked if they really thought he would lose. Jubo Kang and Zhou Xuebin were extremely surprised by such a cheeky statement from the protagonist. He asked if they were so sure of their victory because of that stone. He said that if they did win, he congratulated them. Zhou Xuebin said that they would win 30 million. Suddenly, Jobo Kang told his son to shut up at the same hour. Immediately after that, Jobo Kang began to go through all the stones in search. The protagonist smiled and said that unfortunately, the price of their stone, it's only 5 million. He smiled and turned to the master saying that his stone was worth practically 8 million. Kun Weijin got worried, but ordered the protagonist to stop talking nonsense and told him to continue playing. Meanwhile, Mr. Bao and Jelly Wen looked at each other and realized that he was putting on a show. He said that this stone is called Yuji, a fossil, and as the name implies, this stone was formed hundreds of years ago. The crowd began to discuss the main character's words and wondered about the value. Shubakong told the main character to stop talking nonsense and got really angry. Zhou Xuebin covered in sweat and asked his father if he was really bluffing. The mastermind team pointed at the main character and said that everything he said was bullshit. The principal blocked the way for Jellyween and Mr. Bao by asking what they were trying to do. Mr. Bao went to the principal and said that he was cheating and that it was a game. The headmaster looked at the man and asked if he really thought so, because they were the ones who had originally broken the rules and changed them. They also grabbed the stones that their opponents had chosen, so they had signed up for it. Jelly Vayan apologized for his buddy's actions and said it won't happen again, and they will continue the game. After that, Jellyween came close to the ear of his comrade and told him to stop solving such cases, because if they are sued, they will not only lose 400 million but also have to pay 1 billion. Mr. Point said it was okay because they hadn't lost yet. The man also said that he had 100% deceived them and should not be trusted. The referees thought about it and realized that even though the rock wasn't cut, fools already fell for the guy's words and where did such incompetent players come from? The director waved his hand and said to start cutting the stone. Kun Weijin said that if they cut another stone, he would cut his own. Kun Weijin squinted his eyes and realized that he was never wrong, but that stone was just a fossil. Kun Weijin looked at his stone and realized that it was definitely suitable for games, and there was definitely jade inside. However, the man thought about it, and assumed that since he was telling the truth, there would be green jade inside. Zhou Bokang started wiping his sweat and realized that he had most likely set them up. Zhou Xueben became extremely angry and swung his hand at the protagonist. He easily dodged such an obvious blow and smiled. With a sharp hand movement, Zhou Xueben was knocked out by the protagonist. When Zhou Xueben sprawled on the floor, the audience cheered the protagonist and approved of his actions. Unexpected, he heard a voice from his back. As it turned out, the same girls from the meeting with Ling Xuan and Zheng Xiao were standing there. He thought that the men standing behind them were probably their fathers, but he smiled softly and looked at the company. One of the girls said that this was the same guy she was telling about, and if it wasn't for Zhang Yukong, the irreparable would have happened. You told your daughter that judging by the look on his face, he doesn't hold a grudge, and told her to just invite him to dinner and apologize. At the same time, the other girl's Zhou Bokang was looking at Zhou Bokang's company with anticipation of the protagonist's victory. He had some personal grudge, since the man had clearly said that they were long overdue for punishment. The girls went up to the principal and said that this matter should be taken up seriously. The man then approached Mr. Chan and told him that he had not expected him to come. The judge himself was extremely happy to see them and called them by their first names. The unexpected crowd realized that those two fathers were Chen Huatian and Gao Chun Bin, and were extremely surprised at what they were even doing there. Some were surprised that those beauties were their daughters. The director asked the foreman's company what they had to say about the attack if it could be considered an assault on a citizen in a public place. Mr. Bao started making excuses that he didn't expect Zhou Xueben to do such a thing and had absolutely nothing to do with it. Zhu Bokang also started to justify himself to the director and asked him to show mercy because he was willing to pay compensation for his actions. The director turned to Zhou Bokang and said that those who violate the order and the rules of the game are considered losers and must pay a fine of 1 billion. Zhou Bokang asked the director to wait, however, someone interrupted him. Hearing a harsh voice from his back, Zhou Bokang turned back. Kun Weizhen was kneeling all desperate over the completely cut stone. The stone had nothing of the sort in itself, and was just a pile of garbage. Zhou Bokang abruptly grabbed his head with his hands, and couldn't believe that this stone was empty. Kun Weizhen turned to the protagonist and asked him what he had. The rough stone appeared to be cut into 3 pieces, and inside was the skeleton of a not unidentified creature. The crowd started discussing the find, and realized it was probably a fossilized fish, and he had anticipated everything. Kun Weizhen was on his knees unable to distinguish reality from fiction. Kun Weizhen turned to the protagonist and asked if he really knew about it. He confirmed the man's hunch. Kun Weizhen raised his head and asked why he was looking at the stone, and if he was doing it on purpose. But he kept silent and said that he had no need to answer because they had just lost. At the same time, the protagonist just wanted to teach Joe Bacon a lesson, but the system valued the stone at 4.5 million, so he took it. Lubo turned to the protagonist and asked what the guy was going to do next, and if he was going to cut the stone he chose. Kun Weizhen raised his hand and said that he would rewrite some of the properties to them, and they would also revise their funds. After that, he asked to give the old man some time to sort things out. Mr. Bao fell on his feet and began to sob. The man kept repeating that they had lost, and Lubo had won. Grinned and said to look at himself, after all, it's just a game and you thought that. But the man seriously wanted 400 million from them. From such an unexpected statement, the entire crowd was incredibly surprised. Lubo looked away and said that he didn't even think about them offering 400 million. Jellyvan looked into the man's eyes and asked why he was even doing this. Lubo told Mr. Bao to get up because they have been competing for 100 years and he could never win, so it turned into a deep hatred. However, after so many years, don't they get tired of it? The man said he had already stopped practicing. Mr. Bao cried at such frankness from Lubo and said that it was all a small thing. After that, the man apologized. Mr. and Lubo shook hands, and the man said he always enjoyed their games and suggested they try to become friends. The crowd did not expect such a sincere ending and called Lubo a true noble man. He approached the craftsman and asked him to sell the stone. Kun Weijin said that he could collect this stone for nothing. The protagonist offered 2.5 million as payment. He then wrote out a check and held it out to the elder. Kun Weijin was surprised that this stone was of any value to anyone, and despite everything he bought it for 7 million. After that, he waved to Lubo and said that he remembered something, so he needed to go home as soon as possible. Pretty soon he was outside. He grabbed a couple rocks and said the prestige store would be refreshed in 4 hours. As it turned out, he had completed the prestigious Friends Forever mission after all, and received 5 prestige points. He rejoiced that he was getting closer and closer to his goal. It wasn't long before he was strolling the streets of his city. He rubbed his chin and said that the next 2 quests to donate good quality items. However, the main problem was finding such items. Suddenly he remembered that Uncle Lou had a store nearby and he should look around there. He soon found himself at the store. Grandpa Lee came out to meet the protagonist and said that he had just talked to the director, and by his order, he would buy everything that the protagonist would like here. He hesitated and began to look around the store. It turned out to be a painted picture. Mr. Liu started to roll up the scroll and said that he was packing everything now. At the same time, he continued to look around. It wasn't long before he pointed out an unusual pair of rings as well. He walked out of the store and waved goodbye while Mr. Liu told him to take care. It wasn't long before he sent both materials into the system. Immediately after that, he completed 2 missions at once. The protagonist had 18 points, and the guy realized that there was only the last one left to get. He looked at the message and realized that the latest good deed mission called for doing a good deed. It wasn't long before he saw a stray and decided to test the mission on him. Immediately afterward, he tossed a coin to the vagrant, and the man thanked him for his generosity. Suddenly, he looked at the status of the assignment. He was surprised because the assignment didn't count. At the same time, the vagrant didn't understand what he was doing. He scratched the back of his head and wondered if he was missing something. However, right after that, there was a notification that the mission had been completed, and he freaked out. He was surprised that he was just standing there, yet he had completed the mission. Suddenly the protagonist's phone rang and he picked it up. It turns out that the classmate said that the teacher received his donation, and thanks to him, the total amount reached 140,000. He was surprised the mission counted because of it. An unexpected voice sounded in the phone and thanked the protagonist. He immediately realized that it was a teacher and asked what the condition of his little sister was now. The woman said she's asleep right now and their family doesn't know how to thank him. He said, "Don't say that," and he wants to see her baby sister as soon as possible. After that, the phone call ended. He looked at the phone and realized that girls under 30 are incredibly difficult to live in this world. And after all, there are a lot of such people here. Immediately afterward, he pulled himself up and decided to focus on his business. He bought a mystic egg and the system notified him of the purchase. He was happy that he had gotten the egg, but realized that first he needed to get a scroll of identification to increase the chance of getting a more expensive item. He put his hand on his forehead and said that the system was laughing at him because he had to give away 10 million items to earn those points. He rubbed his chin and realized he had a long time to wait. Still, he didn't want to wait that long. The system explained that all gifts, bets, looting, and other non-trading things are not recognized by the system, and he understood why his progress had not advanced since he had only earned 20. Pretty soon he was in his home. He sat on his bed and said that he would now sell the stone in the system for 4.5 million, although he would have realized 20 at auction. But he was sad, but said that points are more important for him now, because the system doesn't count money anyway. He sold the stone and he got a sale message. The protagonist's heart literally burst with pain, because if it wasn't for that, he would have bought me the stones. Right after that, he finished his mission about becoming a millionaire, and was immediately given a mission about becoming a billionaire. He was surprised that the reward was unknown. He smiled and said that the system had always helped him, and had never failed him. And since the reward was unknown, it would be hard to get it. He put his hand to his chin, and said that since he had almost 5,000 points, he should sell the rest of the stones. However, at the same moment, someone called her phone. He picked up the phone with irritation. Suddenly, someone shouted into the telephone receiver that he had promised, but he hadn't said a word for a week. He realized there was only one person who called him that. Tan called the protagonist and asked if he would fulfill his promise. He asked Riley if she wanted to do his laundry, cook, make his bed, and make his tea. At the same second, however, a soul-piercing scream rang out. Tang said that if he wanted to fuck her, the next time he mentioned it, she would bite him. He asked why Tan was calling after all. Tan said that the protagonist had promised him cosmetics. He smiled and said that as soon as he saw her, he would give it to her. Tan warned him that she needed a lot. He smiled and asked if she was not afraid that there would be side effects from drinking too much, because then she would be sent to the hospital for amputation. The girl forwarded the meaning of the word amputation, and asked if it was killing the baby in her body. He literally fell over in surprise. He irritably tried to justify what he meant, however he didn't have time to do it. Someone asked the girl to hand over her cell phone. As it turned out, the call was continued by Ling Xuan, who said that he had distinguished himself today, cutting several stones, and they were all with jade. He said it was very nice and asked if she wanted to buy jades from him. The girl asked what he was thinking. He asked if he could keep it to himself and not sell it. The girl said to sell the jade to her as he knows she will not bargain. Ling Xuan sadly said that their company was now in need of jade and asked for help. He really wanted to keep them, however, he sighed. He said that he only had 2 jades and asked if that amount would be enough. Ling Xuan said that it would be enough because, as Ziqing's sister said, their company couldn't buy more than 2 stones. Lin Xin said 5,000 million for 2 stones and she would transfer the money soon. He said the stones weren't cut, and would she really believe him for nothing? What if something happened later? Tang intervened in the conversation and told her not to deceive her sister in a rude manner. He asked where she learned to swear from, or if the gym teacher had taught her to do it. Tang got even more offended and yelled to stop hurting her. Ling Xuan said to stop collecting her sister. The girl said that he had recently won a couple million with Lubo, so he needed less cash too. Right after that, she paused for a long time and said that she believed the main character, which surprised even the guy himself. He scratched the back of his head and said he was touched and asked how the stones should be sent back. The girl said to give the stones to Lubo's uncle, as he would come to see them tomorrow. He said that maybe after the girl gets the stone they should start a relationship. However, he didn't even have time to finish his sentence before the reset of the handset rang out. The protagonist angrily threw his phone on the bed and said that this girl wouldn't spend him anymore. He counted his stones and said she was putting 2 jades for herself and would sell the rest. He sold the jades, and the system said he got practically 6 million for it and 5 million for the other stone. Pretty soon, the number of points of the protagonist exceeded 11,000. He was surprised that Ling Xuan had sent the money so quickly. He said he now had practically 80 million, and the previous week he was happy with 10,000. He smiled and thought he could trade 50 million for points. Maybe it would be worth it. Suddenly, he noticed that his points had not increased and asked what the hell was the matter, because even so, it should be 40 points. Suddenly the system notified him that things obtained unofficially are not counted by the system. He realized that all these stones were bought by his uncle and given to the main character. He knocked himself on the head and told himself that he would buy the stones himself now because he was already a big boy. He almost sobbed in the shower, however decided to open the mystical testicle. Immediately afterward, he bought an identification scroll and said that it became him 10,000 points, and this system was a cheat. He picked up the egg and told it to pay off. Immediately afterward, he used the identification scroll on the egg, whose rank was upgraded from silver to gold. He tapped the panel system to develop an egg. It wasn't long before a so-called hammer appeared in the system and began to break the egg. Pretty soon the egg was covered with cracks. He said green is great, but what about silver, gold, and orange? He realized there were about 5 ranks. He folded his hands in prayer and started praying for it to be green quality or orange well, or at least something cool. It wasn't long before the egg broke and a blue glow was shown there. He realized that blue was normal too. He got the apprentice eye skill. The system rated it as a thing capable of creating a hallucination through effects on the brain. He said that it was a very good skill and laughed. The guy thought that he was now like Loki from Avengers, and he would definitely prank Zhao Xiaofei tomorrow. Zhao Xiaofei, who was calmly living his life and suddenly sneezed. He decided to try out his skill right away. Suddenly the main character's eyes began to itch. He closed his eyes and said it was working, but he could see no change. He squinted his eyes and said that the illusory eye technique had to be learned gradually, but exactly how was unclear to him. He stretched and said he should focus on his other abilities and get ready for school. The boy decided to do the rest of his chores tomorrow. It wasn't long before night descended. But the city. Wang Jihuang sat in his living room and played ploika. His father came up to him and asked him why he had not gone to bed yet it was late. The man also brought fruit. Wang Zhuang said it's just a steak and he's on his last round. Finish it and call it a day. The man put a plate of fruit on the table and said that he had to study to know the exams. The boy asked if the man thought he didn't know. The man took an apple and said he heard rumors of someone having trouble with a teacher and asked if he had donated money. The guy said he donated 2,000. After that, the father asked how much he had donated. Wang Zhihuan tried to say the amount she has said that in the end he did not know. Wang Zhihuang got angry and realized that he had donated 100,000. The guy's hands shook, and he began to wonder where the protagonist got such money from, why he recovered so dramatically, why Shu Yuan and Zhou Qian are interested in him. How did he break the world record so easily? The unexpected machine said he would bring them 500,000 because they helped him by donating it to the teacher. The boy turned to his father and marveled at such a huge figure. The man sat on the sofa and said to take this money and donate it after seeing how much Zhao Xiaofei had sent to reach out to him. Father also said to call him if the money was not enough. The man looked at his son and said that today in the office, Zhao Xiaofei's father donated money and many people paid attention to his financial ability. At the same time, his uncle Zhu was shocked and donated only 1,000. The boy questioned how this could be. Wang Zhihuan asked if Uncle Zhu was the leader of the Nanhu City Land and Resources Bureau. The guy also asked if the man knew teacher Luo. The man said that he did not think that the teacher knew the patrons, but Xiezhou Haitu died. Although his son is very stupid. Wang Zhihuang hesitated and said that he was not aware of this situation. The next day he went to school. Someone called out to the protagonist from the back. He turned around to the source of the sound. As it turns out, behind him was Xu Yuanyuan, who ran towards him, greeting him. The girl wished the protagonist good morning and said that he had come early today. He wished mutual good morning and said that the girl had also come a little early today. Many classmates were unhappy that the girl approached the main character first. Similarly, Wang Zhihuang, who was looking at this with his mouth open, was also dissatisfied. He thought while he was talking to Xu Yuanyuan that everyone around him was jealous. Suddenly someone placed a hand on Xu Yuanyuan's shoulder and called out her name. It turned out to be Chengdong from 2nd grade along with some man. The company told the protagonist to stay out of the way and asked did he get lost. Suddenly the second guy asked is he really... It's her classmate, which he confirmed. Suddenly the guy asked if he didn't know who he was and told him to do 20 jumps. Xu Yuanyuan squinted her eyes and said that she wasn't interested in them. A guy approached a girl and said that he wanted to date the first beauty of the school, that is, her. However, the girl turned away from him and said that she was not interested. The man got even more angry and wondered in his thoughts if she thought she was incredibly special. However, neither guy said his thoughts out loud and said they could talk later. When the company went away, she looked angrily at the protagonist, which the guy himself was even surprised. Xu Yuanyuan approached the protagonist and said that they were most likely bad. She would inform her father. He said not to worry about his father, because he has his own methods for these guys. If they do something wrong, he'll take care of it. The girl smiled radiantly and agreed to the main character's proposal. It wasn't long before the protagonist and Xu Yuanyuan walked towards the entrance of the school while they had this very company staring at their backs. Chengdong's comrade told him that he didn't think she would be so bold. Chengdong got angry and said that even though she was bold, she was only a girl ready to be used. Chengdong looked at the happy company of the main character and said to gather the guys today. After all, she would have business to attend to. The same comrade said to catch the kid, undress him and record a vid on social media, trying to teach the main character a lesson. It wasn't long before he found himself at the school's flag. Zhao Xiaofei, who was standing beside the protagonist from lack of sleep. He asked if the guy had slept that badly. Zhao Xiaofei said that someone said bad things about him, so he sneezed a lot and couldn't sleep. He realized he'd been practicing with his eye trying to influence him, and if the omen really works. Zhao Xiaofei got angry and said that it was probably Wang Jiji. He said that the guy has no proof, however. He thinks that it was really him. At the same time, Wang Zhihuang also sneezed. The teacher told the students to gather all the extra things and put at least 50 centimeters to the right of the table, because the mock test would start soon and the teacher hoped they were ready. Wang Zhihuan found his seat and thought he had Chinese and English in the morning. The guy realized that he was not as strong as the protagonist, but he could surely surpass him in math. Comrade Wang Jiwang approached the protagonist and told him not to forget about the argument with him. He squinted his eyes and thanked him for the reminder, but asked, what was his connection to this? The guy told him not to be so cocky. However, Zhao Xiaofei pushed his classmate and told him to back off from his brother. Immediately afterward, Zhao Xiaofei turned to Wang Zhihuang and told him to control his dogs, or else they would bark indiscriminately. The pouting guy asked if this statement made Zhao Xiaofei feel better, and said to stop talking nonsense because his classmates were all around him. Zhao Xiaofei smiled and said that he did not have the courage, because he blamed Zhao Xiaofei specifically for the disturbance. The guy said he seriously thinks that his bets are doomed, and he bet against them and lost. However, Wang Zhihuang realized that this whole venture was to anger the protagonist, which completely failed. Zhihuan closed his eyes and told Mo Yu to ignore them. As they walked down the corridor, Mo Yu said that it wasn't his fault because Fatty had gone crazy himself. Wang said that the situation had changed, and they should meet later to discuss the details. The guy asked if Mo Yu saw Liu Qing, Sun, and Aguan looking at them. Mo Yu said they were a real pain. Suddenly the company heard a bright scream. Wang instantly guessed that it was Shubo's voice. He remembered that Shubo was one of the top students in the school. and about Si Chengdong, he had no information. It wasn't long before the company came to a door that was guarded by two guys. They told Van to get out of here since it's occupied. Jiwan squinted and said that he needed to talk to Shubo about the classmates The guard asked what the name was and who the guy was. Wang Jihuan said that the main character was the record holder who raised the flag at the meeting. After these words, Guy was allowed inside. Once inside, Wang Jihuang literally turned pale as the picture unfolded. Two guys were beating up some junior high school kid who was begging them to stop because they might as well kill him at this rate. Bridge turned to his guards and said that he was the same one who asked to keep people out and asked what Wang Jihuang was doing here. The guard said he wanted to talk about the main character. The boss put down his bat, which was covered in blood, and said he understood what was involved. He then threw the bat to the floor and it rang out with a distinctive sound. After a while, this bat appeared Wang Jihuang's window, and the guy himself looked down. I asked him what he was looking at because he should take a bat and try it on. Wang Jihuang was covered in sweat and submitted to say that he wouldn't do it. However, immediately afterwards, with a gloomy expression, Shubo asked if it was for sure. Afraid that they would refuse to help, Wang Jihuang said to wait, as he would try to do so. Immediately afterward, the guy bent over and tried to grab the bat. The guy walked up to the victim tauntingly and hesitantly told him to just not die. With a shouted apology, Wang Jihuang swung at the victim. Hitting him sharply on the head, the victim cried out. Wang Jihuang thought that if it wasn't for him, then nothing like this would have happened, and it would have been better to have him instead of this victim. Suddenly, the image of the protagonist was superimposed on a man lying in blood. The pouty guy swung around and said he was going to kill him. However, after such a loud statement, Shubo tried to stop him and said be easy, because if he hit him, he would definitely die, because he was already barely breathing. Wang Jihuan had just come to his senses and realized his actions. At the same time, Shubo asked if he had gone crazy since he had almost killed him just now. Wang Jihuang tried to justify himself, but he couldn't say a single word coherently. Shubo squinted his eyes and said that he should stay close to him and he would not be touched. The pouting guy abruptly released the bat from his hands at the realization and wondered what he had done. Shubo calmed the guy down and said that he was breathing and that he would recover within 2 days. Looking at the pool of blood where the guy was lying, Wang Jihuang asked what would happen if he told everything to the principal. Shubo said that it wasn't the first time he had done this, and he wouldn't die because a person doesn't die easily. Wang Jihuang still didn't believe in such an answer, and asked what would happen if he really told him. With a sharp movement of his hand, Shubo slapped Wang Jihuang, and said that it was fine, or he wanted to be in his shoes. Wang Jihuang rubbed the place of impact and said that everything was fine, and he had faith. Shubo took Wang Jihuang out, and in the other room, he took a cigarette in his hands and told him to tell him the situation. The guy then lit a cigarette with a lighter, and with an apathetic look asked why he was looking for him. Wang Jihuan said he needed them to interfere with the guy who was at the meeting with the flag, and needed them to block his way. Putting the cigarette to his mouth, the guy asked vengeance Wang Jihuang to him. Wang Jihuang said that he just hated him. Shubo said that since he hated him so much, he should go with them after school because they would block his path. After that, Shubo turned his attention to the victim and asked if Wang Jihuang wanted the same thing to happen to the protagonist. Wang Jihuang literally trembled at the sight of the bullying victim and with incredible anger. The guy clearly said Da-ah. Shubo only lowered his hand with the cigarette. Another practice test was about to begin. Teacher Zhao stood by his desk, and the other teacher asked him to take his seat, because the test would start soon. The girl handed the protagonist a piece of paper with tasks. He'd read a lot of works, so he thought it would be easy. Besides, he realized that each correct answer was 1 point. He started writing an essay called Autumn. The guy started writing in the classic Chinese pattern. While he was writing the essay, Wang Jihuang looked at him with anger in his eyes. Wang Jihuang realized that he would be able to teach him a lesson very soon. He literally raised his hand a couple minutes later and said he was done and wanted to turn in his work. The whole class immediately marveled as it was amazing how he finished his work so quickly. To the buzz of the whole class discussion, he ducked out. Suddenly, everyone looked at Old Man Lee, who was burning with anger. However, the man was extremely surprised to look at the main character's answer sheet. This sudden change of mood was noticed by the rest of the students as well. Immediately afterward, the teacher went over to Teacher Liu and told her to look at it. Both teachers were in unbelievable shock because this job was incredible. The whole class noticed it too, and asked if the composition was so good that the teachers froze while watching it. Wang Jihuan was surprised that he had surpassed him on the language level, and the guy didn't expect him to take first place. At the same time, he was sitting on a bench reading some book. He threw back the book and exhaled. He said that cramming was like cutting butter with a knife. After finishing reading one book, he started reading biology. It wasn't long before the bell rang announcing the end of class. The teacher told everyone to sit down because the English test was about to start. The English teacher started handing out assignments for everyone to solve. When it became the main character's turn, the girl gave him a task sheet and blushed. Immediately afterward, the woman said she hoped the man would show the full power of his skills. He said he would do it for a woman. Zhao Xiaofi noticed how the woman addressed the main character and thought he was handsome. The guy looked at the girl's flushed face and thought that this was the first time he had seen Miss Chen dressed like this, and she was blatantly flirting with the protagonist. Zhao Xiaofi looked at the main character's back and couldn't help but notice the woman's good figure. The guy realized that he couldn't stay so calm, yet he didn't even raise his head. He smiled and thought that English was incredibly simple. And even though he didn't understand it before, but now such a task was easy for him. He wrote the correct answers to the questions time after time, realizing they were incredibly simple. Zhao Xiaofi watched the protagonist and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow looking at his actions. Zhao Xiaofei was literally crying in his heart because they don't see such beauties every day, and he didn't even look at her. It wasn't long before he raised his hand and said he was done. Ms. Chen was extremely surprised at what was happening and turned to look at the protagonist. Zhao Xiaofei was equally surprised at such a quick task solution. The woman said she wondered how many points he would get this time. He said he didn't know that, but he used all his knowledge. Zhao Xiaofi watched the conversation and thought that he was just bragging. The woman said she was waiting to be able to test this test, and he completed it faster than last time. He scratched his ear and said it was quite possible he might even get a full grade. It wasn't long before evening descended on the streets of the city. It was near the ancient street of Achua. The protagonist was looking for something in his backpack and stood outside the alley. He took out his phone and from his backpack and told Uncle Lu that he was on the spot and the rocks were very heavy, so he asked if the man could give him a ride. Lubo said that they would see each other soon. He looked at his stones. It wasn't long before he, along with Lubo, found themselves in Jinjizhai. Suddenly, Lubo asked the protagonist why he shouldn't learn to drive himself. He took a glass of water and said he didn't have a car, and he didn't have a license. Lubo sat down on a chair and said that he let Hu the tiger go. Lubo said that he was watching him now, so maybe they would get lucky. He asked how the man had managed to let him go. Lubo said he paid a guard to pretend to be asleep so the man thought he could escape. Following the man, Lubo said afterward, they did something funny. The man said they sewed a bug into his pants to track his location. Lubo then turned to the protagonist and asked how he thought they would be able to either catch the criminal at all, or not. Well, okay. The hero took a sip of water and said that it's hard to say, and maybe the real criminal refused their gift. He squinted his eyes and said the perpetrator is a woman if his theory is correct, of course. Lubo said that it didn't matter now because now he had people invited from an elite college watching over Lin Mangsuan. He asked if this was the academy. Lubo said that the guy was right, and he was only mistaken. The man said it was a bodyguard academy made up of former special forces. Lubo said that outside the school, she was now guarded by elite guards, and unusual ones. The main character straight up lit up with happiness and said that now they can check them out. Lubo served hands and said not to forget about Zhe Yan and Chen Rong, because even though they want to reconcile with Lubo, however they still hold grudges against the protagonist. Lubo said that Chen Rong is an aggressive fool, but he is harmless, while Zhe Yan is always smiling, but is really a snake. He said the man was a very smart man and thanked him for the alert. Lubo told the protagonist that if they came to the protagonist, he could easily destroy them. The boy waved goodbye and said that that was the end of it, and he would go to school now since his exams were about to start. Lubo also waved goodbye to the protagonist and wished him good luck. It wasn't long before the protagonist was in some cafeteria. While he was eating his noodles, Xiaofei called his name. Running into the cafeteria, Zhao Xiaofei was panting from lack of oxygen, but he was still happy to see the protagonist. Zhao Xiaofei said that Shubo seems to be looking for him with hooligans and told the protagonist to be careful. The hero squinted his eyes and asked who it was in general, and he better not communicate with the protagonist, or they will attack him specifically. Zhao Xiaofei smiled and thought to himself to whom he was saying this because Yang Ning could handle anything. At the same time, the teacher was tallying the students' scores. With trembling hands, he filled out the protagonist's cable and noticed that only 3 points were calculated because of the essay. But this influenced the English teacher's opinion. Of course, and the result of the main character turned out to be 140 points, and such results only at awards in the field of national sciences happen. The principal corrected his glasses and said that it was just a practice test and that he should ask the school principal what he could possibly get his grade because we should look at his math scores. At the same time, Wang Jihuan was in a secluded place and asked Mo Yu what he had found out. Mo Yu said that only 3 points were deducted from all English scores, and even though he didn't understand it, However, the guy said that he wrote in classical Chinese. Wang Jihuang was extremely surprised at this news, because there was no way that Yang Ning could write 800 words of classical Chinese style. And for English, only 3 points were deducted. Wang Jihuang banged his fist against the wall. Pretty soon the math exam began. The teacher approached the protagonist and said that even though this is just a practice test, however, she knows that the protagonist has talent because she has seen his grades in Chinese and English. Watching the teacher's attitude towards the protagonist, Wang Jihuang became even more angry. Wang Jihuang said that he had to go to the toilet urgently. The teacher allowed him to do so, but told him to do it as soon as possible because the test was about to start. Wang Jihuang went to Shubo and told him that Yang Ning was the fastest, and asked if he could catch him. Shubo squinted his eyes and said that even though he was lazy, however, since he reminded, he would start preparing now. The guy said he walks down the road toward the 3-lane Naluqiao bus lot, said to let him so he could lure him in. Shubo smiled and said that he would gather his guys and he would put a sack on him. It wasn't long before Shubo walked into the office. He looked around and surprised everyone with a mysterious smile. Seeing teacher Shubo himself was upset, while teacher himself was extremely surprised to see. Boy God approached Brother Dune, and she was told that he would go to prepare everything else. All, however, agreed almost immediately. The teacher finally managed to come to his senses, and said that he knew that Shubo was here and should return immediately. However, Shubo only left the office in peace. At the same time, Zi Chengdong squinted his eyes and said that he had to deal with the main character. The whole class was busy writing the test. A lot of people were worried about one person, but absolutely everyone was slowly getting their work done. Wang Jihuang scratched the back of his head as he couldn't figure out how to solve some tasks. At the same time, the teacher was behind the protagonist and watched him solve the task. The teacher thought that they had added more difficult questions to this exam, and a couple more from the college exam. The teacher wondered if Yang Ning would really be able to solve all the questions. However, at literally the same moment, he raised his hand and said he was done. Wang Jihuang paid attention to the main character and thought that he was incredibly infuriating. The teacher took the teacher's work and began to check it. At the same time, Wang Jihuang reached out a phone from his pocket. He opened the messenger and thought that Yang Ning wouldn't get away with it this time. At the same time, Shubo was standing at the exit of the school with his phone. Shubo looked at his phone with a smile and asked did he really pass the test so quickly. The guy said that he would come soon and warned to look around the third road. It wasn't long before Yang Ning walked out of the school with a smile on his face. He was walking quietly. But suddenly, he noticed a tail behind him. The guy squinted his eyes and realized that Shubo was an incredibly bully who skipped the practice test as if it didn't concern him. Although he probably didn't even think about it. He knew he was being tailed, but he pondered the fact that someone had tipped him off and wondered if there was a rat in the classroom. It wasn't long before Yang Ning found himself at the bus. The man who was following the main character called his boss and said he got on the bus. Shubo squinted his eyes and said that the protagonist was lucky since he spotted them and escaped. Shubo turned to his subordinates and said that their plans had changed and they needed to make a small detour. Yang Ning looked around in bewilderment. He looked back and wondered if they had already blown it, since the protagonist had expected them to follow him on the bus as well. He folded his arms and exhaled. The guy realized that they wanted to play with him, but he would play with him according to the rules of the real world, so they would pay. At the same time, it wasn't long before the math test was over. Xu Yuanyuan gathered her things and was about to leave. Wang Jihuang walked up to the girl and asked how the exam was. Xu Yuanyuan said that it was incredibly difficult for her and did not ask what the guy's results were. The guy said he was very difficult, especially the last few questions, and wanted to start a conversation. However, the girl stopped him. The girl waved her hand and said she was busy today so she would go home. As the girl walked out of the classroom, Wang Jihuang was literally trembling with anger. All this time, Wang Jihuang was staring at the girl's back with an unpleasant expression. At the same time, Zhao Xiaofei walked up to the guy and asked if he was from the donation committee, and handed over 1,000 for Liu. Ms. Wang Jihuang looked surprised as the guy handed over another 1,000. Wang Jihuang realized that he had literally just recently donated 500 and wondered what kind of nonsense was going on. Immediately afterward, the boy dialed his father's cell phone. Wang Jihuang picked up the phone and said, Zhao Xiaofei donated today and this money was from his personal pocket and he does not know what he is thinking here. Dad said that since it happened, he should sacrifice tomorrow too. The guy was extremely unhappy about this coincidence and said it was a dumb request and a waste of time. At the same time, Xu Yuanyuan descended to her home. Suddenly a company of people blocked her way. At the head of the company stood Zi Chengdong who, with a smile on his face, told Xu Yuanyuan that they had met again. The guy leaned over to the girl and said that she should go with them since they knew where to have fun. However, the girl instantly refused, saying that she was not interested. Xi Chengdong's comrades started saying that Mr. Xi Chengdong had a lot of money and only wanted to befriend her and urged her to go with them. Xu Yuanyuan asked them to back off as they were bullying her. Xi Chengdong said with a gloomy expression that he didn't care, and wanted her either they would go and enjoy themselves or the girl would feel bad. Suddenly a voice came from the side of the company, asking not too much. A tall guy stood there and stared piercingly at what was happening. Xie Chengdong's comrades instantly realized who was standing in front of them and told Zhan Haozhou to go away because it was none of his business. Zhan Haozhou squinted his eyes and said to hurry up and leave, or else he would teach them a lesson. Xie Chengdong clearly didn't expect this turn of events and realized that if he made a scene here, he would be involved, and it would be better to retreat. Xie Chengdong turned around and told his comrades that they were leaving. Zhu Yuanyuan thanked the guy for his help and blushed. Zhan Haozhou asked the name of Xu Yuanyuan. He said that he had heard her name very often recently. The girl asked, does Zhan Haozhou really know who she is? Suddenly a voice came from the girl's back. Behind her back was Zhou Qian, who asked, does Xu Yuanyuan know her brother? Zhu Yuanyuan said her Zhan Haozhou had just saved her from the bullies. Zhou Qian squinted her eyes and said that these guys seemed to be bad and told her to be careful. Zhou Qian said to stick close to her brother since he was quite strong, but still afraid of her since she was in charge. Zhan Haozhou was clearly not happy with this logic. Xu Yuanyuan thanked Zhan Haozhou for saving her. Zhan Haozhou said that it was no big deal, and thought that Xi Chengdong probably didn't know who Xu Yuanyuan really was. Xi Chengdong sulked at the missed opportunity and lamented that if it wasn't for Zhan Haozhou, he would have succeeded. At the same time, a comrade told Xi Chengdong to look in a certain direction. As it turned out, Wang Zhihuang and his comrade were about to enter the bus. Xi Chengdong asked where the newcomer was going and who the guy behind him was. The man approached Xi Chengdong and said that Shubo was looking out for this guy and he wanted to teach the protagonist a lesson. The car once again reiterated that Shubo was standing guard over this guy and asked if Xie Chengdong would go with them to observe. Xie Chengdong was happy to beat some guy to a pulp since he still needed to blow off steam. Pretty soon the whole company was on the bus. Pretty soon he got off at his stop and kept walking in some direction. Suddenly he ran into a guy and was greatly surprised. That very guy turned out to be Shubo, who was grinning at the protagonist. He squinted his eyes and said someone took their first step and asked how the person knew they would come out here. Shubo said to stop the protagonist from talking since they should talk away. Pretty soon the protagonist found himself in a dark alley surrounded by a gang. The whole gang didn't expect to see the main character, but thought he was too relaxed for that. He said that he had not offended him and whether he wanted to do so only because of the girl. However, Shubo asked if he was afraid. After all, it is already late and the main character can consider himself dead. The gang laughed and told the rules because either he beat the gang or they beat him. He squinted his eyes and asked what would happen if he refused. Shubo said that if he kneeled without pants, they would take a picture of him and post it on social media. Immediately after that, Shubo approached the main character with a cheeky smile. However, with a sudden movement of his hand, he grabbed the guy by the throat and started choking him. The strength of the protagonist was so high that Shubo was panting as if he was dying. At the same time, he lifted the man's body above the pavement, and the lad gasped in his arms. The whole gang started yelling at him to let him go. However, the protagonist looked at the gang with a serious expression, still holding the gasping boss in his hands. With a sharp motion of his hand, he threw a guy at one of the gang members. Through this action, he hit several at once and immobilized them on the floor for a while. Immediately afterward, three men lay on the floor unable to respond to the protagonist. He smiled and said they should have spoken politely since he hated the rude man. Shubo came to his senses and thought that he was incredibly strong. He approached the lying gang with a grim expression. Shubo said with a grim expression that he had no friction with the protagonist and he only wanted to chat. He looked up at the guy and asked him if he read the main character as an idiot. He said he only had one rule, which is that the main character can't be pissed off. Suddenly, Shubo told all his assistants to grab the main character. The gang abruptly grabbed the cold weapons they caught and surrounded the protagonist. Someone stood with a wooden bat or an iron pipe while someone even held out a knife. He smiled and said that he would change the rules and that there would be no rules at all, because if they wanted to hit, they would get hit back. He took a sharp jerk in the direction of the gang and said, "They're going to die here today." With a sharp swing of his fist, the protagonist toppled one of the gang members. It wasn't long before the main character toppled the boss himself. He took a light gait as he surveyed all the criminals lying on the floor. The guys couldn't even get up from the pain and bruises, and were extremely surprised at the strength of the main character. He asked if they really wanted to run away because he was a good runner and, in this experience, but they could try if they still wanted to. Shubo wondered to himself if he thought he was incredibly cool and arrogant. He went for the boss's shirt and said he was giving him the choice to either hit the wall or he'd choose the option. Shubo clenched his teeth and tried to say something to the protagonist, but he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, the guy pulled a small knife out of his pocket. Right after that, he swung at the protagonist to everyone showing the stashed item and said he wouldn't intimidate him. He was surprised at such a prank on the boy's part. Nevertheless, the main hero was not confused and struck the guy's hand, freeing the knife. Immediately afterward, he threw the guy to the floor. Shubo trembled in pain and tried to stagger backward. He asked if instead of choosing, he pulled out a knife and told him to choose as soon as possible. Shubo couldn't say anything to the protagonist and only looked him in the eyes. The guy said he was picking a fight and got into some sort of pose, saying he was a kung fu panda. He opened his eyes and wondered if he had trouble behind his head and was really using kung fu. The guy didn't expect such a question from the protagonist and was confused. He said he was stumped, and as soon as he attacked the main character, he'd lose. The guy also asked if he realized what he had gotten himself into. Right after that, he asked why he should waste his time on him. However, Shubo didn't listen to him and swung at the protagonist and told him to shut up. He said he's pathetic and everyone can bark, but no one can bite. He raised his foot sharply and lunged. Shubo rubbed the bruised spot on his arm and marveled at the strength of the main character. He kicked the guy in the groin with a calm expression, laying on the ground convulsing in pain. He said he hardly ever crosses paths with him, and even an idiot like him would start a massacre like that, and told him to stop while he attacked. Shubo barely opened his eyes from the pain and looked at the main character. He said he was sick of playing with them and asked if he could even talk. Right after that, he stepped on the guy's hand. Shubo immediately cried out in pain and was covered in sweat. The boss's aides began to stare at such a threat in the form of the protagonist. He said with a grim look on his face that the time for playing with the kids was over, and if he was a man, he should be responsible for his actions. And now he was just giving a warning. However, it was just for now. He got angry and said otherwise they'd all die, and he wasn't kidding. Such a threat from the protagonist Shubo was very tense, but he nodded that he understood. Immediately afterward, he strode out of the barn with a light gait. As the gang watched him go, they cursed the protagonist with the devil. It wasn't long before the protagonist boarded the bus again and got a call. Ms. Zhou Qian Heroes, and asked where he was. He was surprised at the voice on the other side of the tube and said he was on the bus going home now. Xu Yuanyuan said that the teacher wanted to meet him in person, so she invited him to meet. He said that he understood and asked where they were meeting. At the same time, Wang Zhihuang and Xi Chengdong finally came to the barn. Xi Chengdong was extremely surprised at the sight he saw, while Wang Zhihuang looked at all of this with disbelieving eyes. Xi Chengdong looked over and noticed that absolutely all the people from the gang were lying on the floor, all bruised. Xi Chengdong called them scum who couldn't even handle one person, and immediately asked what kind of nonsense happened here. Suddenly, the guy noticed that Shubo was lying on the floor crying. One of the gang members got up with difficulty and said that he would explain everything in a moment. He went to Xi Chengdong's ear and talked about the secession situation and what was happening to the main character. The guy's face immediately turned purple, and he asked would he really be looking for him to get even. Immediately afterward, Wang Zhihuang walked up to the boss and asked if he had blabbed about him. Shubo said that he didn't tell the protagonist anything. Xie Chengdong said to call Shubo's father to hire thugs to kill the protagonist. At the same time, there was a scream in the hospital. Shu Kun shouted who dared to beat his son because he was covered in bruises. Said it was done by a guy from his school named him. The man was unbelievable, but also said he was treating his 2 hands for now, as he had mangled his son's hands. The men tried to stop him. Immediately after that, Shu Kun turned to Xi Chengdong and asked how many people the protagonist had, and he would gather all his guys to teach the protagonist a lesson. One of the gang members said he was alone. Even the bandits did not expect such a turn of events, and asked if it was really true. Xie Chengdong said that it was indeed so, and he seemed to be an expert in hand-to-hand combat. Shu Kun interjected to ask if one person had really beaten everyone up and they hadn't even touched him. Right after that, the man turned to Guai Lo and told him to see if he was connected to a gang, and he didn't care. But he wanted the guy dead. Xie Chengdong realized that he is dangerous, and he doesn't need to kill him while he is not so strong, otherwise he will take revenge on him in the future. At the same time, Wang Zhihuang was trying to remember what he used to be like, and whether it was because of Wang Zhihuang that he had become like this. At the same time, all the teachers gathered in the principal's office. The teachers started to say that the answers are very beautiful, not like ordinary people, which is impressive. The entire faculty was puzzled because he was at the bottom last year, and is it really his grades? Someone congratulated Teacher Joe for having a prodigy in his class, while teacher himself said it was thanks to the teachers. However, Teacher Joe was secretly happy about it because such grades meant a bonus for him this year. The teacher says they should celebrate this evening and he treats them to a nice restaurant. At the same time, he and his company gathered at the House Phoenix Hotel. He was there in the company of a teacher, Shu Yuanyuan Yicho Chen, along with an unknown person. The teacher apologized for her modesty, but said it was all she could do because her paycheck was not enough to feed her family, and her husband on the street, Gu Han, earns little. He asked a teacher's husband what he was doing on Guhan Street. The man said he helps people with office work. Xie Chengdong asked if he was in the Phoenix House Hotels with Shu Yuanyuan and Zhou Qian. One of the buddies said that teacher Luo is also there. Right after that, Xie Chengdong waved the check and said that it was his reward, for which the guy thanked him. Quite soon, Xie Chengdong was coming downstairs with a gloomy expression. He dialed Uncle Shu on the phone. Right after the man picked up the phone, he said he was at the Chaos Phoenix Hotel and he paid some guy to look for him. The uncle was happy to hear the news and called him a good boy. Right after that, Shu Kun thanked the guy. Xie Chengdong smiled and thought that this time, Shu Kun would definitely deal with the protagonist, and then he would have two beauties in his hands. It wasn't long before he and the teacher parted ways, and he thanked them for the treat. The classmates asked the main character if he would go home right now, and he agreed, because he wants to prepare for tomorrow's exam. Zhu Yuanyuan said that she had heard from the teacher that he was always in last place, and he said it was better not to listen to the teacher. However, unexpectedly, the main character's road was blocked by bandits. Xie Chengdong said that Shu Yuanyuan was brought together by fate, and asked if she could go drinking with him this time, or would she refuse. Zhu Yuanyuan visually asked the protagonist for help and hid behind his back. At the same time, Zhou Qian intervened in the conversation and called Xie Chengdong a stalker. The girl was about to reach into her pocket to take out her phone. However, with a sharp hand movement, Xie Chengdong's buddy Xie Chengdong threw the phone out of the girl's hands. The girl condemned them for harassment in a public place. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice saying that it was the one that had made him come here. As it turned out, there stood Shu Kun with his buddies by his side. He asked if he was the man who targeted the protagonist, and the men confirmed it. He gloomed and said to let the girls go because then he'd go with them. Shu Kun said, unable to put conditions on him. Immediately afterward, Shu Kun gestured for his buddies to get busy with the girls. Buddy rounded up the company and started saying that the girls were very good. He got angry and told me to take my hands off his girlfriends. With a sharp movement of his hand, the protagonist grabbed one and Shu Kun's comrades, and the latter cried out in pain. Shu Kun was angry at this coincidence and shouted how dare he answer them and told his gang members to take him. However, he was not amiss and began to fight back. With sharp arm movements, he took many competitors out of the fight. Pretty soon, all the gang members were lying in front of the protagonist. The man couldn't believe he did it in a matter of seconds, and said he didn't respect people who were older than him at all. He squinted his eyes and said he had no right to open his mouth. Shu Kun swung sharply and said that he wanted to die. He smiled and thought that compared to Shubo, Shu Kun really knows real kung fu. The man swung sharply at him and made a tug. They exchanged blows. In the same second, they were on opposite sides of each other. He was extremely surprised because he thought he would be able to solve him easily, but he was able to stop his fist. At the same time, the man was also extremely surprised by the protagonist since he looked skinny, but his skills are on the level of the military. The man ducked and said that skills and strength they always decide the outcome of a fight and experience is very important. However, the protagonist sharply dodged the man's obvious punch. The protagonist began to worry because Shu Kun is really strong and he is almost equal to him, and since this is the case, this fight may be delayed. At the same time, Shu Kun started ordering his aides to get you girls to catch you and help you deal with the guy. The girls huddled together and waited for the protagonist's help. Said Shu Yuanyuan Yicho Qian is not skillful today since they should be ready to serve this master tonight. He got angry and said don't even touch them. However, the man blocked the protagonist's gaze and said that his justice today wouldn't work. The world wouldn't fall apart if something went my way for the protagonist. He got angry and said that he would regret dealing with him. Shu Kun was confident and said that on the contrary, everyone else had tried but failed. He thought about it and realized that there was probably only one exodus left. The protagonist closed his eyes and his entire body was covered in a strange aura. Suddenly he opened his eyes and a purposeful look could be seen in them. He picked up a scroll that enhanced all attributes. The description of the item said that all attributes were increased by 30 points for half an hour. He clenched his hands with the scroll and a mysterious glow covered the protagonist. Shu Kun was extremely surprised at what Yang Ning was doing. Suddenly, he gave the man a swift kick to the stomach. From the very quick impact, the man fell to the floor. He quickly turned his head back and noticed something amiss. The girls were surrounded by a gang who forced the girls to go with them. The men even started to divide the girls among themselves. The protagonist pushed the heads of the two villains together with a grim expression. The remaining gang members were surprised because Shubo could not lose to the protagonist. But then the reason why the protagonist was here could not be explained. He turned back and asked if they really thought they were still human. He opened his eyes wide and said that they had crossed him today. And because of them, he had wasted 1,000 points and would not forgive them. Very soon, the rest of the gang members were lying in front of Ji Chengdong. It was only at that moment that Ji Chengdong finally realize the situation he was in and was greatly surprised. Xie Chengdong's face was covered in sweat, and he asked why he was so strong. He had no intention of answering him, however, and only gloomily looked him in the eye. He was angry and wondered what he should do, because Ji Chengdong's asshole had made things too bad for him to finish him off without breaking the law. He used his eye skill on the man. Suddenly, Xi Chengdong began to shake with his entire body. He stared into the man's eyes using his skill. As he looked into his eyes, the guy realized that he was seeing Xie Chengdong's memories. However, he didn't know why this was the case. The protagonist wondered if the illusory eyes had the ability to read the thoughts and memories of strangers. He learned that Xie Chengdong actually wanted to become a martial arts master. He smiled and said he would help his desires. Suddenly, the man's body was covered in a red aura and his eyes were clouded over. A classmate approached the main character and asked what was wrong with him. However, he turned to the girls as if nothing had happened and told them that it was okay, they should get out of here. He said that the skirmish was very serious and not worth telling their fathers about. However, he said that if things got really bad, they could tell them. Zhou Qian looked at the sophomore and asked what was wrong with him. At the same time, he trembled and tilted his head back. He said to ignore him because who knows what else he might do. Quite soon, Xi Chengdong calmed down and looked like an ordinary person on the outside. However, the guy was laughing frantically and shaking his whole body. The man's eyes were red, and Xi Chengdong shouted that he had learned to cultivate his sinister sword would rule this world. The men watching the frantic reaction only eyed his actions warily. The crowd was perplexed that the guy started saying creepy things, and most likely he went crazy. Some even thought there was filming going on, but no one saw the cameras. Suddenly, the guy pulled out a sharp dagger from his pocket. The guy trembled his whole body. However, said that in order to develop his sinister sword sect, he was sacrificing his body to become immortal. Right after that, the guy stabbed himself with a knife and said that in order to cultivate this skill, he must master the higher realm. The whole crowd was very surprised because he had actually cut himself with a knife until he was bleeding, and everyone started frantically calling the police and an ambulance. However, at the same moment, Xie Chengdong looked at the technique book and said that the second page says that although he is successful, but the chance is not 100%, the third page says that everyone can do it. Suddenly, the guy vomited blood and screamed out if he was being bullied. Immediately afterward, the people watching approached the guy and said he was really dead. Some girl said that it was her first time here. However, she sees some heresy, and for sure it is every day for the city. At the same time, he and the girls were on their way home in a cab. Xu Wenyuan got out of the cab thanking the protagonist for driving her. Pretty soon, only he and Zhou Qian were left in the parlor. Help asked why he is so modest, because he has seen his girlfriends. And a guy should be understanding and care for his girlfriend, as a driver for his wife. He said the driver really misunderstood him because she was his classmate. Quite soon, he found himself at Zhou Qian's villa. The protagonist and Zhou Qian got out of the taxi and he opened his mouth wide in surprise. He asked if she really lived here, because he didn't think she was a rich girl. He turned to the girl and asked if Zhou Bo Kang was looking for her son-in-law. Zhou Qian said not to joke around like this, otherwise daddy will really hear. He leaned over and smiled because there was no need to talk back to his father if they became a couple, and Ye Zhou Bo Kang would probably be pleased. Suddenly he heard Zhan Haozhou's voice. Zhan Haozhou asked unexpectedly, he wanted to get her sister. Zhan Haozhou approached the main character's company and told him to get away from his sister. Zhan Haozhou looked at the protagonist with a gloomy expression, and his sister called out to him. He was surprised that such a man was Zhou Qian's brother. Zhan Haozhou said that her brother was here now, and the girl shouldn't worry because he would deal with the bully in no time. After that, the guy called out to the protagonist and told him to come over here. With no one with whom to move his hand, Zhan Haozhou swung at the protagonist, and he himself barely dodged. Dodging once more, Zhan Haozhou told the protagonist to stop dodging and let him hit himself. He ducked another punch and asked why the guy wanted to beat him up. The man told the protagonist to shut up and stop dodging punches and start fighting like a real man. The sister told her brother to stop. Both guys froze in an uncomfortable pose and looked at the girl. Jo Chen said that the main character's name is him and he is not a bully. John Haozhou looked into the eyes of the main character and wondered if it was really his name. Immediately afterward, a man asked if he was the guy who broke the world record for running. John Haozhou said that he was quite agile because he could dodge all the blows, and these records were indeed true. And he got worried and wondered if he was flattering him or if he really wanted to kill him. Jo Chen put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and told him not to fight anymore and to speak more culturally. He strained a smile and said it was getting late and he would go. However, John Haozhou asked where he was going because, as he said himself, he wanted to see their father. He wondered why John Haozhou's heart was so stale, or if he had angered him. Jo Chen put her hand on her brother's shoulder and told him to stop because he might not believe it. But there seems to be a few worms in his bed this night. Well, the main character smiled because he noticed that his sister really speaks to him as a brother and they are definitely relatives. Immediately afterward, the girl took her brother by the hand and began to tell him what had happened today. He smiled and noticed how these two are good at gossiping, or their Zhou Bokong is an even bigger gossip. John Haozhou got angry and said that Xie Chengdong was a bad person, and as soon as he saw him, he would immediately punch him in the face. He smiled and thought that her John Haozhou was really a pervert. The girl led the boys into the villa and began to tell them. Suddenly, someone called out to Jo Chen from the back. It turns out it was Jo Chen's father who called her. The girl immediately went into the arms of her father, and the father himself was perplexed by such actions of the girl because he will offend everyone who dared to touch his daughter. Immediately afterward, the father looked at his son and the main character. John Haozhou had already started to talk about what had happened while he was scared that he was being stared at so intently. Very soon, it was deep evening, and finally, John Haozhou finally explained the situation. Jo Chen's father slammed his hand on the table and asked if this was really the case. The man was extremely furious and asked if Xu Guibin really wanted to kidnap his daughter and then give her to a brothel. His father immediately became angry and asked if he really considered himself immortal, and if he wanted a war, the war would also be him, Zhou Yanlu, but remembered him. At the same time, John Haozhou tried to calm his father. Zhou Qian cried from behind. He was surprised since he had heard many definitions that Zhou Yanlu had said from Uncle Lu, and it's kind of like a gang boss and a person who returns kindness for kindness. After that, Zhou Yanlu addressed the protagonist saying that he had done a good job. He said that he was pleased to meet him and it was most likely his oversight. Zhou Qian's father said that he didn't blame him because he had done good for his family since he had saved his daughter. The man said that Shu Kun had trained in martial arts for over 20 years, and the man didn't think that the protagonist could win. There was a mute question on the protagonist's face, and Zhou Yanlu said that he knew this because of his huge amount of connections. And Yu and Zhou Qian said that he was most likely abrupt and apologized for the inconvenience, and he won't ask where the protagonist got the talent from. And Yu with Zhou Qian turned to his assistant and said to take men and clear Shu Kun's territory and leave no witnesses. Father was clearly angry and thought, does Shu Kun think he is so easy to deal with and will show him what happens to those who mess with the real mafia? And although he is Sicily to me, he will quite teach him a lesson. The next afternoon, Shu Kun was in the hospital. Some lady was crying in front of the door. The girl turned to a man with a plaid shirt and a thin mustache and asked if he could save Chengdong's household. The man shouted that he didn't know at all. The girl was crying and screaming about who was so angry with him. The man said that Zi Chengdong most likely did it himself. However, the girl, most likely his mother, did not believe such a thing. Said the video was uploaded online and handed the phone to his mother. The woman burst into tears even more, unable to believe that such a thing could really happen. The man told to stop Zi Chengdong's mother. Zi Chengdong roared and go home and calm down. The man said that he would go to Shu Kun's place and she shouldn't go far away. At the same time, Shu Kun was in the hospital ward all bruised and the man explained the situation to him. Immediately afterward, a buddy asked what spurred Zi Chengdong to do it. Shu Kun said that he didn't know what happened and was too confident, so he told him about it. The man asked if Shu Kun had found out anything about the main character. The man said that with his skills, his past may be unusual, and there's nothing in the news either, and it looks like Old Man Meng is in control. Clutching the sheet, Shu Kun said, most likely we should probably ask Old Man Meng to arrest this guy. The man said that if he has a powerful family he can get out of jail sooner. We have to figure out what to do about it. The president said they would deal with it in their own time. The bandit smiled and said that was a good idea. Suddenly the ringtone of the phone sounded. The man picked up the phone and was surprised to be called by the supervisor from the sauna. He said that someone had attacked his house. President Z obviously didn't expect this. Christian asked who dared to enter their territory. The man said it was most likely Mafioso G. Shu Kun was angry at Zhou Yanlu and shouted how dare he attack them. The supervisor said there were a lot of people gathered there and they were dangerous, but heard no response and was greatly surprised. Shukun was extremely angry at the fact of what this mobster dared to do while he was in his bunk. President Chie said that he had to stop being so impulsive to recover, and his first priority was to recover as quickly as possible. Shukun shouted that he had memorized Zhou Yanlu. When he recovered, he would kill him immediately. At the same time, he was walking through the streets of the city. He pointed to some jewelry and asked if he could buy it. Immediately afterward, he had accomplished his daily prestige mission, and he decided to act on it. He opened his phone and was surprised that it was on the net. The image showed Xie Chengdong stabbing himself. The protagonist realized that the illusory eye skill was incredibly strong. He smiled and thought the guy deserved it. He said it had escalated to this, and he needed to see what the consequences would be. The news wrote how the mysterious man had beaten up a group of people alone, and the psycho had sacrificed his household. The society was surprised by such news. It wasn't long before he was at the villa. He smiled and realized that the information had spread far too quickly. After that, he plumped down on the bed and said that the illusory eyes were limited in ability because of the scroll. He got out of bed and remembered that he had something interesting in his inventory. He remembered the box his uncle had sold him. Suddenly, the message said that the all-seeing eye had evolved into a seeing eye, and because the two skills couldn't exist together, one of them was removed. He decided to see what that eye was that saw through and if it was something like X-ray vision. The system described it as an eye that sees through and can show through any surface, and the area limitation is 50 square meters. He realized that one would be useful in evaluating the subject, and in other cases too. He activated the skill and realized his head was starting to spin. Sighing, he said that activating the skill used up all of his energy, and most likely these skills are related to his amount of energy. And the more of it there is, the longer the time to use the skill will be. He grabbed the crate and said he should make sure he had enough energy next time. The unexpected system brought up a message. The system rated it as Millennial Agar Chinan. He was very surprised as the system estimated the value of the crates at 26 million. However, he bought it for only 10,000, and how could a piece of wood be worth so much? The protagonist began frantically searching for a scroll of restoration, and hoping that it was inexpensive. It wasn't long before he came across this scroll. The system said that an ordinary quality scroll cost 50 points, and an excellent quality scroll cost 500 points. He said that with a couple more points, he could buy an ordinary quality scroll, but he needed an excellent quality scroll. He realized he had nothing to sell, so you could say he was poor. At the same time, the police station said that President Z and Shu Kun had recently started tussling. The voice on the other side of the phone said that he was not calling to ask for money or anything else. President C said that it was that Zhou Yanlu, but the man quickly realized how the police knew about it. Mengju said that one way or another he shouldn't cause trouble for the police, and this is an unusual case for their city, so he shouldn't burden their department. President Xi said he was just asking for help with a kid from school, and his name is him. The man said he just needed to be locked up for a couple of days. Mengju said not to make life difficult for him because it's not that easy to do. President Xi laughed and asked if the police not being good have become synonymous. President Xi said that if the police helped him with the case, they would be debtors. Afterward, President Xi said that Fan's mother is here. The chief wondered if it was about the family, because Li Lifan's family, their businessmen acquaintances, are very important people. If they owe the police, he will succeed in the next election. Mengju said, as soon as possible, to tell all the information about the protagonist. The president smiled and told him he would not be distracted and asked him to make it all pretty. It wasn't long before he found himself back at the school. Wang Jihuang was standing at the entrance of the school, watching someone. He then turned back around and picked up his cell phone. The guy looked at his phone and realized that the news feeds only had Xie Chengdong and not a word about the main character. Wang Jihuan realized that it was better not to provoke the protagonist. If he could go back in time, he would never touch him in his life. After that, the guy went to his classroom and hoped he wasn't waiting outside his door to kill him. Immediately afterward, the guy pushed on the doorknob. The boy cautiously opened the door and peered through the crack. As it turned out, he was already sitting in class reading a book. He thought it was a common exam today, but he needed to do a little physics and chemistry. Wang Jihuan was very worried, but he still sat down in his seat. The guy realized that he was so engrossed in the book that she didn't even notice him. Immediately afterward, the bell rang to announce the imminent start of the exam and told everyone to return to their classroom. After the exam was over, he was going home. He pulled himself up with his whole body and said that he had spent an hour and a half on the test and was very tired. Suddenly, the protagonist is blocked by some people in official uniforms. The police then showed their ID and asked if he was the offender who was on Feiyang Street yesterday. The man said he had to go with them to make a statement. He looked at the police statement and saw an ID number on it. He squinted his eyes and smelled something wrong. Okay. The hero asked what about the people who had surrounded him, and whether the police had been able to apprehend them and determine who was attacking him. The policeman smiled wryly and said they hadn't had time to do that yet. He said he was confused. Does it look like the police helped the protagonist of the pursuit, or is there anything else? He said that the police, for starters, we need to find everyone else. The policeman said he was very annoying and ordered him to put bracelets on him. He was offended by this and asked how they dared to do it. Yang Ning waved his hands while the police officers said he had to go to the police station. Suddenly someone addressed the company, and the police officers clearly did not expect this voice. The main character was approached by Teacher Joe, who was waving a fan. The policeman told him not to interfere as it was a police matter. The teacher said he was not interested in who they were, but no one had the right to arrest his students in front of him. The man also told them all to leave as soon as possible, or he would take action. The police officer told the teacher to stay out of their business of drinking. They were forced by their superiors. Might not suggest that the main character is the prime suspect of several assaults. The teacher turned to the protagonist and asked if he had really beaten someone up. Yang Ning wrapped his head around and denied it. The policeman pointed his finger at the protagonist and told him to stop lying because they have a witness who confirmed there, and if Yang Ning doesn't confess, the policeman will beat him up. However, even then the teacher got angry and told them not to forget that this was a public school, and there was no place for corrupt officers like them. The teacher told them to come back with a warrant, or he would take action that the police would regret. The policemen were surprised at the teacher's demand and looked at him perplexed. At the same time, very much seething with rage, and began to say that he had fought in the days of the revolution, and if they wanted to arrest him, let them arrest him, for the man was not afraid of them. After Yang Ning more or less calmed the man, he said that he was calling the principal. Immediately afterwards, the teacher called the principal and began to explain the situation. At the same time, the police officer told his assistant that everything was complicated, and he needed to call the bureau for help as soon as possible. Hearing the whole situation, Meng Jui hung up the phone. He started yelling that the useless twosome couldn't even arrest a high school kid. After that, Mingju turned to Xiao and ordered him to go to the middle school and take care of business. It wasn't long before Xiao found himself at the entrance of the school. The man turned around, trying to find the exact address of the showdown. Unexpectedly, Xiao finally found the main character's team. The policeman tried to get the principal to listen to them. Suddenly, Xiao noticed the protagonist, just as the guy himself noticed him. The policeman got out of the guy's sight as quickly as possible and became covered in sweat. The man immediately remembered the main character. With a worried face, the policeman began to frantically dial the chief's number because he doesn't know who Yang Ning is. At the same time, the policeman saw the protagonist at Liu's restaurant last week. The man dialed the phone number and said that this guy was a real disaster, and even Director Chen was crushed by him. The policeman called his chief. He said that the chief had not informed him that the detainee's name was Yang Ning. Immediately afterward, the man said that he was a real disaster, and it was better not to mess with him because he had seen him recently. The policeman said that this guy had recently crushed Principal Chen, and that the guy himself had the support of Lu Bo. The guy also said that he has the support of the Lin auction house, and this guy should not be touched. I got something on. The chief yelled into the phone to his assistant as fast as possible to pick up their guys. If he didn't see them in 10 minutes, they would be fired. The chief told his underling to make sure the guy didn't think anything bad of them, and everything would be fine if he got his favorite tea. It wasn't long before a call came in on the president's phone. That person walked away from Shukun for a bit, and asked if Mengju had caught the protagonist. At the same time, Mengju put his hand to his forehead and asked if President Xi didn't know which girls were with the main character. Shukun abruptly said that one of the girls' name is Xu Yuanyuan, the other is Zhou Qian, and asked what's the big deal. Mengju was covered in sweat as he heard such important names. Mengju turned pale when he heard that her name started with Xu and realized what he had gotten himself into. President Xi squinted his eyes and asked if they had caught the protagonist. While President Xi was perplexed, Mengjui said that if they wanted to solve the problem, they could do it themselves, and there was no need to drag others into it. President Tsai told the police chief to watch what he says when he talks. Does he really not want more help, or does he not need help at all? The man said he warned him and asked if he really wanted to say no. After that, Mengjui hung up the phone, and President Xi himself said that he would remember this humiliation. President Xi squinted his eyes and said, "How dare Mengjui drop the call?" And he would still get from him. At the same time, Mengju only exhaled in relief and could not say anything. Mengju covered his face with his hands and realized that by insulting Shui Guibin, he had hit the Li family, and it would definitely affect the next election. However, Mengju realized that if he didn't stop, he would not only be rude to the protagonist, but also to Mr. Shu, along with the Lin family, and if that happened, he would instantly lose his job. At the same time, a police officer approached the protagonist's company. The officer said that Yang Ning just was victimized and unawares, and he did not need to go to the police station. The man said that they apologized for the trouble. The officer then turned to his colleagues and asked if this was indeed the case. The man got extremely angry and asked what Wu Bin was carrying since they have a video showing him beating up people and they should round this guy up. However, the officer told his colleague to be more restrained because if he had questions, let him ask the chief. Mo Hong got angry and asked what kind of attitude the newbies had, while Wu Bin asked what kind of attitude the old guys had. The officer said that in the beginning Wu Bin thought Mo Hong misunderstood the chief, but the officers seemed to be mistaken. After that, and now asked if he has ulterior motives, and it seems he is obliged to report it. Looked at each other and didn't understand what to do in such a situation. Officer Wu Bin looked at the protagonist and hoped that it was enough to get them out of here before Yang Ning noticed them. Mo Hong could not accept this decision by his superiors, while his assistant told the officer to make sure she had a latte. Pretty soon the cops were on their way out. After his colleagues left, Officer Wu Bin turned to the protagonist and once again apologized that his colleague had such a bad temper, and said that if the protagonist needed help, he could turn to him. The director said that he was a good officer unlike those two, and it would be good if their country had more such people, while Yang Ning stood dissatisfied. The officer said that Director In is right in a way, and his co-workers probably have some personal issues with the protagonist. The principal then leaned over to the officer and began to make his assumptions. After that, the officer said that his chief was inviting everyone to dinner, and the officer hoped they would join to visit the details of that incident. Yang Ning was freaking out because he didn't want to go anywhere. Yang Ning tried to refuse, but the principal said they couldn't let the chief spend their money, and their school had canteens and a room that could be used for dinner. The officer said he would call his boss to tell him such a marvelous idea. When the officer called his boss, Mengjui asked what was going on and if everything was okay. The officer reported the principal's offer and said that he had done a good job and he had already bought his favorite tea. Suddenly, Mengju realized that he had an urgent matter and said that he was about to hang up if they would meet soon. Suddenly, he looked at the phone that was ringing and guessed that Tianhong was calling him. Mengju picked up the phone and asked if the major was really looking for him. Turned to the police chief, said that the incident on Faiyang Street has attracted public attention, so he needs detailed information about the incident. Mengju said that it was a common occurrence, but the people involved would be very difficult to talk to. The major asked who they were. Mengyu said President Xi and Xu Kun got involved. Also connected to this is an illegal Chinese doctor whose son has self-circumcised, and his wife is still in a stupor. At the same time, the protagonist's side is the very Yang Ning with two schoolgirls, Xu Yuanyuan and Zhou Qian. The major asked if it was really two schoolgirls and one of them had the surname Xu. Mengjui confirmed it. The major thanked him for the information and said he had important things to do, and they would call later. Mengjui realized that the major had probably gone to see if it was true, and he would probably call Xu Ruibai to make sure. Mengju said that if his guess was correct, Xu Ruibai would be furious and attack the Li family. After that, Mengju decided to watch the main character. Pretty soon, the company was at the school and eating a meal. A teacher was serving food, and the police officers and teachers were sitting at the table. Mengjui apologized once again for today's incident. He said the chief didn't need to be so polite and made a toast. At the same time, the teacher wondered what he was up to. Some of his teachers did not understand why the police chief was apologizing to him at all. He smiled and said that with an officer-in-chief like that, the town would be safe. The man apologized again for the negligence that caused him to get hurt and said it was his mistake. Said the chief was very polite and asked to sample the food. Right after that, Mengjui asked the protagonist if he could tell what happened on that street. He began to recount the events of that day. With a joyful face, he recounted what had happened after all, while Mengju looked at him with a bewildered expression. Teacher Zhou at the same time was very much surprised that his school would have such a huge incident, and he didn't know anything about it at all. Mengjui asked what kind of girls were with the main character and if he could tell who they were. The protagonist immediately realized that the chief knows who Xu Yuanyuan and Zhou Qian are. Why was he so polite to the protagonist? He said that one of them is the chairman's daughter and the other is just his classmate. The principal instantly rose from his chair and asked if Xu Yuanyuan was really there. The principal then apologized for such a violent reaction in his colleagues. Mengju instantly realized that Xu Yuanyuan was special to him. Suddenly, the police chief's phone was ringing with a major. The major told the police chief to arrest Shu-kun and force the president to help the investigation. If there was resistance, he could freeze the company's accounts. Mengju said that he would carry out his order at the same hour, and Mengju realized that the major was probably checking the information through his own channels. Mengju smiled and apologized since his duty called. He apologized again for their dinner being interrupted, and said that he hoped he could make it up to him with another meal. Teachers, he told the police chief to remember to keep his safety in mind and held him. After this incident the next day, Shu Yuanyuan said that her father had found out everything. Shu Yuanyuan squinted her eyes and said that he was offended that Shu Yuanyuan herself didn't tell him about it. The girl was offended at the protagonist for telling me this to her father while he himself had already blurted it out. He said he didn't want to hide it for long, but unfortunately they didn't catch any big fish. Shu Yuanyuan asked what he was referring to. Zhao Xiaofei ran up to the main character's company and said that he was glad that he was all right. After that, the guy asked, didn't he write better than everyone else? He said that he didn't know because it was quite possible, and the task wasn't difficult. Zhao Xiaofei told the protagonist to stop bragging. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaofei turned his head in an unknown direction. Wang Zhihuan went to the teacher and gave 1,000 yuan to buy curtains for the classroom. The teacher was surprised that Wang Zhihuan also gave 1,000 yuan. Zhao Xiaofei smiled and asked if the guy was imitating him, and said that he had enough of watching this. However, Wang Zhihuan told Zhao Xiaofei to get behind him since he had just taken the donation. Zhao Xiaofei was surprised at such a serious reply. Zhao Xiaofei was surprised and asked if the guy had hit his head and asked why he was not bullying. He said that he was probably in a different mood and it was better not to touch him. On Hulk at the same time thought he should transfer to another class away from the main character's twin. Wang Zhihuan's father asked Wang Zhihuan if he really wanted to transfer to another school. Wang Zhihuan asked his father if he would help him because it would be better for him if he transferred. The guy was covered in sweat and realized that he didn't care whether he could get into the university or not. He realized he needed to get away from the protagonist as soon as possible. The guy was literally crying. However, he realized that if he stayed here, he would not live here. At the same time, there was a great atmosphere in the hospital. However, this atmosphere was disturbed by police officers who entered the hospital. President Si and Shu-kun were surprised by their sudden arrival. President Si asked what Mengju was doing here and if he was going to get rid of them. The man said that he thought they were on his side. In fact, they were traitors. Mengju said that he is not on anyone's side and he is on the lookout. The man also said that they messed up, so they should go to the department to help with the investigation. President Tsai is offended by the fact that the police don't care about his ties to the Lee family and wonders what the protagonist's background is that he's being treated like that. At the same time, Mengju pulled out a warrant that was signed by the major himself for Shu-kun's arrest. The man said they were complicating the situation or they would take action. Literally at the same second, the police pulled Shu-kun out of his bed, while Shu-kun himself said that he was a patient in this hospital. They had no right to pull him out. However, Mengju said that they have every right since he is neither on the side of the government. The man also said that it is the government that decides what they can and cannot do. The man then turned to the president and asked if he would cooperate, or if he needed handcuffs too. President Xi shouted that Mengju would regret betraying him, and his entire department would suffer. Then President Xi, together with the police chief, left the hospital ward where Xi Chengdong's mother was waiting for them. The mother asked her husband what was going on, while President Xi said to apologize to Afai's sister for him and say that their family is having problems right now and told her to apologize on his behalf. A woman watched her husband being taken away by the police. The woman picked up her phone and wondered what she should do now. At the same time, he was strolling through the streets of the city. Putting his hands behind his head, the hero realized that the daily task of prestige and he had not yet completed today. Maine put his hand to his chin and looked at the fake antiques. He decided to check pawn shops. Pretty soon he was at one of the pawn shops in town. He ended up at a co-worker's office and asked how much 2 Phoenix to Dragon bracelets cost. The employee said they cost 38,000. He was surprised at how expensive they were. The employee said not to waste his time because how can a guy like him buy gold because he has no money? He got angry and said that he wanted to buy so badly. But because of people like this, things were not going according to plan. He wondered why they were in the service industry if they didn't know how to work with customers. He got angry and left the store. At the same time, another customer in formal wear entered the store, and the employee smiled at him and told him he had something to recommend. He went to another store and decided to check out what they had. He walked into the store and started looking around. The store employee turned to the protagonist and the guy looked at him. A co-worker asked what the protagonist needed. He said he was just looking around and asked if the man could show a better product. The man pointed to the merchandise and said to examine it, and if the protagonist liked something he could call him. He began to look at the display case as two other customers entered the store. He asked how much these earrings cost and whether the seller knew their history. The seller said those earrings were purple gold earrings with jade embedded in them. The man said that the jade was genuine, and he would give a pair for $7,000. He realized the system valued those earrings at $6,500, and that's a pretty good deal. Suddenly, the main character was pushed by a certain girl and told her boyfriend that these earrings are very beautiful and asked how they would look on her. The guy walked over to the girl and said they would look great on her. He was rubbing the spot of the blow and still looking at all two shoppers. The man asked the salesman how much these earrings cost. The salesman said they're worth $7,000. The man asked how the seller could be sure who had worn them before and asked if he could confirm that they were clean. The seller said that all items sold here are cleaned before they are sold. However, the man started waving his hand and told the salesman to cut the bullshit, and he would buy the earrings for $4,000. Or there would be no deal at all. The seller said there would be no deal then. The man started haggling and asked what if he gave $4,200. The man then slammed the window and said he could only buy for $4,500, and that was the last offer. The man started saying he was an old man with no normal stones and no one would buy his antiques. The man was offended by the salesman's answer and asked if he was the rich customer and if the students were his rich customers. He turned his head as he heard the insult directed in his direction. The salesman said his store's customers are not divided into classes and asked to be more polite to other customers. However, the man said to stop being greedy and sell him that junk for $4,500 because it's not that much, and don't take it for granted that everything here is prestigious. The salesman realized that $4,500 is a good enough price, but he does not want to buy earrings, such an idiot. And where do such customers come from? He said $7,000 was really a lot. If he dropped the price a little, he'd buy it. Suddenly, the couple turned back and wondered what he really wanted to buy. The salesman said it's a special offer for the main character, and he can't sell less than $5,000. The man was offended by this price and asked if the seller was crazy. At the same time, his girlfriend supported him and asked if he had hired a guy to scam him. He said the price was low and even fair. He said he'd take a few items. The man asked if the guy was really willing to buy it all. He said he wasn't buying. The man instantly laughed and asked was he faking it. His girlfriend also said he was a funny idiot. At the same time, he said he was buying up all the store's merchandise. The salesman instantly got up from his chair and asked, does he really buy up everything? The man told the protagonist to stop pretending. If he, their truth, will buy it all, he will do something incredible. He pulled out his black card and told me exactly what he was going to do. The girl instantly realized that this black card was the real one. The man was covered in sweat and realized that it was a limited edition Black Dragon card, and there were fewer of them than pink Barbie dolls. The man instantly realized that the protagonist must have at least $10 million in expenses per year, and he is insane. He turned to the seller and asked if he could pay here, because the total cost would be about $50,000. The seller thanked the protagonist and said that the final price was $55,000, and he was now counting the discount. The salesman told his assistant to come down and help with the goods because there was a big customer. The guy, probably his son, came down from the second floor and agreed. He grinned and thought that Lu Bo wouldn't mind if he bought something with his money. Pretty soon the items were packed, and the protagonist was surprised to be given a nice bag. The guy handed the product to the protagonist and asked if he wanted to check it out. He said he didn't have to because he trusted them. The seller and his son thanked the protagonist for the purchase and wished him good luck. Pretty soon he was off to another store. When he walked into the store and the salesman was playing on his phone, the vendor said that if he needed something and had the money for it, his doors were open to him. But if not, he should leave because he was busy killing a T-Rex. He said he was here for shopping and asked me to pack 3 things on that side and 2 things on the other. The seller was instantly surprised and even corrected his glasses. The man asked if he was cheating him. The salesman began to evaluate the protagonist and wondered, is he the new young master? However, he looked at the main character's clothes and worried that he was a fraud. He told the clerk not to worry because he wasn't playing around, and if he asked the neighboring store, he'd hear how he cleaned out their counter. The vendor instantly ran out of his store and started looking for them in the neighboring vendor. The salesman called the salesman's son and asked if the guy who buys up everything had approached them, and the salesman's son walked up to the man and recognized the protagonist. Right after that, he turned to the protagonist and asked if he wanted to buy something, because Uncle Jang had some good products and he should take a look. After seeing the boy's reaction, the salesman realized that it was not a prank. The boy advised his uncle to check his skills and drop that monster game. However, the salesman instantly escorted the boy out of his store and told him to stop bragging. After that, the salesman looked at the protagonist as if he was the hen bringing golden eggs. The seller immediately smiled and told the protagonist to wait a little bit, because he will now pack everything nicely. The salesman then turned to the protagonist and asked if he needed delivery. The protagonist thought about it and realized that he could put all the items in his inventory, but he needs to find a place where no one is there. He said not to worry because he would find people to carry the items to Junjijai. The vendor said he thought he was from the neighborhood and made an awkward joke about the guy's clothes. He called Lu Bo and said he'd bought a few things and asked if he could send his men to deliver them and thanked him in advance. It wasn't long before the protagonist was approached by two muscular men who informed him that they were here. He was surprised that they came so quickly. The protagonist smiled and said he would go to the next store to store. The seller said he could be the main character's git since he's familiar with the place. He thanked for such a favor and realized that wherever he went people would consider him a bum, and it was better to have a guide with him. The guide started showing the protagonist the stores, while the protagonist himself was followed by two men. It wasn't long before he and his company entered another store. There they also met the same couple who called the clerk of that store a stingy old man. However, right after that, they noticed the protagonist walking in and were greatly surprised. Seeing the guy, the couple started to back away while he looked around. Pretty soon he had his goods picked out. He said he wanted them to pack all the goods. The salesman scratched the back of his head, not sure what was going on. At the same time, the guide took the salesman out of his stupor and told him he was a real major. The salesman apologized to the protagonist and said that if he wanted, they could negotiate a discount. He said he would buy up everything for 50,000 and told him to take his time and do things at his own pace. The salesman looked at the guide, who nodded frantically to the man, and agreed to the deal. The salesman said it would take a little time and asked if the guide wanted to help him, because his bones weren't what they used to be. At the same time, rumors began to spread how he was buying up all the trinkets, and he had already bought up 20 stores. The vendors started talking amongst themselves. Someone said he was very strange, but he was very cool, because he had taken 5 minutes to buy all the things except the brown necklaces, and had never seen such a customer. At the same time, the salesman of the very first store wondered who was buying up all the merchandise. The sellers were very surprised that he did not visit him, because his store is at the very beginning, and it is one of the biggest. The salesman scratched the back of his head and said he hadn't seen any of the young guy and he probably just hadn't come into his store. The salesman started laughing at his colleague and said that he didn't want to put salt on different things, but his luck had run out on him. At the same time, the salesman said that it was simply impossible because he had the largest assortment. How could he miss his store? At the same time, the seller of the second store said that, despite the fact that he said that the guy did not come to him, however, their stores are next to each other. The salesman got excited and asked what the guy looked like and maybe did something wrong. The man started to describe the main character. Suddenly the salesman turned pale and swore because he realized who he was talking about. Immediately afterward, the seller started sobbing because he let the opportunity pass. Pretty soon he ran out of things to do with his shopping. He turned to the guide and said it was getting a little late and if he needed more stuff, he would contact him. The protagonist turned to the two men behind him and asked if they could drop off all these items to his uncle and thanked them in advance. The men said they would return as soon as they had completed their errands. He waved them goodbye and told them there was no need for them to follow the main character anymore. He exhaled and realized that this was most likely Lu Bo's order. He started walking the streets of his town. Immediately afterward, he came across a single store without a sign. He squinted and realized that the store seemed like an abandoned place. However, as soon as the protagonist walked in there, he instantly changed his mind. As he looked around, he realized it was a very cool store. After that, two girls in red traditional clothes came up to the protagonist and greeted the protagonist. The protagonist didn't expect to find something like this. It wasn't long before the receptionist came out to the protagonist and said hello to the protagonist. A girl with purple hair and a fan asked if there was anything she could do to help the main character. He looked at the girl and instantly blushed as she was an incredible beauty. He blushed and turned away from the girl. He said he was just looking around. The hero turned his head and asked where they had the best items. The girl asked what he was talking about. He was surprised and asked if she didn't sell antiques. He wondered if he had come to the wrong place, but he remembered that there was a sign on the door. The girl said she was very new to this store, and this building was recently renovated, and the sign outside hadn't been changed yet. He heard the answer and realized why this store looked abandoned from the outside. One of the female employees approached the receptionist and said she had found something. The woman said they should look at it. The woman turned to the protagonist, waved her hand, inviting him to watch it together. He blushed and drooled at the side of his mouth in agreement. The receptionist asked her employee what it was. The girl asked if Sister Lan could help her be. Mr. Chen said he had a copy. While the receptionist was sorting out the book, he decided to look around. He realized there was nothing that special on display. However, he was interested in the gold base. He was very surprised and opened his eyes wide. He said her minimum price is probably about 70 to 80,000. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the doorway inviting the woman to give her a treat. A bunch of thugs were near the door and said he was in their way. Immediately afterward, the bandits told the protagonist to leave as quickly as possible. The receptionist pulled out her phone and told her not to threaten her customers, and she had already called the police. Said he's the boss on Guhuan Street, and even though she called the police, these guys are taking bribes, so she should go with them. The girl said she knew the rule was that she didn't pay 15,000 for protection. The woman said they paid 15,000 and asked why they were harassing them. The man said that he made up these rules himself, and why would he need money if there was a beautiful girl like her around? That she would like the way they would have fun with her. Suddenly the man's path was blocked by him. While he was smiling, the man asked why he hadn't left yet. The bandit told the protagonist to leave as soon as possible, or he would smash his face in. He smiled and said he didn't know the way out. You couldn't the bandit show him, and at the same time show him how he would throw the protagonist out. The bandit abruptly told his guys to beat the protagonist to a pulp. The receptionist blocked the main character's path and said he had absolutely nothing to do with it. The man said he didn't care, and he had interfered in their business himself, so she needed to step aside while he dealt with this guy. The bandit asked if he was a fool, and said that since he was kind today, the main character only needed to kneel down and call him uncle and bark 3 times, and started to say a threat, but he was stopped. Suddenly someone from the side of the door asked what would happen if he didn't. As it turned out, standing outside the door was Lu Bo's furious guard who was clenching her fist in anger. The bandit asked what Brother Zhao was doing here and tensed up greatly. The man folded his arms and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and asked what life was like. The man said not to talk to him as if they had known him for a long time. Immediately afterward, the guard looked towards the protagonist. The man pointed his finger back and told the protagonist that this man was Zimanzi and he was a local. Then the man asked the protagonist if he had offended him. After hearing the reverence for the protagonist, the bandit realized that he was not to be messed with. He said the bandit didn't hurt him, which the man himself confirmed. He squinted his eyes and said he told him to get out. Immediately afterward, the man seemed petrified. Mr. Zhao became sharply angry and looked at the bandit with a gloomy look. With a sharp movement of his foot, he kicked the man and instantly led him out of the store. Already outside, the boss was approached by his assistants and helped him up. The aide turned to the protagonist's security guard and asked if he was God to dare do that. The bandit said to stop his comrades from saying this and leave him alone. The bandit realized that behind Zhao Lun was Lu Bo, and these guys were the main bandits of the city, and if he interfered with them, he would be swimming with the fishes in the river the next day. The man instantly recalled Lu Bo's face and was horrified. Immediately after that, Zhao Lundong took out a knife and threatened the bandits with it. Upon seeing the edged weapon, the receptionist along with the staff of the noble got scared. He at the same time gave no hint of fear and merely smiled. Immediately afterward, the bandit went down on his knees. Lowering his head to the very floor, the man bowed and apologized. The administrator understood that Zimanzi is a gangster who does whatever he wants, and now he was being belittled with fear in his eyes. The administrator looked at the protagonist and wondered who was behind him and where he came from. After that, Zhao Lun turned to the protagonist and asked what they should do. He walked up to the kneeling bandits. He smiled and said they don't learn from their mistakes, right? The aide began to say that he was laughing at them and offered to rape him. Zimanzi gagged his assistant and said he had no idea who they were crossing and told him to keep quiet. After that, Zhao Lun asked if they wanted to take revenge, since a man could very well arrange it, and took out his phone. Zimanzi said not to listen to his assistant, and said that he was in charge and asked him not to do that. Immediately afterward, the man started rolling on the floor and begging for mercy, because he didn't want to go to the fish in the water, and he didn't want to die. With such a move, Zimanzi began to roll away from the store and his underlings ran after him. He squinted his eyes and said only dare them to return to Guhuan Street. He smiled and said that if that man was pestering, she should go to Junjihao and find Zhao there. The receptionist smiled and blushing said she understood. However, unexpectedly, the protagonist received a message from the system that said that the Dinghoi relic had appeared. He was extremely surprised not even by the description, but by the fact that this Buddha cost 48 million. The protagonist began to calculate that this is only an estimate of the system, and at auction, this thing could be sold for over 100 billion. Throwing out the imaginary account of the main, the hero decided something for himself. He literally lit up with the desire that he wanted to get this Buddha. He turned to the side and told the system to activate. the system reported its activation. He squinted and looked off into the distance. He folded his two hands in a technique trying to find out where the Buddha was. Of course, the folded arms of the protagonist turned imaginary glasses. He grinned and said, "Young Master Yang will see everything." He activated the skill and began to consider. Looking up the protagonist did not notice anything. Looking to the side, the main character, or that he saw books and nothing useful. Seeing the empty pot, he still realized there was nothing suitable. He was already beginning to have a heavy puff of breath since he had expended almost all of his energy. Yet he still found no religion. Suddenly, the protagonist had an epiphany. He thought, what if this relic is among 3 people? The protagonist's eyes lit up again, and he realized he had to check them out. He decided to check on Brother Zhao first. Zhao Lun noticed the gaze of the protagonist and wondered if he had something on his clothes. At the same time, he almost laughed at the fact that he was wearing a pony t-shirt. He exhaled and wondered if he was a pony fan. He then told the young female employee to approach the protagonist. Miss Tsui was very frightened and wondered why he was acting so strange. He began to examine the girl's clothes and wondered if she had anything of value on her body. However, it wasn't long before he knelt down and said it was empty and she could go. The girl was surprised it was over so quickly and asked if it was really over. The receptionist approached the girl and asked if she was okay. Xiaoyu said she was fine because nothing had even happened yet. Pretty soon he came up and said it was now the administrator's turn. He smiled and said he had a good premonition. At the same time, the receptionist noticed that the guy had a hard stare in the direction of her toward her breasts. The girl covered her face with her hand and thought that even though she was standing in her clothes, she thought he could see her naked, and it made her very uncomfortable. The protagonist's eyes lit up and the guy asked her not to move. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was given a clue by the system. Said he was almost there and told him to watch closely. It wasn't long before the protagonist literally plunged his face into the administrator's chest. Suddenly he realized that he had found what he was looking for. It was the necklace around the administrator's neck. The system told the protagonist that his mission was accomplished, and he laughed. In the meantime, he was still staring at the receptionist, and the girl asked how long he was going to do that. Suddenly he blushed as he realized he was standing close to the girl's chest. He instantly backed away from the receptionist and said he'd only found an antique on her chest and started apologizing. Suddenly, however, 2 streams of blood slithered from the protagonist's nostril. He cursed and instantly fell unconscious. Pretty soon the main character was on the floor, unable to move. As soon as he fell down for no reason, people around him started to worry as he lost consciousness. Pretty soon, he was in the hospital. Even then, night had already fallen. The doctor told the guard about the protagonist's condition, while Zhao Lun himself only nodded in response. As it turned out, Lu Bo called the main character to ask what was wrong with him. Putting his hand on his forehead with worry, Lu Bo asked Zhao Lun what happened there and what the doctor said. Zhao Lun said that he had fallen into Hu due to overexertion, and about the nosebleed, he was embarrassed to say. Lu Bo only asked if that was really the case, and upon hearing the answer, said that he was embarrassed that the protagonist had such problems. However, right after that, Lu Bo got angry and told the guard to tell the truth where they were. Zhao Lun told his boss to calm down because the guy was looking at the merchandise on the store and just couldn't stand being in the presence of a beautiful girl. Lu Bo exhaled and said that the guy knows how to scavenge and he will contact him later. In the meantime, there was silence in the police station. President Xie walked out of the police station where his wife was waiting for him. However, President Xie was shaking with anger and kept repeating that he had memorized Mengju. That the wife was worried about her fiancé. It turns out that President Xie didn't even notice her at first and asked what she was doing here. The woman said she was told she was taken here, and the man realized that when Xie Chengdong woke up, something terrible would happen. The wife cried and told her that the family SE generation would end. At the same time, the man said not to tell her about it, singing his son would surely return to his household. However, President Xie was clearly not in a good mood and thought it was all because of the main character. After that, in his thoughts, he began to threaten the protagonist. At the same time, all he did was sit on a hospital bed and sleep. The nurse looked at him with contempt. It wasn't long before he opened his eyes. He hardly opened his eyes when it was already morning. He put a hand to his forehead and wondered what had happened and where he was right now. He said he remembered looking at the object with his eye. The protagonist immediately remembered what had happened. Immediately afterward, 2 streams of blood once again spurted from the protagonist's nose. After stopping the bleeding, he scratched his head and smiled. He opened his eyes wide and realized that it wasn't because he was looking at the girl at all, but because he hadn't calculated the use of energy on the skill that caused him to become exhausted and consequently comatose. At the same time, the door to the hospital room opened. He'd already gotten himself together and peered through the crack in the door. As it turned out, Zhao Lun was lying outside the door, sleeping sitting on a chair. As soon as he left the chamber, Zhao Lun woke up. The man looked at the protagonist and asked how he was feeling and the certainty of being able to walk. He thanked the guard for taking care of him and asked what happened after he passed out. The man said not to worry as all the items had been delivered. It wasn't long before he found himself in Manjiayuan. Zhao Lun unloaded the remaining short, said that this was the end of it. Zhao Lun exhaled and asked that if that was the end of it, he was going to go back. However, he told him to stop. He handed him a gift of premium standard cigarettes, which is an indication of status, and thanked him for his work. Zhao Lun was extremely surprised at what he gave him because they were diamond cigarettes that cost a minimum of 2,000 each, and he gave him a whole pack. Zhao Lun smiled and thanked the protagonist, saying that if he needed his services again, he could call. It wasn't long before Zhao Lun drove his car home. He smiled and told the system to check it out. The system said she account was credited 178,000 and almost 4,000 points. He said he could finally buy himself a scroll of recovery. He spent 500 points to buy a scroll of restoration. After receiving the scroll, he smiled. Right after that, he decided to use the scroll on the wooden crate. He decided to take the crate apart. The system said he selected the parse function, and he got a millennial agar wood of excellent quality. Upon receiving the piece of wood, the main character's eyes lit up and the guy realized it was jackpot. He was upset that the only downside was the fact that the tree couldn't be sold. The main character twirled the piece of wood in his finger and said he wondered what he could do with it and wished he could unlock its full potential. It wasn't long before he came to the entrance and said he had a more important ride. It wasn't long before he found himself back at school. He sat quietly reading a book. Suddenly his classmate walked into the office. He was clearly not in the best of moods. The guy said hello to the protagonist, and the protagonist himself tore his eyes away from the book. He said he was supposed to be practicing really early. The man looked out the window and said the weather was bad, and he didn't want to catch a cold. Li Wan said that he had heard that the principal had organized some kind of event allowing him to enter Jiangning University, and this university was better than the one he wanted. He said that since he's a special student, he'd decline the offer. However, the guy got loaded and said that the protagonist already has good grades because of which he can get there. The guy saw the settings and marveled at him. He asked if he thought that skills did not affect enrollment, because it was just a trap invented by the university. Li Wan was surprised to see such support from the main character. Right after that, the guy smiled and closed his eyes. Li Yuan said that it wasn't as easy as he said, and it was still better than him. He put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and said that studying well is not the most important thing, and one should be able to apply skills. He even offered to train together. Li Yuan waved his hand and told the protagonist to call as soon as he was free. He said that Li Yuan is a good man, and he recognizes the strong. Pretty soon the teacher came in and said that the exams were finally over, and he would let everyone know their scores. All the students were very surprised because it only took them a day to check all the papers. The teacher began to announce the results. Li Yuan received 210 points. Xu Yuanyuan received 613 points, and Wang Jihuan received 541 points. Also, teacher said that Wang Jihuan was moved to Hua High School as an exchange student. Zhao Xiaofei laughed and said he ran away. Mo Yu told him to shut up. After all, he got 541 points. And how many points did he get? Zhao Xiaofei smiled and asked why you were worried. However, the guy quickly realized the reason, because his friends were already gone. The teacher said that Zhao Xiaofei had gotten 120 points, and Zhao Xiaofei himself was skewered by this. The whole class started laughing loudly. The teacher asked him to study harder. Mo Yu called Zhao Xiaofei a loser and said to get more than him in the beginning and then make jokes. Zhao Xiaofei was angry and asked, who is being called trash since 250 points is a piece of cake for the protagonist. Yang Ning said that Mo Yu scared more than 500 points, and he thinks that this is enough for victory. The guy said he could leave because he didn't have to argue. Mo Yu said that he scored a lot of points this time, and some people don't score that many points after trying their whole life. He asked if he wanted to compete with him because the loser would have to stand for 10 minutes in the cafeteria, and asked if he would agree to it. Mo Yu asked if this was a challenge, and then he accepted it. Nevertheless, the master said that there was a disciple who achieved the highest result in the shortest time. The whole class froze in anticipation, since only the results of the protagonist were not said. The guy achieved 708 points. Mo Yu abruptly realized that he had made a mistake. The whole class froze in bewilderment because it was impossible for someone to score 708 points. Mo Yu said that it was all nonsense, and Yang Ning wrote it off. The teacher said he assured me that the work was not written off. The teacher said he got the highest score and how he could have written off all the answers. Mo Yu's face was covered in sweat and he thought, "What nonsense." The boy clenched his fist sharply and wondered if this was such a joke. Zhao Xiaofi smiled and said that he needed to stand in the cafeteria and advised him to learn from Wang Jihuan. Zhao Xiaofi said that he was wiser because he changed schools in time. At the same time, Xu Yuanyuan raised her hand and asked the teacher to call the grades of the rest of the subjects. The teacher said he had the main character's essay. The teacher said that according to Mr. Li's evaluation, the main character has the highest score. Another classmate asked what the kid wrote to get the highest score. The teacher was like crying and said that all the words are harmoniously connected to each other, and this work is great. The teacher said that such essays are incredibly rare, and even in the Literature Academy they can't always write like this. The teacher said that the English teacher took off 3 points. However, Yang Ning got the highest score for the oral test and listening test. In math, the main character scored 150 points, which is considered an excellent result. The teacher said that everyone knows that this year's math exam was a little more difficult, but Yang Ning overcame it and got the highest score. At the same time, a classmate calculated that he had already scored 271 points for 2 papers. The teacher took the main character's work on other subjects. The teacher corrected his glasses and said that the other papers were just a little short of the top grade. The teacher turned to the main character and told him that he lacked a bit of knowledge in the sciences, and it would be good if he could get a higher grade. At the same time, all the classmates stood in a stupor, because since the teacher scolds the protagonist for something like this, who are they? Yang Ning was shining. The whole class remembered how he used to be the worst in the class, and now he was the best and couldn't believe it. At the same time, he was only happy because the teacher was obviously joking when he told him to get the highest grade in every subject. Pretty soon, it started to rain. A black car pulled up in front of the hospital building. Near the car, President Xi and his wife stopped, obviously waiting for someone. It wasn't long before the door to the car opened. A gray-haired man came out of there and asked where the Don was and why he wasn't here. Seeing the gray-haired man, the president's wife cried. The man hugged the woman and told her not to cry the whole time he was here, everything would be top-notch. The man went to the president and said that Lei's family could get over it and asked who bullied him. At the same time, a scream sounded in the police station. Mengju was greatly startled and questioned whether Ji Guibin had really gone to Shu Kun's place. The junior colleague confirmed it. Mengju realized that Ji Guibin was going to the principal's office and Liu Yu's family had come to town. Mengju said he was going to the municipal party committee and told someone to accompany him. At the same time, Shu Kun was in the meeting department and told the President Xi that once Yang Ning was by his side, he would immediately die. President Xi told Shu Kun to calm down, as he would deal with him himself, and then he would get him too. At the same time, 2 policemen with evil smiles approached the president and said hello. Shu Kun said that these were the same guys he was telling. One of the policemen folded his hands in deference and said that once the chief was gone, then Chief Lo, with whom they were almost like brothers, could take command. The man said they couldn't grab the guys that time because of the police chief. As soon as he leaves, they will make a move. President Xi said he'll make a deal with Secretary Lo, and all he has to do is arrest the guy. President Xi put his hands on the policemen's shoulders and said they were good guys, and he would write down their names. The police officers picked up the phone and said he would then call the secretary. President Xi smiled and thought that Director Luo would definitely deal with this and find a way to oust Mengju and take his place. At the same time, there was a calm atmosphere in the school. The main character's work was available for the students to look at, and everyone marveled at him, calling him a genius. Zhao Xiaofei said his work impressed everyone and the bullies disappeared. At the same time, while the entire class was surprised by the result of the main character, Shubo only boiled with anger. Shubo literally went up to a random classmate in tears and said that everyone knew he was a genius, so why didn't anyone tell him anything? Shubo turned his head and said that Wang Zhihuang had also escaped, so he was now one-on-one with the protagonist. At the same time, a car turned up outside the school. The 3 men got out of the car with evil smiles and purposeful looks. Shubo approached his acquaintance and asked if it was him. The guy extended his hand to Luo's brother and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The policeman told Shubo not to worry because he had come to avenge his family. The policeman then asked where everyone was. Shubo turned his head and said that there weren't many people right now, and he himself was very good at some martial art and had even beaten his father. The policeman asked how many men he had, because he had a warrant for detention, and he was sure that he could not interfere. Shubo told his brother to teach him a lesson. The guy said that Zhou Qian had gone to the broadcasting room and Yang Ning was now near the basketball court. As the cops moved through the enclosure, Shubo said he had something to do with a fake Nostra goat boss who is very influential in China. Zhou Qian approached the police officers and asked if they really wanted Yang Ning. The officers showed identification and an arrest warrant, saying they were police officers and hoped for cooperation. The man said it was an arrest warrant because of a fight on Fai'an. Jo Chen apologized and said that she had no idea what they were even talking about. The policeman got angry and said that they got the video where Xu Yuanyuan and Yang Ning were. The girl squinted and nodded her head, pondering the fate of the protagonist. The girl turned around and asked if they didn't know Xu Yuanyuan's sister. The girl said to follow her because she would show her where she was. Hearing no answer, the girl asked why. They were standing there and told them to stop staring, and those. At the same time, the policeman was standing stupid because he thought that he could frighten her to the point that she would cry. But she, on the contrary, bent them. It wasn't long before the company turned down beside Xu Yuanyuan, who interjected why they had come here. The girl asked if they were telling the truth about the police case, because they were very suspicious. The policeman said they were really because of police business, and asked to go with them. At the same time, the guy was able to look at her breasts and ponder on their beauty. Nevertheless, he wondered why they were so calm. Xu Yuanyuan asked if they were not returning to call the class teacher to excuse herself. The cops said they didn't mind and let the girl call. At the same time, the meeting was told it would be rescheduled. The important personalities shook hands with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, a ringtone could be heard from the chairman's phone. The chairman apologized and said he had an important call and needed to take it. Stepping back a little to the side, the chairman said hello. Immediately afterward, Xu Yuanyuan told him the entire situation, and the man turned pale. The man slammed his hand on the table. The chairman turned around and shouted a question why his little girl has to go to the police station. Is this some kind of joke? Mengju turned pale and thought that he didn't give the orders, and who would do that? Suddenly the man thought that Secretary Lehe would do it. The cops said they had nothing to do with it, and Mengju said it looked like he had a rat. The chairman took his top and said to find this man as no one has the right to touch his baby girl, and he will go to the police station to deal with it. At the same time, Yang Ning was returning home from school. He looked at the police officers and asked if they were really arresting him. The policeman smiled evilly and said they had a warrant for his arrest for grievous bodily harm, and you could even go to jail for such a thing. The protagonist asked if they had any evidence, and it seems the cops were wrong. The policeman said that they had more than 10 witnesses, and also prints were found on the weapon, and enough for this evidence. The policeman leaned over to the protagonist and advised him not to resist him because resisting the police is considered a crime. The man said not to make trouble and to get into the car. Immediately afterward, the police officers handcuffed the protagonist. The guy squinted his eyes and mockingly asked, "Is this really how the police in China behave? And even in Hong Kong they do not behave like this." The guy said that they, flattering rich people, will not go far. However, this time Yang Ning will play along with them. The policeman said that this is not a game at all, and people can also go missing in their prison. The man also said that the protagonist would be sent to prison for life. Pretty soon, Yang Ning found himself in handcuffs. He held up his hands and asked if they looked good on him. After that, the guy said that he hoped that he would survive this. The policeman waved his hand and told his officers to remove the protagonist because he was fed up with him. At the same time, a white car was speeding down the huge highway. Lu Bo was telling his comrade that Yang Ning was not just a professional in antiques. However, he did not have time to prove the sentence. The man that Lu Bo said that he had already found the antiques 8 times in a row, and whether Lu Bo was really sure that he had such a great talent. He asked him if he wanted to meet him and how about dinner tonight, since the guy wouldn't mind. The man laughed and said that since Lu Bo was the boss, his word was law. Right after that, Lu Bo was going to call the main character. Lu Bo started to narrate the situation. However, he was interrupted. A mechanical voice said that the owner of the phone was temporarily unavailable, and the guy couldn't talk right now. Lu Bo wondered very much what had happened to the protagonist. The man turned pale and asked who was answering him because he needed to contact the protagonist right now. The guy said he's a policeman, and Yang Ning is now under interrogation and there's nothing he can do. Lu Bo asked if he was in trouble and went to jail. The policeman said he was suspected of some kind of assassination attempt, and he didn't have time to tell everything. Immediately afterward, Lu Bo turned off the speakerphone and picked up the phone. Lu Bo instantly said to get the secretary on the phone. The policeman asked who he thought he was. After all, the protagonist is in trouble now, and he won't help him at all. Lu Bo got angry and told him to do it again. The man told the policeman to pray to the gods that he wouldn't find out who he was. Lu Bo told him to tell Mengju that Lu Guochen would be coming soon, and told him to call Tianhong, for they would be going to the world of torment very soon. After that, Lu Bo hung up and put down the phone. At the same time, on the other wire, the policeman realized who had just called him and cursed. That policeman's colleague asked what was wrong with him, and he told him that he was an acquaintance of Lu Guoxin, and he had just insulted him on the phone. The man began to sweat profusely and asked if he was already dead and his career was ruined, to which his colleague nodded dejectedly. The man then asked his colleague for help because he wanted to live. The man's face was twisted, and he began to make excuses that he was only Doe's servant, and it wasn't his fault. And who was going to feed his cats now? At the same time, the guy was sitting with his eyes closed in the interrogation room. After a while, the door to the interrogation room opened, and someone walked in there. Yanning looked at the source of the sound. There stood two policemen who smiled at the protagonist. He asked if there was a problem. The two cops said they just wanted to apologize from their stupid colleagues and asked for forgiveness. Suddenly, other police officers came up there and asked who their colleague called stupid, telling them to fuck off. Right after that, those two policemen, Shu Bo and Shu Kun, entered the interrogation room. Shu Bo's brother told his co-workers to get out of here as they were getting fed up. The colleagues tried to stop the man and tried to explain the situation to him. Shu Bo asked what they were doing since all his friends would be witnesses. At the same time, Shu Kun said that it was completely true and that he was the same guy who tried to kill him. The policeman turned to the protagonist and asked if he would kneel down and maybe he would let him go. Yang Ning apologized and said he didn't know Chinese and asked if they could speak in Cantonese or English. Immediately afterward, the policeman grabbed the protagonist's shirt. The policeman said not to joke around here because he can start interrogating right now, and no one will help the protagonist. Colleagues were still trying to stop their comrades and telling them not to touch the protagonist. An unexpected voice came from the direction of the door. The chairman, along with Xu Yuanyuan and Zhou Qian, went into the interrogation room, and the man said that he wanted to see how the policeman dared to do it. Shubo said that the girls were also in the murderous gang. At the same time, Xu Yuanyuan got angry and told him to stop poking at her chest and what he had just said. The police officers told the girls to shut up. This is the police department, and they may not believe it, but the police officers can also punish them with obstacles of investigation. Zhou Chen got angry and asked what he had just said. The same question was picked up by the chairman, who was doubly angry. Apparently they all had time to notice that the chairman had entered the interrogation room and turned their heads. The policeman said that the man had no right to shout in the police station, and he would sue him. The chairman turned to the major and asked if he had heard what the policeman had just said, and asked what he thought about it. The man said not to worry, because he would deal with the problem right away, and they would be held accountable. The policeman became agitated as he realized that Major He Tianhong was standing there. Suddenly, the guy realized that the person who came in here was Shu's secretary, whom he was trying to put away. The major said to arrest the policeman and put them in a separate room for interrogation, because he needed to find out who was abusing his rank. While the policeman was arrested by his own colleagues, he tried to say that he was not guilty and was just following orders. However, he realized that he couldn't say anything to his uncle, because they would track him down, and Yang Ning had known all along. The policeman realized that the Lehe family probably knew about it too, and they were just setting them up. At the same time, Meng Jui looked into the security camera and thanked for the warning, but said that the game is over, and now it's time to lay it all out. Naturally, the camera couldn't talk and nothing could be heard. However, a very different situation was taking place in the observation room. One of the employees was covered in sweat and asked the president what they should do. President Xi picked up the phone and said he had a backup plan. It wasn't long before the major, Secretary Shu, and Meng Ju were in the observation room. President Xi said hello to the secretary and the major and said that the incident surprised them. Meng Ju put the warrant in his hands and asked where he got the warrant from, why Luo Chun had it. The man said he found some evidence and reported to the prosecutor's office, so the document was quickly filed. Meng Jui asked if those were bullying him and why there wasn't a meeting about it. Secretary Shu turned to the president and asked what department he was from and who he was. The man tried to say that he wasn't from the department, but he couldn't. The major said that the man was Ji Guibin, and he was not in the civil service. The secretary then wondered why he had such support from the police if he was just a citizen. The man said his son Zi Chengdong is the victim in the case. The secretary said that he had no right to decide that this and the chief of police is always in charge, or it is not true. The man was surprised, therefore, and could not help but utter a word. Meng Jui walked up to the principal and asked where his evidence was. The director turned his head and started to think of something. After that, he pointed his finger at Shubo and Shu Kun and said that they were witnesses. Shubo and the bandits smiled and that they had witnesses. The secretary apologized and asked if they could be considered witnesses, because at most, they are circumstantial evidence that will not be used in court, and they need direct evidence if they don't want the case to be dismissed. The secretary turned to the director and said that these are the laws of their country, and judging by their profession, they must know them better than the secretary, or it is not true. The director tried to justify himself, but he could not say anything. Right after that, the director said they had more evidence because the baseball bat had the main character's fingerprints on it. Yang Ning said that they are natural, however only on the top part, because when he attacked her, he blocked the bat with his hand, and it was just self-defense. Yang Ning said that they should not arrest him then, and the police are not good in the country. Shubo told the protagonist to shut up since he was using the top to attack them. However, all the other men looked at Shubo as if he was an idiot. The protagonist even smiled at this representation of him. The guy said that this verbal flow didn't make sense, and asked if the guy was an idiot. Age got even more angry and said it was true. Shubo began to read on his friend's fingers and said, "Everyone was ate like this, and you were injured, beaten, and Yang Ning can't deny it." Yang Ning turned to the police chief, said then they most likely had concussion, and asked if they had x-rays or anything like that. Yang Ning said that if he hit them, the results should have come back in less than a week, and where are they? However, sharply said that he remembered something wrong, and he was probably mistaken. After that, the guy said that one guy definitely had punches thrown, but there was no record. The secretary turned to the guy and said that since there are no medical records, who is this witness and is he trying to tell the principal something? Mengjiu said that there is an article in the law that says that those who try to tamper with evidence will be imprisoned for 3 years, because it is a serious crime. The secretary turned around and said that since he remembered everything correctly, as they said he was also a suspect. Shu Kun said that it was a misunderstanding, and covered himself in sweat. The secretary turned to the thug, and asked if the latter was trying to frame National Party candidates and a government official, and if they had not confused anything. Shubo abruptly knelt down and told his father that he didn't want to go to prison. President Xi told the secretary that they had gone off the top path and asked for a second chance. President Xi leaned in and said he hoped the secretary would forgive them, and he didn't want any more part of it. The secretary went to the president and said he wanted an investigation, but for what purpose? President Xi tried to say something, but he was stopped. The secretary said that he saw that video about his son, and he is now disabled. The secretary said he has watched it several times, and he wonders what President Xi's goals are, and who will be held accountable for it. President Xi pointed to the main character and said that Yang Ning was the one who did it, because if it wasn't for him, his son would be normal. The man said that Yang Ning had done something so his son had self-circumcision. He said he had absolutely nothing to do with it, and as he saw it himself, he did it on his own. He said they left there 10 minutes before he did it, and advised him to re-watch the video and to see an eye doctor. President Xi shouted that he didn't know how Yang Ning did it, but because of the main character and the girl, it definitely happened. After that, the men pointed at the 2 girls and said that if not, Xi Chengdong would not have gone there, and it was not their fault. Mengjiu said he had enough of this one and told him to shut up. The man said it was pro-type legal and told him to stop. However, President Xi didn't understand why they reacted that way. At the same time, the secretary came in and said that the president's words were a risk, and he wanted to kill him right now. The secretary asked what his daughter was guilty of and if he was persecuting her. The president's face was literally twisted, for he did not know that one of the girls was the daughter of the secretary. Immediately afterward, President Xi started bowing and apologizing because that's not what he meant to say at all. However, the man did not soften his expression and asked what his daughter was so guilty of. The hero squinted and said that the nasty old man hitting on young girls reminded him of something. President Xi asked the protagonist why he was cheating. President Xi shouted to the protagonist to stop framing his son because it is Yang Ning himself who is this threat to society and he needs to go to jail. The president grinned and said there were no gods. Yang Ning leaned over and asked if he was an atheist and didn't believe in karma like most people in China. Suddenly, the president's eyes shrank. At the same time, the eyes of the main Po hero glittered as he activated the skill. Afterward, Yang Ning and President Xi looked at each other for a long time. President covered himself in sweat and asked what the nonsense was. Know that you and a man saw the head of some demon, and President Xi himself cried. President Xi began to tremble and pointed at the demon telling him not to go near him. However, the demon didn't listen to him at all, and President Xi tried to walk away from the ghost in tears. At the same time, in the real world, the secretary and major looked at the man in bewilderment. President Xi was trembling all over and shouted into the air. The secretary asked if he was hallucinating, and seeing things in his mind so frightened. The major turned to the direction where President Xi was looking and asked if the secretary had seen something, or if no one had seen anything and President Xi was really crazy. Immediately thereafter, the door to the interrogation chamber was opened. Outside the door stood Lu Bo, who asked where Yang Ning was. Suddenly Lu Bo noticed a few familiar faces. Lubo asked what the major and the secretary were doing here. The man shook the secretary's hand and said he didn't think they would meet today. Lubo turned to the protagonist and said that he was unbelievable. The whole Lubo had only left him for a couple days and he was already arrested, and even his niece was no match for him. At the same time, President C did not bother to shout and shake. The man fell to the floor and was telling the unknown demon to leave, not to come near him. Suddenly the man opened his eyes and was surprised. While the man was lying on the floor, President C realized that the demon had disappeared. Lubo turned to the main character and asked what was wrong with him. Yang Ning said that he was trying to frame the protagonist. Lubo was surprised that this was the very person who tried to frame the protagonist and never thought to socialize with such a rat. The director appealed to the president, that is, he asked what he had seen that scared him so much. However, President Sieyano was unable to speak and told to let him leave. Immediately afterward, President C tried to run out of the interrogation chamber, while a man said to grab the president. Immediately afterward, the president was surrounded by 2 police officers. The men turned and asked what they wanted from him since he didn't want to meet the ghost again. Lubo squinted his eyes and asked what kind of ghost he was talking about. Yang Ning said that he asked him if he believed in God, and when he said no, he asked if he was afraid of karma, and then President C went crazy. Observed said that the president's family most likely has a genetic disease, for example, schizophrenia, because he has seen the video of Xie Chengdong, who is the president's son, and it seems Yang Ning has nothing to do with his insanity. Immediately afterward, the secretary squinted his eyes and said that he could give a couple pieces of advice to the president. President C literally woke up and asked what he was talking about. The secretary said he needed help and treatment at the hospital. The entire police force burst into laughter. While the police officers were laughing, President C became more and more furious. Yang Ning asked his uncle if he could handle it himself, since his plan was very straightforward. Lubo asked if he was so straightforward, and asked what the protagonist's opinion of him was. He said armed police came to his school to arrest people and let them prosecute those who gave the warrant. The guy turned around and tried to think of what about the others involved, and said that these people gave false testimony and tried to frame the main character with the girls, and they also accused Uncle Shu, and they are just ridiculous. Shubo was literally trembling and almost crying from it. Immediately afterward, Shubo hung on to the president and asked for his help because this was all his plan. However, President Tsai himself was trembling and his eyes were clouded. The major said that this was a confession, and now they could be handcuffed as they would not be able to save themselves again. Shubo began to swivel his head and begged the president to do at least something. The guy was pulling the president's clothes and repeating his name. Unexpectedly, President Z still came to his senses and asked what the big deal was. President Z hugged the guy and told him not to worry since he still had a plan. Yang Ning put his hand to his forehead and said that he probably couldn't use illusions anymore, and if he used the skill, he would be unconscious and needed to find money to buy energy points. President C was covered in sweat and asked if he thought he could beat him. President C threatened the protagonist that he would destroy his cover, even if it was his last act. Immediately afterward, President Xi picked up the phone and dialed some number. President Z said that he was the one calling and needed his help. President Z said he couldn't arrest everyone. He called Director Hugh from the provincial department and told everyone to wait. Immediately afterward, President Z turned around and didn't even pay attention to Secretary Shu. The secretary and major looked at each other and realized that the eldest of the Lei family was coming. The director asked if Shu Ruibai was involved in this. President Xi said that one of those girls was his daughter. Zi Guiban asked why they didn't talk about it. The principal told Zi Guiban not to worry, because when he met Mr. Shu, he got a good impression of him. It wasn't long before the door to the interrogation room opened again. Zi Guiban shook hands with the major, saying that he did not know that he was also here, since he would give a good reception. However, someone didn't expect to see Mr. Lei. As it turned out, that person turned out to be Director Lo. Zi Guiban said that he had no warning that he would be in South Lake City, until Director Luo said that he was called by duty and had an important job here. The secretary realized that it was Director Luo Shinmin, who was the deputy director of the Jiangning Provincial Development and Reform Commission, because the last time they met him was at the meeting when they were discussing the project. Xi Guiban looked into the distance and saw the main character. Yan Ning stood with a face expressing utter bewilderment. Xi Guiban turned to Xiao Hu and told him to get busy, to which the man agreed. Xiao Hu said the provincial government was interested in the case on Feiyang Street. The man also said that several people had been detained there. The director said the main players in this case are right here. He then turned on the main character and said the main culprit too. Xiao Hu thanked him for his good work and told him to give it to the provincial building, and they would take it. Lubo turned to Xiao Hu and asked what it meant and how Yang Ning was involved. Xiaohu asked who Shukun was, and the director said it was Mr. Lu Bo, and he has an industry here and the province's latest project under his control. Xiaohu turned back and said to make him be taken away because he was in the way. Lu Bo got angry and said that the man had not answered yet and told him not to turn away. Xiaohu said the government does not have to report to him from its affairs. However, suddenly Secretary Shu intervened in the conversation and said that the provincial government was doing reckless things, and in his opinion, he should report it to his superiors. Xiaohu asked if he was the secretary and asked why he was doing this. However, the man instantly realized that his daughter was also involved. Xiaohu said to be fair, all his daughter would most likely be able to avoid suspicion, or he should ask his daughter for help. The police officers approached the protagonist and told him that the situation was taking a grim turn for him. The policeman smiled and said he was all right with asking for her help. Zhu Yuanyuan ran up to her father and hid behind his back. The policeman thought that Lei's family is very influential, and he wondered who could help the protagonist this time. When the protagonist was about to be taken away by the police, someone told them to stop. The same director Luo walked into the cell. The man smiled and said that he happened to be having dinner with his uncle last night, and asked the protagonist what had happened to him after all. He asked if it was his Lu Bo who was in Guangdong. However, Yanning immediately covered his mouth after realizing the mistake. The man smiled and silently looked at the protagonist. Director Luo approached Si Guibin and asked for his permission to take care of the main character. Si Guibin asked about the reasons. The director said that his last name is Yang and not everyone can offend him. Everyone present maximized their surprise at what was wrong with that last name. Always, and the man said he didn't care who he was and he had to take him in. Powerfully, also said that he hoped the principal would stay out of his business. Director Luo asked if Xi Guibin was wrong and if he for the sake of two schizophrenic young men without trial. Xi Guibin turned his head and asked which schizophrenics we were talking about. Director Luo smiled and asked if he didn't know. President Xi said stop talking nonsense because he doesn't have schizophrenia and they made it all up. Director Luo said don't listen to him because he can check the monitoring camera or ask the witnesses. Xi Guibin said to take him to the monitoring room because he wants to look at the tapes. Director Luo, after this whole incident, came to take out his phone. Immediately thereafter, he dialed an unknown number and picked up the phone. At the same time in the CCTV room with the food, the man was reviewing the footage. Xi Guibin told Xiaohu to forget about the matter. While here, the man watched the video the man left to report it. Xi Guibin put his hand to his forehead and realized that he only now learned about his nephew's problems. Turns out it is a genetic disease. Suddenly, Xiao He came into the observation room and said that the guy refused and said that he wanted everyone to be brought to justice. Xi Guibin turned around and shouted how dare he bully him as if he was from the royal family, and what kind of Yang family is this that belittles the Leihe family. Immediately afterward, Xi Guibin received a call on his phone. Xi Guibin realized that his father was calling him and asked what had happened. The man said to stop it and go home as soon as possible, because he might go too far. Xi Guibin asked if there was any problem at home and why he was calling him home since he was busy. His father said that if he didn't stop this business in the city, they would die tomorrow. Xi Guibin started to say that, what if it is among the families and their family is not afraid? She didn't want to listen to her son and said that even Leihe family can't insult the family of the protagonist. The man asked why this is such a thing after all and not the greatest family of this province. His father said that Yang Ning is from the Yang family. The man told his son to at least follow the news once in a while and stop messing around with this province and whether he doesn't know the Yang family. Immediately afterward, the man hung up the phone while Xiao He asked if someone had died. Xi Guibin said that the circumstances have changed and the man will stay here to take care of those boys and need to close the case as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, Xi Guibin returned to the interrogation room. The man shouted that if the president had a headache, he should be the one to solve it in the hospital, and the Leihe family would no longer interfere in such conflicts. The man apologized to the major and the secretary for the incident, and hoped they would be loyal to Mr. Zai. Xi Guibin waved his hand and said goodbye to them. Immediately thereafter, the man left the interrogation room. Everyone began to wonder who is Yang Ning and where is he from. The secretary asked Lu Bo to introduce you to the main character, and asked his background and if he was from the Yang family, and told you that he doesn't know him more than the secretary, and at first he thought he was an antique genius. But an ordinary guy can't be such an expert. Mayork said that they should find out more about him, because Mr. Lei's stance showed that he can't be touched, and the fact that Xi Guibin set him up leads to serious consequences. The secretary said that he had absolutely never heard of the Yang family. But judging from the conversation, it was a family above the elite family of state power. At the same time, Mr. Lei left for the city in less than 24 hours. Quite soon in the secretary's office, Shu reported that the incident on Feiyang Street was beginning to be forgotten little by little, and it was likely that the government had done some work here. The secretary said it's for the best the state realizes what it's doing. The secretary realized that several influential families had stopped doing anything as soon as they heard the surname Yang and wondered who was Yang Ning. It wasn't long before the bright sun appeared on the horizon the most he was released. Zhao Xiaofi was excited about the upcoming vacation and said goodbye to the main character. He kicked his friend and told him to go already. At the same time, Shu Yuan tried to stop the protagonist. He turned his head and asked what was wrong. The girl said that she and Zhou Qian would go to the hospital tomorrow and asked if he wanted to go see Yuan. He agreed and set up a meeting place in the morning at the Acacia Bridge downtown. The girl blushed and agreed to this meeting place. As he escorted the girl out, the guy thought about how he didn't think they would solve the case when the police took them to help the case. However, it seemed to be over. Pretty soon he was at home and talking on the phone. He shouted out, "Is Lin Hu dead?" Lu Bo said they put detectives on it, and it was confirmed that he was dead and hadn't moved at all for several days. Lu Bo said that the men he sent were found dead with broken necks and their detective was also killed, and they most likely have a good specialist. He said that according to his intuition, their enemy was using the rat method, which is quite strange because why send a specialist for such a murder? And he was once again convinced that it was a woman. He said he was sure that the specialist did it to hide the gender of the customer, and it was likely that Ms. Lin knew the person who ordered her uncle's murder. Lu Bo asked, "Is it better for Lin Xuan to move overseas now, and is it not better to send her to Taiwan, where is both far and close at the same time?" He said that he did not think it was necessary, at least for now. Lu Bo changed the topic and asked what kind of uncle the main character had and if it was some celebrity. He said that if he was so interested, one of them was Ning Keishan. Lu Bo closed his eyes and remembered who Ning Keishan was, who was the money tycoon of the capital. Lu Bo laughed and asked, "Does he really mean to say that his uncle is the money magnate of China, and why didn't he say it before?" Lu Bo shouted into the phone. Why didn't he tell about this earlier, and did he really want to frame his uncle? The man said that he wouldn't let the protagonist near his niece anymore, and would deal with the protagonist. Lu Bo exhaled and said that he already had everything ready. As soon as the protagonist said then, the construction would start. He thanked his uncle and said that he would have dinner with him and get to know his uncle. Lu Bo was happy to hear that he was learning the manner, and then hung up the phone. He stretched and thought he should go up to his room first and then take a bath. However, opening the door to his room, the hero saw a naked girl. At this moment, the girl suddenly shouted out, with a sharp movement of her hand. The girl threw the protagonist a pillow. The protagonist asked what was wrong since it was his room. The girl she too dressed asked the protagonist why he entered without knocking while he said that no one knocks when they enter their room, and he didn't know that was how she took a bath. The girl blushed, however she could not say anything. The girl plumped on the bed and said that he had changed. And why was he scolding her? After all, he should take care of his little sister. He hands and said that his sister is always the same as usual and he's a one-time thing. He stroked the girl's head and asked if she wanted a lullaby or tea, or maybe to check the closet for monsters. Right after that, he asked where Mom was. The girl said that she had already grown up and that Mommy was at the store. He asked if she didn't already like it when he smacked her on the head, but said she should change and he would wait outside. Feather closed the door and thought it had been a long time since he had seen his sister, and he was very happy to see her. He remembered that Zhuwei hadn't changed her name when she was brought to them at the age of 3. He said that the old man from the White family had been his grandfather's assistant, and thanks to the Yang family, he had become a general in the army. He said that Wu Zhiwei's full name was Bai Zhiwei, and they took care of a helper somewhere until he crashed in an airplane after something left an orphan. The guy remembered that in all sorts of TV series, orphan girls are adopted and made candidates for brides. However, he stopped this train of thought. He remembered that this relationship didn't last long. He remembered the look on his grandfather's face when he noticed something wrong. The boy remembered how he had been sent to the city, and when he had first lived with one uncle, and then with a second. He said that his grandfather had prejudices and believed that daughters and sons should be raised differently. The son poor and the daughter rich. He also said that somehow his grandfather wanted what was best for him, and he wanted him to realize that relying on family wealth and power was not an option. He only now understood why his uncles were so powerful. He added that even though he learned this as a child, he would not forgive him for separating him from his sister and parents. It wasn't long before Zhiwei came out of the room and asked what was going on with the protagonist. The girl sat up to the main character and asked if he had done anything in the last few days. He said he hadn't done anything, and asked for some reason. Jiwei told the protagonist not to lie, or else she would become a yandere and then kill him. However, the girl still said that since she knows what he has done. The girl asked him what he had done because his father was so offended that he didn't say anything to the girl. The girl also said that he is a loser, and his father doesn't expect much from him. He was surprised that everyone around him thought he was a loser because his little sister did too. The girl said she knows what the main character did in the hotel since everything is on YouTube. He exhaled and said that since Jiwei only knows this, then it doesn't matter much. The girl turned to the protagonist and said that this was the look when he was hiding something, and asked what he did after all. He jumped up and said that he did absolutely nothing. The girl started rolling the main character at all and called him a non-liar. He really couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly, someone called out to her sister and told her to fetch things from the kitchen. It was her mother, and the girl was glad she had come back so quickly. The woman entered the villa and told the servant to leave everything alone, for she would take care of it from there. The woman saw the protagonist and said to approach the protagonist to her, because she wanted to see him. He turned to his mother and asked her why she'd told him she was coming today. The woman said that she wanted to surprise him, and as he himself knows his sister has to go to school, so they were waiting for this weekend. The woman noticed that it had actually grown by leaps and bounds, and was a beauty. He jumped up in surprise and said he was a late bloomer. He scratched his cheek and realized that he hadn't told his mother about the accident, and hoped his uncle would understand that because it was better not to tell his mother about it. Mom asked, didn't he have to stop growing by now? He said he became handsome and grew just like her. The mother touched the protagonist's forehead and told him that climbing was a bad thing, and didn't he assume it was some kind of disease. The mother told the protagonist to watch his health. Grabbing the protagonist by the head, the woman said that whatever it was he shouldn't bother since he was the only son. The protagonist said that he knew that and could stay with him as long as he wanted. He realized that his mother was very kind to him even though he became gray, and it was okay that he had a system. He thought he should look at the system's list to see if there were any things that would help improve his mother's health, and it would be nice if his mom got 10 years younger. The protagonist's mother turned to the family and said the food was ready. The woman turned to the protagonist said that his pranks had made his father very angry and he hadn't slept well for days. The mother said she was also worried. He remained silent when he heard what his mother said. His mother asked if he was still angry with his grandfather, which he couldn't help but agree with. The woman said that her grandfather misses him very much, but because of his old age he cannot visit him. The mother said that he himself knows what goes on in the nursing home. He sat down at the chair and said he knew and understood. He thought it would be okay if he didn't come because his family had already moved and it shouldn't bother him. He turned to his sister and asked her why she wasn't studying for her test soon and coming here wasn't a good idea. The girl grimaced and said that unlike her brother, she was a good student. The mother turned to the main character and asked what he was going to do after school and if he was going to join the army in his father's footsteps. However, he said he would not do that. The woman said that he could choose a military university because it has better conditions for those who want to travel the world. The protagonist exhaled and said he would think about it. His mom said that her little kid has become such a grown-up and a good guy. He turned away and thought that he didn't mind the hardship himself, but he didn't want his mom to be nervous. The woman said that if the protagonist didn't want to, then so be it, because she just wanted him to be happy. The woman then put some meat in the main character's plate. The woman smiled and told the protagonist to be more careful and go home more often without doing any mayhem. When he heard his mother, he only squinted and looked at the woman. Jiwei turned to her mother and asked if she knew that in order to get into a good school, one must study hard. Jiwei said that if you believe the words of the older brothers, the main character barely passes the exams, and he can only enter the lower class, and asked what they should do. He closed his eyes and said it was better to wait for the entrance exams before speaking. At the same time, my mom said that she believed they would do well. The mother turned and asked if the children wanted to go for a walk around town since the uncles wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Yangning said then they would go to the hospital tomorrow. Both Mom and Jiwei were extremely frightened by what he said. He waved his hand and said that he was only going to visit the girl, Yuan Xiao, who had leukemia. The mother exhaled and told the protagonist not to say that because she was very scared. Jiwei starts threatening the protagonist because if he says that again, she will beat him up. At the same time, he called Lu Bo and told him what was going on. Lu Bo said that he had a very interesting Jiwei, and if anything, he would go to Hai tomorrow. He asked Lu Bo if he would take the day off because his uncle was going back to town tomorrow and asked if he wanted to meet them. Lu Bo was very surprised and asked what time they were coming back. He said that they would be home at noon. Lu Bo smiled and said that if it was like that, he would be there. It wasn't long before morning came. He stretched and said he had to find something in the system that could rejuvenate his mother. He realized it was probably in the medication tab and opened the system. He looked at the assortment of goods and realized that everything was too expensive, and he only had 3,000 points. Tender, he noticed the unusual merchandise. He saw an essence of creation that was worth only 2,800 points. Right off the bat, he realized you're the cheapest thing out there, so he'll take it. Immediately after purchasing the mysterious potion, it was in the hands of the protagonist. The main character said it was an elixir that regenerates body cells and purifies bone marrow, which is ideal for old people. Immediately afterward, he went downstairs and called for his mother. He handed it to his mother and said it was his gift. The woman asked him what it was, and he told her not to worry because it was a product that restored health. He leaned over and told his mother that he used it to grow up. His mother was surprised and said it was a very entertaining thing. However, the woman refused the drug and told him to use it longer, and he would grow taller than his father. He got angry and started saying he wouldn't do it. He held out the bottle to his mother and said it was a gift for her. Yang Ning smiled and said that it was similar to the product, but it was for skincare and told his mother to try it. The mother started looking at the bottle and asked if it was true. His mother went to her room and said she would try the potion. He waved goodbye to her. He exhaled and said that she had finally agreed to use this elixir, and he hoped it would be okay. After that, he thought, a man who feels petrified in the morning should go to the gym. When he got to the gym, Brother Chen was already there. Brother Chen was surprised that he was up so early and asked if he had also gone to practice. He said he was used to the daily work, but if he didn't exercise, it would feel bad. Brother Chen said that he was absolutely right and wanted to see the main character's abilities for himself. He agreed and said it would be boring to compete only through physical exercise. He had an idea. He said that Brother Chen works as a bodyguard and said he carried a firearm. Brother Chen was very embarrassed and asked what the main character wanted to do about it because it was dangerous and what his mother would say about it. He told him to calm down because he only wanted to practice disassembling the gun, so he should only remove the clip. Brother Chen laughed awkwardly. It wasn't long before Brother Chen took out a gun and showed it to the protagonist. Brother Chen said that this is the standard weapon of the military company, the P-12, and last year its record for assembly and disassembly was 13 seconds. The protagonist took the gun in his hands and marveled. He realized it was the same feeling he had when reading the soldier's manual, and he felt like he had trained over 100 times. The protagonist's gentle eyes lit up. The protagonist began to quickly disassemble the weapon. It wasn't long before the gun was completely disassembled. Brother Chen was extremely surprised at this incredible speed since he had managed to do it in just 2 seconds. The bodyguards looked at the protagonist, who stood with his eyes closed and wondered what he wanted to do. It wasn't long before Yan Ning opened his eyes. The protagonist said 8 seconds was his best. Brother Chen smiled and said that it was a magnificent sight and he accepts defeat. Quite soon, he and his sister walked together. He said that he was waiting for his friends with whom he would go to the hospital. They should already be here. And after that, they would meet Yuan Yuan. Jiwei smiled and asked when her little brother became so popular. The protagonist hesitated and smiled awkwardly. Jiwei said that she would go to school with him tomorrow and he shouldn't cry because he had her. He asked if everyone thought he was so useless. At the same time, Shu Yuanyuan Yichou Qian waved his hands toward the protagonist. The girls stood at the bridge and said they were already here. Jiwei looked at these girls and thought that they were all incredible beauties, and she couldn't believe that they were waiting for his brother. Shu Yuanyuan said that he came late and did he get lost. He said it was his mistake and apologized. Zhou Qian looked at the girl beside the protagonist and asked who it was and if it was his girlfriend. Wrapped her arm around the protagonist's arm and said that she was watching them and they wouldn't pass by. Yishu Yuan, Yishu Mai wondered who this girl was and why she was so mean. He exhaled and said he had forgotten to introduce them. The guy said it was his sister and said that she and his mom had come to visit him to see him. After that, he turned to the girl and said that she embarrassed him. The girl resented such a claim of the protagonist and said that it was his own fault. Shu Yuanyuan extended her hand to the protagonist's sister and said that her name was Shu Yuanyuan and she had recently been transferred to her brother's class. Jiwei only stared at the girl silently. After that, she decided to shake hands after all and said her name was Jiwei. After that, the beautiful woman turned to her and said that her name was Zhou Qian and asked for permission to ask why she was so angry and whether they had offended her in some way. Shu Yuanyuan said that Yuanyuan wanted to see the protagonist after they told her about him. He said that he didn't believe that a 3-year-old girl knew him. At the same time, Jiwei watched the main character's conversation and thought that she and Shu Yuanyuan were too close. The girl pouted and thought it felt like a toy had been taken away from her. The girl swore to herself that she wouldn't give it away so easily. Jiwei clenched her fist and headed towards the main character. Soon enough, the girl was behind the backs of the protagonist and Shu Yuan and put her hands on their shoulders. Jiwei asked what they were doing because she also wanted to talk to them. Zhu Yuanyuan said that they could talk about anything while walking. He was suddenly the third extra. He smiled awkwardly and wondered if she was doing it on purpose. He observed his sister and classmates' conversation while walking beside Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian asked the protagonist if it was really his Jiwei. He smiled awkwardly and said that this was indeed his Jiwei. However, she had been adopted at an early age. He recalled moments in the past and said she was always spoiled when she was little. And she was sweet, but every year it got tougher and tougher. Jiwei watched him talking to Zhou Qian and resented it. It wasn't long before he and his company were in the hospital. He turned to Yuan Xiao and said his name was he. Immediately afterward, the girl was approached by her mother and asked if she had so much as forgotten what she had said. Yuan Xiao stretched out her arms to the protagonist and asked how he was doing. He said he was fine, and asked if she was feeling better because it must be hard for her to wake up so early. Yuan Xiao said that her mom got early, so she woke up early too. Suddenly, Yuan Xiao tensed up and called out to the main character. Immediately after that, Yuan Xiao clenched her small hands and started coughing. He was scared, and immediately supported the little girl and asked if her back hurt. Yuan Xiao thanked Maine, rubbing her back. The mom covered her mouth with her hands and started calling the doctor because her daughter was in trouble. Everyone present began to feel sorry and hoped that the girl would recover as quickly as possible. It wasn't long before quick footsteps were heard toward the ward. The doctor came into the room and said he was here and asked what had happened to the baby girl. The doctor said he was checking her vital signs and told everyone not to be nervous. He then turned to the nurse and told her to take her temperature. The mother went to the doctor and asked what was wrong with her daughter and if she was okay. The doctor said she had a heartbeat failure and they would take care of the hematology department. The doctor told the baby not to worry because she's in good hands. The mother with tearful eyes only exhaled and reassured herself that her daughter was fine. He asked his teacher if she could move her daughter to a private room. Jiwei said she needed a vacation where she wouldn't be disturbed, and wouldn't that be better? However, the teacher said that a private room costs 500 won a day, and even considering donations and her salary, they wouldn't be able to afford it. He told her not to worry about paying because he knew someone who could help her. He said they probably couldn't get a free place. When Jiwei left the room, Jiwei turned to the protagonist and asked if he had any friends in the hospital. She hoped it wasn't another girl. Jiwei turned to the main character and asked if it was a girl. As he answered silently, Jiwei was even more convinced of her guess. He said that if the teacher knew he was going to pay money, she would refuse because her pride would not allow her to accept the student's help and she would be ashamed of it. Jiwei turned to the main character and asked where he learned to do that. He got angry and said to stop looking down on him. The company of the protagonist entered a special chamber. He looked around and said that the private room was much more comfortable than the public room, and there was plenty of room for guests, and there was even room for a guard. It wasn't long before he and the others were in a private room. He asked the baby how she was feeling. Wen Xiao said that everything was still the same, and she couldn't take it anymore. He asked why she put up with it. Yuan Xiao clenched her fist and said that when she cries, Mom also starts crying. Yuan Xiao closed her eyes and said that she didn't want her mother to cry, and then it was better to be patient. He realized that he could hear the little girl's mother standing beside him with tearful eyes. When Mom could no longer hold back her tears, she turned around abruptly and walked out of the room. Pretty soon, the mother was being supported by all the other girls. Yuan Xiao turned to the protagonist and said that she felt very bad. He covered the little girl with a blanket and told her to try to sleep, because then she would feel better. He thought with a grim face, whether there was absolutely nothing he could do to help her, and he was obliged to find a way out. Immediately afterward, he activated the system and began searching for anything that would help the girl. It wasn't long before he came across an unexpected commodity. He looked at the pills and realized it was exactly what he needed. Yang Ning read that they are used to treat children under 6 years old. He realized that the treatment course is a month. However, if used, resistance may occur. He said that even though it was worth 500 points, he couldn't delay because blood cancer is a very complicated matter, and he would deal with everything else later. However, he wondered how to get the girl to take it all. He realized that even though the mother was in his debt, she would not allow her little girl to take unknown drugs. He thought he might be able to fool her once, but how to get her to take those pills for a month, he didn't understand at all. He came out of the hospital and wondered if he could do anything about it. All at once, she got worried and asked if everything was all right. He asked his sister how he could get someone to take pills for a month without being noticed. Jiwei was very scared and asked her brother if he really wanted to poison someone. He exhaled and told her to stop thinking about it and what her head was full of right now. The girl asked couldn't he speak more clearly and said that he could only say that Yang Ning wanted to give the person medicine or supplements. He realized it was exactly what he needed. Yan Ning smiled and said that he now understood. He, still smiling, closed his eyes and thought that of the many ways, the best was to substitute them for something. Ning Seishin turned to the protagonist and asked why he was taken to the police and why he didn't say anything. Because they are all relatives, and if he has problems, they will help him. Master Ning said that if it wasn't for Director Luo, they wouldn't even know about it. He scratched his cheek and said he thought he could handle it, and apologized. The main character's uncles called him a good boy. Jiwei asked if there was anything else to tell. Jiwei said that today at the hospital the main character was very cool. The mother almost cried and asked if her son had really decided to help the teacher with rooming in the ward, to which he nodded. The woman wiped away her flowing tears and said she was proud of him. The uncles nodded their heads and approved of the protagonist's actions. Soon it was night, and he told his uncle not to go to the hotel tomorrow because his family was inviting him to stay with them. Lubo asked if he was really sure about that, and also asked who else would be there. He said that besides his uncles and his family, only his Jiwei would be there. He told him not to be afraid because it's okay. And now the hottie said that in that case he would come. Yan Ning rolled over on the bed and said he trusted him and asked if he could find where he could buy chicken soup for every day. And now Handsome asked if anyone is not feeling well or if he had a drink. He said it was for Yuan Xiao, the teacher's daughter, who has leukemia. Ning Kaishin said that he would give a decree to send the soup every day. He waved his hands and told him to hand it over to the protagonist at the beginning, and he would hand it over to the girl himself. Immediately afterward, he thanked his uncle and said he would be the first to hang up. He said that besides having to bring her soup every day, he has to watch the baby drink it. He realized that she would know absolutely nothing about anything. It wasn't long before Lu Bo pulled up in front of the protagonist's house. Someone said hello and wished him a good evening. The main character's uncles reached out to him and told him it was a pleasure to meet him. Ning Keishin hotties said that he was a big fan of them. The man couldn't even believe that the money tycoon of the province welcomed him. Lu Bo said he was glad to meet Master Ning and said he had been to his club where the tea was good. Master Ning thanked Lu Bo for the appraisal and said that he would prepare a black diamond card for him because all the best for his client. The main character's mother says hello to Lu Bo and says that he always says he cares about him and he is a good example for him. Lu Bo smiled at such words and even became embarrassed. Lu Bo said that he was just the owner of a small antique store, and they were the money tycoons of the city and needed to be able to hold their own. It wasn't long before Mother and Jiwei were done with the dishes after the dinner party. Her mom noticed that Jiwei was not in a good mood and asked her what happened and told her not to be afraid to tell everything. Jiwei stammered and couldn't formulate a clear thought. The mother turned to her daughter and asked if something had happened. The girl turned her head away and said that nothing had happened. Mom fixed her hair and asked what had happened and if the main character had intimidated her. Jiwei started waving her hands and said that there was no problem with her brother, but asked her to listen. The girl said there were 2 friends next to her brother today, and they are very nice, and they are prettier than her. Mom was surprised and asked if there were really 2 beauties next to the main character. Ah realized that he was already big, but why Jiwei was angry about it and she couldn't understand. Jiwei started to get annoyed and said that they were really nice and one of them was a classmate and the other was younger. Mom wondered if her son had gotten girlfriends. The mom smiled and said she was glad her son had matured so quickly, and it was best to stay out of his attitude. The woman made up her mind that he would make the right choice. The mother turned to her sister and told her that they needed to finish the dishes as soon as possible, and not worry about her brother. It wasn't long before he was pouring warm tea for his guests. Master Ning asked Lu Bo what he usually plays and if he had been to the Ash Club. Bossa turned to the protagonist and told him to examine a certain item he had recently received and said he didn't know how valuable it was. At this point he opened the box and was surprised. In the box was a jade Buddha of excellent quality. He said that this Buddha was made in jasper by a master carver more than 200 years ago and about the price of 200,000 yen. Everyone present was very surprised to see such a thorough analysis of the main character. Master Ning asked the protagonist what the value would be. He said that his value was more than 200,000, and if he auctioned it off, he could probably sell it for more than 10 times the price. Master Ning was pleased with the purchase, and didn't ask if he could really sell it for such a price. Brain said to buy more of these things. Ning Kaishin said not to distract the protagonist because he was already busy studying. Lu Bo said that if they were interested in it, he had good seats. Mom and Jiwei came into the living room very soon. Mom asked the guests why they were so happy and if something had happened. Master Ning said that he wasn't a miss at all, and could recognize antiques, and was most likely richer than him now. The mom turned to her son and said it was wonderful that he could do that. He got embarrassed and laughed awkwardly. Ning Kaishin asked if he remembered his father telling them about one coin, the most valuable item in their family. The man stood up and said that he remembered the situation and he had hidden the coin. The man said to wait here because he would bring it back soon. Immediately afterward, Mr. Nin found himself in the pantry. It wasn't long before Master Ning walked into the workshop and said that he had put it in here somewhere. Seeing that the boss was hesitating, the whole company went to the pantry and asked if the man had found what he was looking for. Immediately afterward, Bridge pulled out a small box and shook out the dust. Immediately afterward, Master Ning opened this box. He saw and realized that it was Song Huizong's imperial coin and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Bo asked who exactly owned the coin and realized that it is quite a rare antique whose price starts at about 10 million. Immediately afterward, it was clear that my father was right, and it was indeed a treasure. Right after that, Ning Kaishin told Ning Guoyu to take her away because otherwise her father would take her away. And the main character's mom says it's unfair because they don't know the father at all, so why not keep her? Ning Kaishin laughed and said that she used to be something valuable to him. She is now nothing more than a trinket. At the same time, Master Ning also laughed and said that he had even forgotten that he had it. After Ning Kaishin held out the coin to the woman, she was surprised that it was so beautiful. At the same time, Jiwei naively asked how much is 10 million. Lu Bo told her to ask her brother to give her 10 million in cash because he must have it. Right after that, Jiwei approached the main character and told him to carry the cash because she wanted to see how much it was. He said he would, but let her stop touching him. Very soon he found himself at school. He realized that very soon there would be exams and nothing else bothered him. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was called. Zhao Xiaofei approached the protagonist, said that his sister said she would introduce him to other girls. The protagonist put his hand over his eyes. He didn't fall for it, introduced smarter, and exhaled. He looked out the window and thought that the city had begun to change, because Xie Guibin had left, and all his industry had withered. He realized that many people were obviously rejoicing at these difficulties. He looked at the book again and realized that school was back in session and began to read into the book. It wasn't long before the protagonist found himself in the hospital ward. Yuan Xiao was overjoyed and greeted him. He put down the thermos of soup and asked if she liked the chicken soup so much that he could bring it every day. Yang Ning smiled and realized that the medicine was probably helping because she looked better than yesterday. The teacher turned to the protagonist and said that she didn't like soups before, but she liked the protagonist's chicken soup. The woman thanked the protagonist. Yuan Xiao showed the soup she ate and said that Big Brother's soup was delicious and sweet and she liked it. He stroked the little girl's head and thought, kids are intuitive to what works for them and she's a real smart girl. The teacher wiped away her tears and said that meeting the protagonist was the best thing that had happened to Yuan Xiao. The woman thanked the protagonist once again. It wasn't long before the exam began in Gaokao. He put down his pen and looked at the completed answer sheet. He pulled himself up in his chair and realized that, thanks to the system, he had only spent an hour on his English exam. Yan Ning folded his arms and decided to take a nap. The whole he realized that he didn't want to leave school at all. The exam supervisor turned to the teacher and pointed at the protagonist. The teacher told him to go back to his seat because he wasn't breaking the rules, and they had no right to touch him. At the same time, the main character closed his eyes and found himself in the system. He realized he needed to see what was new in the store. However, he realized that he had spent too many points that time and only had 110 left. Suddenly he noticed a strange thing and turned his attention to it. He saw a product called brainwave sound transmission. It was some kind of unusual gum. Pretty soon he read that it would work if it was chewed by two people, and when they chewed there would be a sending and receiving process. However, he was very surprised at the relatively small price of 100 points for 3 pieces, and wondered if they were so unstable. However, it wasn't long before he realized why, since 1 piece is an hour, and there are only 3 of them. He exhaled and asked, did he really think this nonsense would be bought? Suddenly, however, it hit the protagonist and he realized that he knew how he could use it and why he hadn't figured it out before. It wasn't long before the bell rang, signifying the end of the exam. Zhao Xiaofei walked out of the office all upset and exhaled heavily. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked why he was sad. Zhao Xiaofei said that he had exam problems for Jingli and the other girls, and if he didn't pass, he was finished. He squinted since he hadn't expected Jiwei to actually introduce him to girls, and wondered what she wanted from him. Zhao Xiaofei once again exhaled heavily, and said that he was currently chatting with his future wife and didn't think that he could take it. He scratched his cheek and said that his wife can help anything with the exams, he can do something, and asked if he was interested in Zhao Xiaofei. He handed him a gum-shaped sound transmitter, because whatever he said would be transmitted. Zhao Xiaofei picked up his gum and asked if he was serious or if it was a joke. He said that as he himself realizes his family is rich and mysterious. Zhao Xiaofei warily looked at the gum and wondered if it was really necessary to chew it. He winked at his buddy and told him to trust him because it works. Very soon, he and Zhao Xiaofei were in another exam, and he realized that now was the time to test her. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaofei's hands began to quickly write all the answers. The guy smiled and only spelled out all the answers as if on automatic. After a short while, Zhao Xiaofei got up from his seat and asked if he could turn in since he had already finished everything. The examiner Edge was not surprised by Zhao Xiaofei's speed and opened his mouth wide. At the same time, his classmates did the same. With a light gait, Zhao Xiaofei walked out of the hall and said that they would see each other again. The guy was literally jumping for joy as he realized that the gum actually worked. However, the examiner caught up with him on the way out and told him to stop shouting because he was disturbing others. Zhao Xiaofei smiled awkwardly and apologized. He, observing all this, only grinned, trying to hold back the laughter and continued to fill in the answers. It wasn't long before he found himself on the street. Yuan Xiao pointed the protagonist to the playground and said that she wanted to jump there. He told her to be careful while Xu Yuan told her not to jump too high. Yuan Xiao happily ran to the playground. It wasn't long before Yuan Xiao and the other guys started jumping on the trampoline. The protagonist along with his classmate watched this with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, that woman came up to the main character's company and said that they were a very nice couple. He and his classmate smiled awkwardly together. And the girl said that they were not a couple and Yuan Xiao was not their child, and they were just seniors. The woman said that they looked very good together, and she would pray for them to be together. As if, not paying attention to the reddened faces of the protagonist and Xu Yuan blushed and looked at the main character. He looked at the girl in return and asked what was wrong. The girl turned to the main character and asked permission to ask something. He gave his permission and waited patiently for the girl's questions. The girl blushed even more and still couldn't get her question through. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the protagonist, and the pair jumped in surprise. The little girl's mother and her husband approached the main character with the ice cream and were surprised that they were there. The woman asked the boys if they wanted ice cream and held out the cones as well. Xu Yuan thanked her mother for being so generous. At the same time, her husband said that the little girls really liked playing there. The mom said her little girl is doing much better and will probably be discharged soon, and then she can go back to daycare. The teacher looked at her daughter and said that Yuan Xiao was a smart and cheerful girl, and in her opinion, they could enroll her in kindergarten. She then turned to the main character and asked what he thought about it. He said that he thought she should enjoy her childhood because childhood is only one thing and should be cherished. When he said goodbye to the company, he repeated to himself once again that childhood is priceless and should be enjoyed. Po turned to the main character and asked permission to ask something.